IB Nation, welcome to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is a Friday, which of course means it is Friday free-for-all mailbag. Ryan Roberts, Brian Driscoll here with the best show of the week, each and every week, because you all get to flood us with great questions. You all get to lead the conversation. This is Friday free-for-all mailbag. We were literally sitting, prepping for the show, and there were 39 questions that were already starred before the show has even begun. So shout out to you all, man.
You 42 already. Yeah, 43 man. Now.
Man, so hot and heavy, folks. Keep those mailbag questions coming. If it's your first mailbag with us, MB in front of the question to easily distinguish between what is a mailbag question and what is just general conversation going on in the chat. Really much appreciate it. We're going to get into this really quick. Hope everybody else out there knows having a great day and it's not a tornado warning in New Jersey like it is for me right now. But excited to be back here for Friday free-for-all mailbag.
Had some in Ohio yesterday too, yeah. So I'm glad it's not here in Indiana. That's for sure.
Yes. No, it's not fun, man. I was literally getting set up and I hear it like almost hailing outside and coming down like cats and dogs. And then, that stupid warning you get on your phone. It's just like, beep. That's my phone was just going insane, man. I'm like, come on, man. Here we go. Yeah. So if you hear some thunder in the background at some point here, folks, just everything's going to be okay.
Like that. And if Ryan disappears for a while, we'll know what happened.
That's it, man. But so I think, Brian, we should get to as many questions as we possibly can to get us kicked off here, man. Because
man.
You never know.
Let's get rocking and rolling. Yeah.
That's good. We had a super chat from Rob Osgood. Rob, thank you so much for the question. Really do appreciate it. So I know it's been said, but when is Marcus Freeman going to look at certain coaches and say, enough is enough? Coaching and recruiting go hand in hand. Thank you, guys. IB boards rock.
So, Ryan, obviously this is in reference to safety recruiting and with Chris O'Leary and the latest offer and a kid that we, if he's a take, that we anticipate him being in the class at some point in time, and that is Tabron Benny Powell, who I saw you and I watched film of yesterday. We talked before the Notre Dame camp. I said, hey, look, Ryan, this is a guy you're going to want to keep an eye on. They're going to work this kid out, see how he does. We both watched the film. It was okay. And then I watched him at camp, and he was okay. And then he got offered. And I just think it says a lot about where safety recruiting is at Notre Dame the last 3 years. I mean, you had a nice class last year. I like Ben Minich and Don Schuler, both very high on those kids, but you were a guy short. You completely struck out in 2022, like literally struck out like 0 dudes in 2022. And then this year, you've got Kennedy Urlacher, who I like. I'm higher on him than most, but he needs to be the third guy in your class, not the number 1 or number 2 guy in the class. We feel good about where they are with Bronte Johnson, and beyond that, it's just kind of like, hey, who's that third guy going to be? Now, what I would expect, Ryan, is even if they do somehow end up with, Tabron, Benny Powell, right? It's a bit of a tongue twister.
Yes.
Then I would assume that they're going to still keep their eye out for another guy. They would still take a Malcolm Ziegler. They would still take, and I think because they're not going to go to 6 on the D line. They're not going to go to 4 at receiver. There's some ways they can make it work with a 4th safety. I'm not actually opposed to it, depending on who that 4th safety is, because this is sort of spin, but this is just sort of, it's actually what I think. If they were still, let's just say the kid commits later today, just hypothetically, and Malcolm Ziegler shows up, they knock his socks off like they did Micah Gilbert, right? Because Micah Gilbert came on campus very much in the same position Malcolm Ziegler is, which is, and if you didn't, by the way, listen to Ryan's weekend recruiting preview, he recorded this morning. We put it up. It's on the podcast app, at Irish Breakdown podcast app. You can also watch the video if you just want to look at his pretty face with the pink background. He did that from his daughter's room, which I thought was, a little pink, but also very adorable. But
beautiful color.
Really preview the importance of this weekend's visit, Ryan, because it's a huge weekend. And Malcolm Ziegler, I would argue, might be the most important guy on campus in some ways. He's not the most talented guy. That's Kingston easily, but might be the most important when you look at where they are with the safety depth chart. And so he gets on campus, you knock it out with Malcolm Ziegler, and then he somehow joins in the class. then all of a sudden I don't feel so bad about where they are at linebacker if they don't get Kingston. I don't love it. It's still a problem, but at least safety now had a really strong class. This kid to me can be a rover. So if Teddy Rizak grows into a will like they think he can do, we'll see. Now, if Bodie Cahoon can play Mike, again, a lot of ifs here. This is a kid that could be kind of a nickel rover in situations, and that's where you and I like him, Ryan. That short area quickness, that downhill ability. He's a striker as a hitter. The problem is, as a third level guy, he just doesn't run well enough. He doesn't flip his hips well enough. He doesn't cover well enough to be a back end safety for a team trying to win a championship. But you put him in the box, you put him in the alleys, and he can bring some value to what you're doing. But you have to really kind of twist yourself in knots to get there based on what we've seen so far. Now, talking to people last night, Ryan, there are some folks that I trust that say you're just going to have to wait and see on this one. We feel good about it. We've heard, we'll see. But from what I see on film, what I saw yesterday, Ryan, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then going to this question from Rob Osgood, you're at the point now where you've got 3 whole classes to evaluate by the time this thing is over with. To be, I don't know if I can answer this question right now, Rob, because we're still 6 months away from signing day. And to me, it matters who you finish with, not where you are in June. But with what we're seeing right now, Ryan, barring something unexpected that you and I can't anticipate right now, it's not looking good. And there's been a lot more bad than good at safety recruiting. You lost Peyton Bowen, you lost Brandon Hillman. It just hasn't been, nobody in 2022. You really got your butt whooped for almost every top player that you wanted outside of Bronte Johnson, who you're in a good place with. And at some point in time, you got to be able to say, hey, look, I know this guy's a really good coach, but he's got to step it up on the recruiting trail. I mean, he has to. And, I think defensive line is more important to bring in the impact talent, but you just can't keep getting your butt whooped. And it'd be one thing if they would have found this kid early and said, hey, boy, we really love this kid. And, we're on him before everybody else. But it's clear that you didn't get on this kid until you whiffed on everybody else. I mean, that's the thing. Like Anthony Knapp, you and I have a somewhat similar opinion of Anthony Knapp. It's not as high as what Notre Dame is. But where I'm like, okay, with Coach Rudolph, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because this was an evaluation he's been making over the last year. And he's convicted on this evaluation. And he went after him. Like one of the first things he did when he got to Notre Dame was try to convince the other coaches that Anthony Knapp's the guy that we need to go get. They brought the kid up. He pounded on the table. He's in the class. Now, we'll find out if that's a good or a bad evaluation. But that was I love this kid. He fits what I want to do. I think he's really talented. I think he's better than most people think. Let's go get this kid. I'm good with that, right? We'll see. We'll see if you're right or wrong, but I'm good with that. Same with Isaiah Canyon. There were other highly ranked guys on the board, but they said, man, we love this kid. This kid's got a ton of talent. We don't care what the rankings say. We want this guy. And I don't care about these other highly ranked guys. They went after him while other highly ranked guys were on the board. I'm good with that. This is a desperation move. And that's not a shot at the kid. Like the problem in situations like this is a lot of times we as fans tend to take it out on the kid. We bash the kid. He sucks. He's this, he's that. And this kid's just working hard trying to, make his dreams come true. This is a coaching problem. And I hope the kid proves me wrong and makes me eat my words in a few years. I really do. I always root for that when I don't think a kid can play at Notre Dame. But the fact is when you follow the process, you realize they're here because they struck out on a bunch of other dudes. And if you can't look in the mirror, this is what we said, Ryan. Coach Freeman ultimately is going to be evaluated by can he make the tough choices? And if safety recruiting doesn't improve, there's going to be some tough choices he's going to have to make, and we're going to find out if he can do it. And honestly, a lot of times that's what separates the great coaches from the good ones. That was something that doomed Brian Kelly. His inability to recognize and do something about bad hires before it was too late was a big problem that he had, whether it was Phil Longo, whether it was Brian Van Gorder, whether it was Jeff Quinn. I mean, go down the line of guys, Del Alexander. There were just all these guys where his inability to say, this guy is not it. Even Charlie Molnar, he should have been gone after 1 year. I mean, yeah, you got rid of him after 2, but he should have been gone after 1 year. There were way too many of those instances. Now, and those instances drowned out all the good hires Brian Kelly made. And so, your 15 staff that team should have a chance to compete for a title. I mean, you had a great O-line coach. I thought Mike Denbrock did a great job as the OC. I thought he was an excellent tight ends coach. Wide receivers coach. You had a good running backs coach, and Tony Alford leading up to that. Autry Denson comes in. He ended up being a problem as a recruiter. He was an okay position coach. You had a good D-line coach. You had a good DB coach, but you had two big problems: your strength coach and your defensive coordinator, and those did you in. Masked all that other stuff, all the strong recruiting classes, all that stuff. Everybody talks about recruiting. Notre Dame had a higher ranked recruiting class leading into the 2015 season, the year that Clemson beat them and played for the title. In 4 of the 5 previous years, Notre Dame had a higher ranked recruiting class than Clemson. Same in 2016. They had a higher ranked recruiting class than Clemson, I think, in 5 of the previous 6 or 4 of the previous 5 years then as well. But the coaching was better. And so this is going to be a test for Coach Freeman. It's one of two things. Either A, fix the problem, meaning you figure out why you're having this problem and work with Chris O'Leary to fix it, or you've got to make an even tougher decision. But either way, at the end of the day, he's going to be judged on, can you make those tough decisions? That's ultimately what every head coach has to do. Nick Saban's had to do it. Urban Meyer's had to do it. Dabo's had to do it. Every great Kirby's had to do it. And he'll have to do it again more because it always happens. And that's going to be something that's going to help us determine if Coach Freeman really has what it takes to win a championship. And sometimes it means making those tough decisions of moving on from someone who you think is a great guy. And here's the weird thing, Ryan. There's such a huge disconnect. Chris O'Leary is a really good position coach. His players love him. He played a huge role in getting Antonio Carter and Thomas Harper. But yet, when it comes to high school recruiting, he struggles. Even if they get Bronte Johnson, they got Bronte Johnson, Ryan, because Bronte wanted to come to Notre Dame. I mean,
he's an Indiana kid.
Yes,
he knows Notre
he's
Dame.
Done he would have done. Yeah. He's done the work to get here. It didn't matter who the position coach was. I would argue the same thing with Kennedy Urlacher. So you just look at it. It's hard to figure out, but that's my rant, Ryan. I'll let you, there's a lot that I said there, so you can address kind of whatever parts of that you want to address as a follow-up.
I mean, everyone keeps asking on the board. They're like, what is the disconnect with, Coach O'Leary? Like, he's young, he's energetic, he seems like a good position coach. Like, what is it? And I feel like I keep saying the same thing over and over again, Brian. I'm just like, I don't know, guys. Like, I don't know, like even the kids he lands, for the most part, like, they speak very highly of him, like I know Ben loved him last year. Don loved him. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, it's a weird situation right now. I think that the process has been very frustrating this year for safety recruiting, especially. It's been and for the last couple of years it has been, but this year it's been especially frustrating because it could also end up being, if you get Bronte in a few days here, if you are able to maybe have a dynamite visit with Malcolm Ziegler and you get Malcolm Ziegler in the class, then all of a sudden you look at him and be like, that's a dang good safety group. Yeah. Like, that's good. It's really good. But the process is bad. So if the process is that bad, I agree with you. The end result is all that matters. But if the process is consistently bad, the end process is not going to be consistently good every single year. There's going to be some years, like 2022, for instance, where you do strike out. There's going to be some 2023s where you get a couple, one decommit and then another one that has a issue of getting into school conversation, right? There's always going to be some issues that arise. So yes, I think that the coaches, we've talked about this before, some great coaches struggle with this early in their career of being too their guys, right? My guys. We talked about this offseason. Marcus Freeman hired a lot of his buddies, quote unquote, guys that he knows, guys that he's comfortable with. Well, when you do that,
hires that we liked, by the way. I mean, right? So we're not criticizing him for that, but go ahead.
No, you're getting people around you that you trust and that know your process and will help you get to the results, and you have a similar mindset with things. But the problem with that can be, and I'm not saying it's going to be a problem with Coach Freeman, I'm just saying that what could be a problem in that situation is that you aren't able to move on from your buddies. You're not able to make that tough decision. So will that be an issue for Marcus Freeman? I don't know. But to your point, Brian, if things keep trending in the right direction, again, I'm not calling a coach to be fired, but I am calling for, if things don't get better, Marcus, you need to have a little bit of a self-realization thing of your staff, right?
What that looks like, I don't know, but you got to fix it.
Yeah, whether that is assistance in some regard, whether that is Coach O'Leary, tell me how you're talking to these kids, like what you're talking about,
Right.
what your process is. Like, let's fix the process. Whatever it is, something has to be fixed because right now it is an issue. It's a big issue.
I'm glad you said that, Ryan, because that's something people have to understand too. Sometimes it's not about firing a guy, it's about fixing a problem. And if it comes down to it, with like a guy like Dell Alexander, what did he bring to the table? Right? I mean, he wasn't recruiting, he wasn't a very good coach. Like there was no value there. Brian Van Gorder literally brought zero value to the program. Like that should have been an easy one. When you look at a guy like Chris O'Leary, you look at it, and if you just put everything into sections, he's acing a lot of sections. At the very least, he's doing pretty good at a lot of sections. Transfer portal. You talk to anybody that's involved in this. Antonio Carter said it on our show, about how Chris O'Leary was the one that first got him interested in Notre Dame and was the guy that got him on campus and helped him, I'm going to play for this guy. Same with Thomas Harper.
Notre Dame was behind on Antonio Carter too. So there was some ground to cover. I remember when I talked to him the first time when he had just set up his visit, he was talking about Wisconsin. He was talking about Ole Miss. Like there were other schools that were high up the board, and Notre Dame had to come from the back. And Chris O'Leary was a big reason for that.
Right. No, same with Thomas Harper. The players love him. So there's something there and that is just creating this disconnect. I don't know what it is. Maybe sometimes you can try too hard, if you catch my drift. Like, dude, you're not being yourself. Like you're trying to relate. And that can be a big problem for younger coaches, where they just feel like I'm young enough to where I can be hip and cool and all. Like, no. Just dude, if anything, you need to act older. You can relate to them because you listen to the same music, you play the same games and things like that. But you're a father, you're a husband, you're not on their level anymore. You're a coach. Be a coach, and do it that way. I don't know what it is, Ryan. I'm just saying, like, it's weird that there's this disconnect between he's doing well here, he's doing well here, he's doing well here, and he's terrible over here. That doesn't necessarily mean fire. That means figure out what's going on here and fix it. And if that means Marcus Freeman needs to take a step back from recruiting receiver and quarterback and whatever else, and he needs to focus on helping with linebackers and safeties because you think, hey, I can get the safeties and this guy can coach them up. Okay, fine. But you got to fix it, because just doing what you're doing isn't what you need to do, isn't going to work, right? So I don't know what the answer is. They're the ones there every day. They're going to know. I just know what the problem is because I see it's like this, Ryan. Like I don't need to. I mean, you're a dad. You can look at your daughter and be like, she's sick. Well, why? I don't know why. I just know she's got 103 fever and it's not coming out of her nose. And she's, like I know she's sick. I can't diagnose it. And so, but what's going on. We know there's a problem. And now it's up to, Coach Freeman and the staff to figure out what's going on, really dive into it, and then fix it. And even if they get Malcolm Ziegler, that needs to happen, Ryan, because what do we always say about the team? You've got to be more focused on the process than the end result. Yeah. And the end result matters, but if the end result this year, you're like, okay, we kind of pulled one out of our hat a little bit this year. We got fortunate because there was a big-time safety in our backyard that wanted to be here. There was a NFL legend's son who I played with, who values Notre Dame.
Who played in Chicago.
That's not going to be there next year until 2025.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have those same benefits. And so that was like something that I criticized Jeff Quinn for. It was like, yeah, everybody talks about good of a recruiting job. He did a good job recruiting, but it's like Blake Fisher was not a hard recruit to land at Notre Dame, right? I mean, Joey Tonona was not a hard recruit to land at Notre Dame. I mean, like some of these were like, did it really matter who the offensive line coach was for some of those guys, right? Like that's what you have to ask yourself, and then figure out where. So I just know it needs to get addressed, Ryan. And I wanted to I'm glad that he did it as super chat, because I did want to get to that question kind of early so we can kind of get it out of the way and discuss it. And now we have. And
can I just add one thing, Brian, is because I know that the initial response, and I completely understand this because I think Nathan may have said this in the chat or in the message board as well, that your initial thought is he's young, he's charismatic, he can coach. What's the issue in recruiting? And a lot of people will go, it's efforts. No, I don't think that it's true. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's an effort thing, because even the guys that he misses on, I always hear his name associated. Like, this guy talks to me. This guy talks to me. I don't think it's an effort thing. I really don't.
Because, Ryan, you've pointed out, like, we don't hear Al Golden's name enough with kids. We just don't. That's a problem. Th- that's not the issue. Like when we would talk to receivers in the previous regime, it was a lot of times it's like, oh, I love Coach Reese. I love Coach Freeman. I love, it was never, gee, Coach Alexander's just crushing my recruiting. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was not that. And so that's not been the problem. Like you said, that's not been the problem with Chris O'Leary. I mean, maybe there that he, kind of like we talk about like Deion Colsey receiver, maybe there's a level of consistency that he's not reaching yet. And that could be the problem.
Sure.
Maybe during certain times of the year, maybe he's great when it's not in season, but then when he gets to spring ball, he loses track of kids because he's so focused on coaching because he's a young coach. I mean, there may be things like that you've got to figure out and address. Like, okay, look, man, I'm looking at your call log, and during spring, your calls fell off 65% or texts fell off 65%. Everybody else's only fell off 15% because there's going to be a fall off during spring ball, during fall camp. But you're falling off even more. We got to figure out maybe you're not managing your time appropriately during certain. I don't know the answers to it, folks. I'm just telling you things that as a former recruiting coordinator that we would have to look at and I'd have to look at and find answers. So when I go to my head coach, I have to be able to say, hey, look, here's why we're struggling at linebacker recruiting. Here's what we can do to fix it. Sometimes it could be, hey, we looked at the wrong areas. We put our stock in the right kids. Safety recruiting. Like I think Chris O'Leary did a really good job with Oliver Miles. So did Chad Bowden. But you know what they did a bad job with? Identifying that he was a kid that was going to struggle going away from home. That's on you. That's a mistake. The effort was there. It was not. I don't fault them for losing Peyton Bowen last year. I fault them for not realizing sooner and trusting the kid too much and not doing a deeper dive into some other areas to know that, hey, we're going to get left at the altar on this one.
Yeah.
And then having more backup plans in place. So those are the things you look at and say, there's clearly a problem. You've got to figure it out and figure it out quickly, or they're going to continue to have, a lot of these same problems moving forward.
Yep. Agree.
Let's have some fun, Ryan. I think this next question is going to be a lot more fun.
Irish Chi-Town says, IB, what are your top 3 Notre Dame homer picks for the 2023-2024 season?
So I like it. I like it when you say it like this because we can be homers because we're being asked to be homers, right?
Sure.
Like so that's it's kind of like a bold prediction. So let's have a little bit of fun with this one. I'm going to give you my 3 Notre Dame homer picks of the year. Number 1, they're going to play in the championship game.
Sure.
Okay. Now, my homer picks, Ryan, are going to be homer picks, but they're also going to be things I believe to be realistic as like possibilities. So I'm not going to say they're going to go 14-0 and win every game by 40 and win every major. I'm trying to be things that I actually think can happen, but are also homer picks. They're going to play for the championship. Are they going to win it or not? We'll see. They're going to play for it. Sam Hartman's going to win the Heisman. And Notre Dame is going to have 3 All-Americans on their defense. First, second, or third team All-Americans on their defense.
I like it.
I'm going to say Benjamin Morrison. I'm going to make predictions on who. Okay. Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts, and Riley Mills.
Interesting. And
then we're going to be complaining about how Cam Hart should be on it, but he's going to get shafted because they won't put 2 Notre Dame cornerbacks on it. That's part of my homer picks. So that's my 3 homer picks, Ryan. What are your 3 homer picks?
Well, I'm going to – so – 2 of the ones that you just said were actually ones that I were going to say. So I'm just going to combine it into one so that I don't
playing for the championship and then the Sam Hartman Heisman.
Yeah, that's the ones because I think those ones are so interrelated, right? It's like if Notre Dame wins a championship, it's probably because Sam Hartman was a baller
and vice versa. If he's in the Heisman contention, they're going to be really good.
Exactly. So that'll be one. I'll throw that one up there. I will say another homer pick for me would be that Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison combined for 10 plus interceptions in 2023. That'll be one. Because I think Cam has ball skills, man. I just think that it hasn't been consistent because there's just a lot of times where they just don't throw at him. Like I think that they're just going to throw at Cam Hart a lot more this year, and you're going to be like, "Dang, Cam Hart got like 5 or 6 interceptions this year. Like that's wild, man. That's a little wild."
I know you didn't listen to many shows last week because you were dealing with your baby.
Yes.
During our DB show that Vince and I did last Tuesday. That was literally one of my bold predictions. They're going to have at least 10 interceptions at cornerback. So you went even bolder. You said it's going to be those 2. I can dig that.
Oh man, I mean, let's hope, because I think that the great thing about Notre Dame is because all these things are interrelated. Because if Notre Dame's that good, it means they're probably front running in a lot of games, right? Which means other teams are putting the ball up a lot, which means interceptions happen. That's what tends to happen in those types of areas. So that one, and then I will say Jordan Botelho has 11 plus sacks in 2022. I'll go 1 over 10 because I think 10 is very doable. I think that he could be in the realm of like, wow, he had as many sacks as Isaiah Foskey had last year. Like, that's pretty wild. It's pretty wild because I think if that kid can play consistent, and I know that that's a big if because we haven't seen it consistently while he's been at Notre Dame yet. I think that he could be one of the better, just pure pass rushers in college football. Not saying complete defensive ends, not saying complete edge players in college football, but just pure pass rushers. I mean, again, if he just is able to take that momentum for what he did at South Carolina, 2 sacks, 10 hurries, and just put that in a larger sample size, I think the kid's going to be silly productive. I really do. So that'd be another one. I'll just throw in one more in, Brian. Why not? Let's go like 6 deep here. Jaden Greathouse, freshman All-American. I'll throw that last one in there.
Okay, I dig that.
Yes.
I dig that. I could dig that. I don't even really view that as a homer pick, though. I view that as like, yeah, okay, sure. Sure. Now here's a question: who are your other freshman All-American wide receivers? Do you have a prediction for that?
Oh, for other teams? Oh, that's a good one. Carnell Tate. I mean, he's going to.
Let's say you have to pick 3. Let's say you have to pick 3. Okay.
I'm going to say freshman All-American. Let me think about this.
I think you got one. You've got 2 now because I agree with I think Cardinell will have a shot to be in that conversation. For sure.
I'll say that Zachariah Branch at USC is a freshman All-American because maybe he'll be an all-purpose All-American because he's returning punts and doing all that type of stuff. But I think that kid's a baller, man. He's very good.
Let's say he's going to be the all-purpose All-American, and let's go with one more receiver.
Okay, one more receiver. Let me think here. Man, it's tough. My mind just goes to Ohio State kids.
I got one.
You give me one.
I got one. I'm going, and I've been on this hype train for a while. Shelton Sampson at LSU. I think there's going to be a great opportunity for him to step in and get a lot of playing time this year. He's a big kid. He can run. He can stretch the field. Teams are going to be putting a lot of emphasis on trying to stop Malik Neighbors. Did I say his name right? Is
Malik
it
Neighbors? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I get him and Mason Smith mixed up. So sometimes I want to call Malik Smith and Mason Nate.
The double A Mason, baby.
Yeah. Got to get it right. I think he's going to have a kid that's going to have a really good year. Now, of course, it's going to end up being someone like we've never thought of. It's going to be like some kid that's ranked like 59th amongst all the receivers or something like that, right? It's going to be somebody like that. Another guy that I could see.
Hamilton steps into the slot role for North Carolina and catches a million passes.
Right. Another guy that I'm keeping my eye on too is Jonte Cook from Texas. I really like Jonte Cook, and I think that there's going to be an opportunity for him to play at Texas this year. So it's a really good receiver class, Ryan, and I could see a lot of those kids playing as freshmen. Like we're talking about Cardinell Tate. We didn't even mention Brandon Ennis and Noah Rogers, and
I actually was higher on. I was higher on Brandon Ennis than Carnell. But Carnell
same here.
Seems to be killing it.
Well, I think it's about opportunity, is what I think it's going to be. I don't believe Brandon Ennis was an early enrollee. Carnell was kind of able to come in and get himself. He's a little bit more nuanced. I mean, Brandon Ennis spent half of his high school career playing quarterback. He's dynamic, but there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve when you have that deep of a chart. And a guy like Cardinell, the thing we always talk about with Cardinell is I've wavered back and forth on his ceiling. Yeah. But the one thing we always thought, he had one of the highest floors in the class. And the high floor guys tend to be your freshman All-Americans, more so than the holy moly, that guy ended up being really good type of guys.
I have one more, a little bit of an under radar pick, and Notre Dame fans know this guy though. Rodney Gallagher at West Virginia might put up some numbers because do they have anybody else at wide receiver? I don't know.
Yeah, man. And they're going to build. They're going to build around him. That's for sure. They're going to definitely build around him. All right, let's get to some more. There's some good questions here. Here's one from John A1.
John says, "How fast is Holden Stace and Eli Raridan in comparison to the Notre Dame wide receivers? Can they be more impactful vertical players?"
Well, we already know that Eli Raridan has the fastest 10-yard split time in the history of mankind. So faster than any tight end in the draft in the last 6 or 7 years that I went back and looked for.
Hey, man, I want to see him race Logan Thomas, okay? I just want to see it. 4-3 Logan Thomas, sure.
Yep. No, in all seriousness, how fast are they compared to the wide receivers? Some of them, if Eli Raridon is back to full speed and back to full health after a second knee injury, right?
Yeah.
Assuming he gets back to full speed, there are some receivers he will be faster than.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the reality of it. He is probably a legit high 4.5, low 4.6 guy right now, Ryan. I would say. If he gets back to that, then that's pure vertical speed. So there's a couple guys that are good football. I would not be shocked if at full speed he's a touch faster than Jaden Thomas or Jaden Greathouse, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Holden Stace is more quick and smooth than he is really fast, in my opinion. Right. I don't know. I think he has more natural tight end speed to me. Now,
does he give you some Alize Mack type of vibes, right? Like that's kind of how
with his head screwed on a little bit tighter.
Yes, he does. Definitely with that. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that 1-2 punch can be very good. Now, I understand the concerns about the injuries and all that kind of stuff, but I listen to people talk about how they're uncertain about the tight end future and they don't know if we have any dynamic players. And I'm like, well, I get the concern about Eli Raridon getting healthy, but I think Mitchell Evans has a chance to be really good. I think Holden Stace has a chance to be really good. I think Eli Raridon has a chance to be really good. Yeah. And, I think Cooper Flanagan is the perfect complement to all three of those guys.
Yes. Because he's so
in my opinion. So, and now, of course, Eli getting healthy is important. And then Mitchell Evans staying healthy is important. And I was able to get confirmation yesterday, Ryan, that Mitchell Evans' injury for the spring game was very minor. And it was just about them keeping out anybody with any kind of remote thing they're just going to keep out, which is why you had like 40 guys not playing. He could have played in the spring game.
Maintenance.
Right. It was like, look, it was a situation where if they had a game on that Saturday, like a real game that Saturday, he'd have played and been fine. He'd been able to go and play. So he didn't have anything major that should linger into the offseason or into the season. Now, he's been banged up, though, each of his first 2 years. He's got to stay healthy. That's going to be a key. But I really like the tight end room because I think the tight end room brings a lot more pass catching ability to the table maybe than it has in the past. The question is how they use it. And we had a question down here that I want to get to, Ryan, that ties into this conversation because I think it was a really good question and it's something I'm very curious about to see with Coach Parker. Like, how does the tight ends coach being the offensive coordinator impact the tight end room, if at all, right? And we know the starter will catch a lot of balls. That's not a doubt. But will they do more depth? And this is something that where's the here we go. This is from John A1 as well. He said, is Georgia making better overall use of its tight end room in comparison to Notre Dame? And my answer is yes, but not because of Brock Bowers. They are maximizing Brock Bowers to his talent potential, just like Notre Dame did with Michael Mayer. The results are going to look different because they're different players. Brock's going to have more big plays. He's going to have more yards per catch. Michael's going to have more touchdowns and catches, which is exactly what happened last year, right? That's not a surprise. The difference is their number 2 tight end caught 28 passes for 454 yards. And then if you really look at their next 3 tight ends, they had 35 catches last year for over 500 yards. It looks like, if my math is at all correct. Yeah, because Oscar Delp had 61 yards. Eric Gilbert had 16. So that's 80 yards on top of Darnell Washington's 454. So that's over 530 yards from their number 2 tight ends. And then you look at Notre Dame and how they use and this has been an issue for years. Their backup tight ends had 7 catches for, 94 yards. In 2021, their backup tight ends had 6 catches. In 2020, their backup tight end, Tommy Tremble, had 19, Brock had 3, so that'd be 22, 25, 26 catches. That was the best year they had in a while with their number 2 tight ends. Only had 4 catches in 2019. In 2018, you had Cole Kmet and the other tight ends combined for 20, for about 180 yards. So I don't think that they have utilized the tight end room as well as they need to. And as like when you have Brock Wright and Tommy Tremble and you're not using them more in the pass game and you're struggling at receiver with depth like they were in 2020, why would you not use them more in the pass game?
Great question.
Right? Yeah. So, yes, I think Georgia in the last couple of years has made better use of their room. Now, if he would have said, if it's the best tight end at Georgia, better than the best tight end at Notre Dame? I'd say no. They're both maximizing the talent of the guys they've had. But when it comes to room, Ryan, there's no debating those numbers. I mean, you literally can't debate those numbers. And I think Georgia was even better in 21 than they were in 20 because they had so many issues. But even then they had 19 catches. But the difference in 2021 was a lot of those guys kept getting hurt. Darnell Washington was hurt a lot of the year. Eric Gilbert was having his issues. I mean, you weren't healthy in 2021. This year, they were more healthy, and they used those guys, including a freshman. Oscar Delp was a freshman this past year, correct?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And they got him on the field. Oscar Delp was a true freshman, and their number 3 tight end basically had the same production as Notre Dame's entire depth chart behind Michael Mayer. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I do think Georgia's making better use of it. But this is the whole thing is you have Mitchell Evans, you have Holden Stace, you have Eli Raritan. Eventually, Eli's going to come back. Now, I would take it as slow as possible with Eli. And if he's not ready till November, then I wouldn't play him till November. If he's not ready at all this season, I wouldn't play him. If he's ready in the middle of October, fine. I would be very patient with Eli Raritan to make sure he doesn't have any further injury issues with that knee that he's now injured, hurt twice.
Yeah.
But you've got Cooper Flanagan. You've got Kevin Bauman who can do certain things. You've got Davis Sherwood, who's a very good blocker and showed in the spring game. He can make some plays over the middle of the field. He had one of the better catches in the spring game on that throw from Sam Hartman, where he got hit pretty hard when he made that catch. You've got Cooper Flanagan, who you and I think physically is a kid that is going to come in a little bit more ready to play physically, size, strength, the pro competition he's played against and all that than other tight ends, Ryan. So there's no excuse to be a one tight end production team this year. None, in my opinion. And so we'll see if that changes or not. And the answer is I don't know if it's going to change because it's a new OC, but I'm hopeful that it does. We'll just have to see.
We shall see. I mean, to your point, I think that the diversity of the Notre Dame room, I think, is really exciting. It really is. Because, I mean, when you talk about comparing Mitchell Evans to Holden Stace and whenever Eli Raritan gets back and Cooper Flanagan and Kevin Bauman, and it's a very different room as far as varying skill sets. I'm interested to see Georgia this year, how they're able to utilize all their tight ends now, because the one good thing that they had last year was Darnell Washington was so much different than what else they had in the room. Like Brock Bowers and him are polar opposites. This year, you're going to have Oscar Delp. You're going to have Bruce Sperlin. They're a little bit cut from the same cloth as Brock Bowers to a degree, right? They're more definitely heavy pass game implementation type of guys. So I'm interested to see how Georgia utilizes their full tight end room. I think Notre Dame has a chance, and I think it's the blessing in disguise of Mitchell Evans being limited at the end of the spring and Eli not playing in the spring is that Holden State's got a lot of reps, man. Got a lot of reps. So if you're able to get a lot of reps out of him, you're able to have Mitchell Evans take a step forward. You're able to get Eli Raritan back at some point during the season, potentially. I think you have a chance to be pretty good at tight ends. It's just about varying skill sets. And I mean, you would think that Coach Parker would play a big role in that. You would think he works with those guys every day. He should have some good ideas of how he can utilize them for sure.
I want to address something, Ryan, that just has continued to puzzle me about comments that people make. And this is a comment from We're Not Marshall. And I don't understand why this continues to be a mantra that some people have. Look, I don't, and he says, guys, I love Tobias Merriweather, but 1,000 yards is just a wicked stretch. I don't understand this, Ryan. Now, I think neither of us have predicted him for 1,000 yards because we think the ball is going to get spread around. It has nothing to do with Tobias's talent.
Yeah.
Just at Notre Dame alone, this has been a common thing, very common thing. Golden Tate, 6 catches for 131 yards and 1 touchdown as a freshman. Year 2, 58 catches, 1,080 yards, 10 touchdowns, while splitting carries or touches with Michael Floyd and Kyle Rudolph and plenty of other guys. You go to 2013, Will Fuller, 6 catches, 160 yards, 1 touchdown. Almost all that production came against Air Force. Year 2, what do you have? 76 catches for 1,094 yards and 15 touchdowns. Equanimity St. Brown as a freshman in 2015, one catch for 8 yards. He goes out the next year in only 12 games because they didn't play in a bowl game, has 58 catches for 900 and some yards and 962 yards and 9 touchdowns. If they play a bowl game, he's over 1,000 yards, right? And that was on a bad team. Do
Yep.
I think he's going to get to 1,000 yards this year? No, but it's simply because I think the ball is going to get spread around. But to call it a wicked stretch, and I see people on the board talking about this, like someone on the board yesterday or 2 days ago, Ryan, I'm not sure if you saw this, was like, hey, I can't go with Sam Hartman, beating Brady Quinn's record because he doesn't have Jeff Samardzija and most. And I'm like, do you not remember who those guys were before 2005 and 2006? You know what I mean? Like Jaden Thomas has more production last year than Jeff Samardzija had the year before. He had an All-American, Biletnikoff finalist breakout season in 2005. Right? Like, do we forget that? Like every player that's ever emerged was unproven until the minute he emerged. Even guys that are freshmen. You want to see, say, well, the guy's never done anything. Let's see what he can do. Okay, he can produce. That's college football. That happens every year. And I don't understand why people are like, why it hasn't happened because they haven't proven it yet. Well, yeah, they haven't proven it yet, but everybody hasn't proven it till the minute they prove it. And I just don't understand why some people continue to make this argument that, this is just a big stretch. Is it going to happen? I don't know. I have no idea if it's going to happen. I just don't quite understand why some people just ignore the fact that this has been a relatively common occurrence at Notre Dame, that guys go from almost no production to big-time production just like that. Receiver is not offensive line. It's not defensive line. You don't need 3-4 years of development if you have talent and if you have good coaching. You don't. And on top of that, Ryan, you got to look at his skill set. His skill set is perfectly suited for what the quarterback likes to do. That's the other part of it.
Yeah.
And I just don't think people are putting enough thought into all those things to when they constantly say, "Oh no, I mean that's asking a lot." Is it really asking a lot of a guy to go from a freshman to sophomore breakout? Because it happens all the time at Notre Dame and at other places, all the time. Ryan, I know when you do the draft, you see it all. You see a guy as a freshman catch 7 or 8 balls, and then boom, break out the next year. How many yards receiving? How many yards receiving did Jackson Smith and Jigba have as a freshman?
I don't even remember.
It's like 46.
Yeah, 46.
Because it was weird. He had one of the weirdest stat lines I've ever seen for a freshman. He had 10 catches, but his 10 catches went for 49 yards. So 49 yards, 1 touchdown is a true freshman. The next year, he has 95 catches for 1,600 yards and 9 touchdowns on a team with another 1,000-yard receiver and another guy with 936 receiving yards.
Yep.
Right? So it's not the stretch that people make it out to be. And I'm puzzled why some people just continue to believe that it's just this impossible task. And I don't understand why that is, because there's no evidence that it's an impossible task. There's mountains of evidence on the opposite side of it, though, including just looking at Notre Dame, Ryan, looking at Notre Dame. And so, we'll see. We'll see if it happens or not, though. We'll see if it happens.
Shall see. Exactly. We had a question from Irish Blood who said, what are your thoughts? What thoughts do you have on Matt Leinert's kid, Cole, as a 2026 recruit? And how does it make you feel? He has a son that is a college recruit. He was there in attendance yesterday, obviously.
Yeah. So he didn't stand out to me, but he's a 26 kid.
Yeah.
I couldn't watch everybody. I don't have any opinion on Cole Leinert as a prospect, but I'll say this. It does make me feel really old. Because I didn't feel I wasn't exactly young. Like when I find, Jim Flanagan's got a kid that's being recruited, and Bryant Young's got a kid that's being recruited. And some of those, I think Flash Gordon's kid was on campus yesterday working out. Like, okay, yeah, I get that. Because I was like 10, 12, 13, 15 when those guys were playing at Notre Dame. But when you're talking about guys like, I was coaching and when those guys were in college, you know what I mean? And
it's getting crazy, Brian. Drake Kirkpatrick's son.
Yeah, that's a little bit unique because he was like 15 when he had that kid. You know what I mean?
Like 16, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a little bit different, but yeah, it does make me feel a little
like
old.
33 and has a son that's going to be a high school senior next year. Which is just
that's a little different. Because his circumstance was a little different. But yeah, it does make me feel very old. Yeah. It does, Irish blooded. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for making me feel old.
I did try to watch a little bit of Cole Leinert because he had a few highlights from Modern Day last year. He only threw like 17 passes, though. He was like 8 for 17 or something like that. Kid looks pretty talented, though.
What do you think of Elijah Brown?
He's fine. Mm-hmm. He's a good quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't move the needle for me personally, but it's fine.
I think he's I agree. He's interesting because he hasn't gotten a lot better. I thought he was pretty good as a freshman. I was like, this kid's got some talent. And he just has kind of just been that same dude ever since. Hasn't really had that big growth spurt that you'd expect a guy to have from an arm strength and size and type of standpoint. You know what I mean? Not that he doesn't work hard. He just hasn't really gotten any bigger or stronger, in my opinion.
Everything's pretty easy at some of those schools too, right? It's just like, which future Pac-12 receiver am I throwing to today? Like it's not that hard. It's like, I know JT Daniels was great, man, but it's like, could be worse than throwing to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brew McCoy and all those cats. You know what I mean? Like it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it really isn't. It really isn't. We got some super chats down here, Ryan, I want to get to. So we got the one from Rob Osgood, and here we go.
We had a super chat from Charlie Weiss's Last Belt Loop. Charlie, thank you so much. Happy Friday, gents. You too as well. Here's to hoping Notre Dame cleans it up at safety recruiting. Side question, opinions about all the Conor McGregor situation currently. If you're not comfortable stating opinion, it's okay. Is that where he hurt the guy or whatever?
No, he's being accused of raping a woman at that game. And basically all I've read is that she basically elbowed him and got away. Look, I'll just say this. I believe two things. And one is people in this country should be innocent until proven guilty. We tend to nowadays have it the opposite. People are guilty until they're proven innocent. You're innocent until proven guilty, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I don't like speaking on such things until I have all the facts.
Yes. Because we've seen both sides where it's a very criminal, but then another side where it's like that guy didn't do anything wrong. They were just trying to get their moment. I mean, yes.
And then you hear things like, there's no way that actually happened that way. And then come to find out, yep, it actually happened that way. So I'm going to hold judgment until I see all that. But I just, sadly, because of how often this happens with things, I tend to be more skeptical of them nowadays, which is I'm not pleased about. It's just we see it so much that it's just kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
But I always say this, I always hope that those things are fake, because I'd rather it be fake than someone actually have to go through that experience.
Yes.
I'd rather you live with the fact that you were a money grabber. You deal with that on your own than to say, hey, you had to deal with it as a woman. You had to deal with this happening to you. You know what I mean? Like, I know that may sound weird, but it's just kind of what I always hope to have happen. Because I couldn't imagine as a parent, if somebody did that to my sister, or my wife, it wouldn't go well. It wouldn't go well. So
yeah, I don't know anything about that situation. I thought we were talking about the mascot thing where he broke someone's nose or whatever.
No,
it ended up.
It just came out last night or today, right?
Gotcha.
So beyond that, I don't have a lot to say about the specifics of the case. So I just we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. We had another super chat from Nathan Milton. Thank you so much, Nathan. It says, does Jay Love project to NFL better at safety? Are we talking about Jeremiah Love there?
I don't know who he's talking about. I mean, because if he's talking about Julian Love, the answer's
yes, because he plays safety.
Let me see if Nathan follows up down here. I just want to see if he follows up because I'm about where he is in the chat, and I want to see if he follows up to talk about who he's referring to. I don't see a follow up yet, Ryan. So
I got my eyes. He said
let's
Jeremiah.
just assume that we're talking about Jeremiah since we already know.
He just said Jeremiah in the chat.
Okay,
so that is verified.
All right, so let's go with that then.
Nathan, I think that Jeremiah Love could play safety if he wanted to, but I think he's a running back. I think he's an offensive player. I think that kid is too special with the football in his hand to take it out of it. That's just kind of what I see with it. So in a dire situation, could you throw him in there and could he be a good safety? I'm sure he could be, because Jeremiah Love is a really, really good athlete, and he's pretty physical, and he's not afraid to put his nose in there. I mean, he's even said to me before that I could be a corner if I wanted to. I could be a safety. Okay, sure. But I just think he's too good with the football in his hands. That, I have no reason to ever move him to defense, in my opinion. Just very little reason.
Agree completely.
We had a super chat from James O'Reilly who said, just curious, what is your guys' favorite non-Notre Dame game? The two that really stand out to me, the 2007 Fiesta Bowl and the 2012 Sugar Bowl.
2007 Fiesta Bowl. What was the?
Is that Boise State, Oklahoma?
Yeah, that's the only one that I can think of. I mean, there's been actually some really good Fiesta Bowls over the year. That was Boise State, Oklahoma. That was a great game.
That was a great game. USC Texas, baby, the Rose Bowl. That's
that
always
was a
for me,
phenomenal
man.
game. You know what one of my favorite bowl games ever was, Ryan? You're going to find this
Yeah.
very odd and random. It was back when Dan Hawkins was still the head coach at Boise State, but it was a
Okay.
Liberty Bowl game, I believe, between Boise State and Louisville. Stephon LaFleurs was the quarterback
Oh, I remember
for
that
Louisville.
game.
That was a really fun game. That game just always kind of stuck out to me. Michigan, Alabama, Orange Bowl in, was it 2000, 2001? Tom Brady versus Sean Alexander. Bama wins it because I think Michigan won it, excuse me, because Alabama missed an extra point in overtime, which was just wild. That was one of the best Orange Bowls I've ever seen. So 2012 Sugar Bowl. What was that one? I'm trying to remember what that one was. That was Michigan, Virginia Tech.
I don't remember. Michigan, Virginia Tech. I'm trying to remember that game.
2011 Sugar Bowl was Ohio State, Arkansas. 2012 Michigan, Virginia Tech. I don't remember that one. That was Denard Robinson, but I don't remember that being a great game. Louisville, Florida in 2013. I'm not sure which one. I assume Virginia Tech, Michigan. Those are some ones that stood out for me. A game that I've always thought was a great regular season game was the 2006 Michigan Ohio State game. It was a great game. It was an amazing game. Texas, Michigan, in 2004, I think it was the Rose Bowl. Michigan and Texas played. Let me look that one up, Brian. I think it was the 2004 Rose Bowl, I believe. It was the 2005 Rose Bowl, so it was after the 2004 season. 2005 Rose Bowl. Michigan and Texas. It was Vince Young was in that game too. Had a phenomenal game. Michigan had a big lead. Texas came back, outscored them 17-6 in the second half. It was 14-14 at halftime. Michigan outscored them 17-7 in the third quarter. Texas came back, outscored them 17-6 in the final quarter. Dusty Mangum hit a field goal with just a couple minutes left. I mean, not much time left really. That was one of my favorite bowl games. That was a heck of a game between those teams.
I know that there was a lot of controversy at the end, but the Miami Ohio State national championship game was a really good game. It was a really good game. I can't remember who they played, Brian, but I remember that there was a great Iowa bowl game with Drew Tate back in the day. And I watched that game, but I can't remember who they played. Albert Young was the running back. I need to go back and look it up, but that was a great bowl game. I remember.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna find that while you're thinking of some others.
I can't remember that. I can't remember who they were playing, but I just remember it was a great game that I watched the whole thing. Vince Young, USC. Yes, that one is just.
Was the LSU game in 2005, January 2005, 30 to 20?
Score that one?
30 to 25.
That may have been the one.
That was his first year. The next year they lost to Florida 31-24, and then his last year as a starter in a bowl game they lost to Texas 26-24. So.
Yeah, I think it was the first one because I think Iowa won the game that I'm referring to. So yeah, Boise State, Oklahoma is a really good one though because you had all the Ian Johnson proposing after the game for Boise State. You had the Statue of Liberty, the hook and ladder, all the type of stuff. It was crazy in the game.
The other thing too, Ryan, is it wasn't a game where we've seen games where the finishes are crazy, but the game was boring. One of my favorite finishes ever as a Denver Bronco fan is the drive in 1986, the AFC Championship game, the drive. But that was a 13-13 game up, and you know what I mean. It was an ugly game. I think Cleveland went up 2013. That game tied it 2020. It's an ugly, boring, dirty, mud-filled game. But the finish was phenomenal. What I loved about the Boise State Oklahoma game is it was a great game from start to same with Texas USC in 2005. That was just a great game from start to finish.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I really enjoyed that game.
So. I know that USC game, Texas game was that was worth every penny.
Yes.
You know what I mean? From start, to your point, from start to finish, you're just captivated by that game. It was just so entertaining, so back and forth, so many great storylines. It was incredible. I mean, because Brian, how do we remember that USC team if they win that game? I mean, that is one of the better teams that we have seen ever. I mean, that USC team for that 2-year stretch was just silly good, man.
Yeah.
That was NFL players everywhere. I mean, I think people forget how just talented that USC team was. Forget Reggie Bush and Lindell White and the guys that you remember, but go look at the linebackers on that team with Brian Cushing and Clay Matthews and all those, Keith Rivers and Ray Malaluga. Like, it was just a crazy embarrassment of riches on that defense.
Yeah. Here's a question I want to quickly say: was we are Marshall the biggest loss in Notre Dame history? No. Wasn't he the biggest loss of the season?
Yeah.
Like, the Stanford loss was way worse than the Marshall loss. Marshall's they lost to a 4-8 Northwestern team in 2016. The Marshall loss wasn't even the worst loss in the history of the 2022 season, in my opinion, Ryan. So I don't know if you disagree with that, but no, Marshall's a good football team. Notre Dame had no business losing to Marshall, none.
Yeah,
but they were a 9-win football team last year. They were not a bad football team. Marshall would have smacked Stanford if they would have played, in my opinion. Stanford wasn't going to score on that Marshall team or defense. Are you kidding me? That's a really good defense.
Yeah.
Again, no excuse to lose that game for Notre Dame. None. It's just about, like, let's not act like they lost to App State in 2007, right? Like, this wasn't some FCS team. This is a really good group of 5 team that you should have beat that would have smacked the – I mean, guys, Stanford had not won a game over a Power 5 team in over a calendar year when they beat Notre Dame last year. Like, those are way worse loss than the Marshall game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can't call a loss. It wasn't even your worst loss of a season, an all-time worst loss. So
that game just popped on my timeline recently, Brian. The App State Michigan game. I always love watching the blocked kick and Corey Lynch picked it up. Just fantastic, man. Absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite games of all time. Yep. James O'Reilly with the super chat. Thank you so much, James. Where Teddy Bridgewater played through those injuries and took a beating and never stopped. What a gutsy performer.
He's talking about the game, the bowl, the one he's clarifying.
Yeah,
we're talking about which Sugar Bowl. He's talking about the one with Louisville and Florida.
Oh,
yeah. That's what he's referring to.
He balled out.
Teddy was really good that game.
Yes,
really good that game. Yeah. That was Charlie Strong team. That was biggest win of Charlie Strong's career, beating Florida.
That's when I thought Charlie Strong was a good coach, man. I'm like, sheesh.
Yeah. Teddy was a really underrated college quarterback. He was a really good quarterback. And the thing about him taking a beating is he was never very big. He was a small guy. And he looks like a kid. I mean, even now today, Teddy Bridgewater looks like a college kid. I mean, because he's just got that baby face. He had like braces when he was in college. You know what I mean? He's a tough kid, man. He really was.
So
good college quarterback. Really good college quarterback.
I really think that they messed him up early on in his career, man, like in the NFL. Because you remember Teddy at Louisville, man, he took some shots down the field, and then he gets to the NFL and it's just like, check down Teddy. And then he gets hurt and it's just like, it just was never the same, man. Because, I mean, go watch that game. He threw some dimes down the field against Florida. So absolute money throws.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a heck of a game. We have a super sticker from Sam Anderson. Sam, thank you very, very much for that. And then that is it for the super chats for now, Ryan. So we're going to go back up to the top and get a question here from Adam Blair.
Adam's question, mailbag. I know it's early, but who are some 2025 kids you think Notre Dame has built a great relationship with early and may have a chance to land?
It's funny, Ryan. I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you answer this question. It's just kind of funny because you and I were just talking about this like yesterday. So, yeah.
Literally, Brian texted me and was like, who do you think the next 2025 commit is? Like, let me think about that. I mean, so great question, Adam. So some guys that they build a great relationship with, I think Justin Thurman. I'm sorry?
Nate Roberts.
Nate Roberts is a very good one. Yes, Nate Roberts at tight end is a very good one. I think Justin Thurman at running back is a very good one early on. Offensive line, I think Owen Strebig is a very good job by them early on. I believe defensively, Cree Thomas is a very good job by them early on. I'm trying to think of any linebackers. Oh, Landon McComber is a guy that has really been receptive to Notre Dame very, very early on. I think they're doing a good job with Christopher Burgess. I don't think that one's going to end anytime soon, but I think that they put themselves in a very good position with Christopher Burgess. So, yeah, Brian mentioned Nate Roberts. So Roberts, Thurman, Strebig, Christopher Burgess, Landon McComber, Cree Thomas. Yes, a lot of yes. They're in very good positions with all those guys right now.
Yeah, and there's Taylon Taylor. Did you mention him?
I did not mention
Taylor. Taylor's one that they've done a really good job with there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's some kids on the board. And Deuce Knight, obviously,
Yeah, they
quarterback.
put themselves in a good
Yeah.
position with Deuce. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they have a chance. I mean, there's a Matty Augustine is a guy that I think Notre Dame is the kid that they offered yesterday, Ryan, from
Call
New
himself
York.
the Dream School. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The offensive lineman. Yeah.
Um,
Good
you know,
player, by the way.
so
It's a real
yeah,
good player.
very much so. Very much so. So yeah, I'll tell you this, Ryan, they're doing it really well in the 25 class so far.
They are.
Like
They are.
they're grinding. And this is the thing that I'll say. Al Washington still has a lot to prove as a defensive line coach, but I do think he's kind of overcome some of his early miscues when it comes to work ethic. I think he still needs to work smarter.
Sure.
I think he can be a little sporadic still. I think he needs to work smarter and be more focused and that type of thing, but he's working hard. There's nobody on the staff outside Al Golden where I'm like, dude, are you really putting in the work as a recruiter right now? Like that's the only person who right now I question from a are you doing enough? Are you taking it serious enough to get it done? There's guys who aren't doing a good job with finishing, but there's not a lot of guys that I question, boy, are you really working? And they've thrown out a ton of 25 already, Ryan.
They have.
Actually, I'm gonna look at this right now. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 20. They've already thrown out about 125 plus offers already in the 25 class.
It's an insane number this early. Yeah.
I
was just looking. I'm actually on the same list. I was looking down just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Like I think that they've put themselves in a good position if they push for Gus Ritchie, defensive end out of North Carolina.
Trey McNutt's going to be a tough kid to pull out of Ohio, but they've done a really good job there.
Yep.
They have
CJ May, the pass rusher out of Alabama. Again, it's going to be tough to get him out of the South, but like he is very receptive to Notre Dame as we currently sit here
Justin
today.
Hill from Ohio is a kid that Christian Jones, linebacker from Nebraska. Noah McHale is a kid that I think they've done a pretty good job with. I think they need to stay on and continue. Obviously, they got Davion Dixon in the class already.
I'll tell you what, they're doing a really good job with Anthony Sacca as well, the linebacker out of Philadelphia. So obviously he's got
You know how much it hurt me when they lost the kid from Ohio this past year.
Garrett Stover. Yeah.
That hurt, man. Yes. Anthony Sacca is a taller, even faster version of Anthony Stover.
Oh,
so
man.
that'll help ease my heartbreak of losing Anthony Stover. That'll help ease my pain, you know. So
Anthony Sacca was built to play Rover in the defense. Like he plays middle of the field safety for his high school.
I'll say this: they're gonna end up turning down some really good tight ends in the 25 class too.
Yes,
Jared Parker has built some very strong relationships in the 25 class, and they can't take them all. I think if they wanted to, they could land 5 tight ends in the 25 class.
I was going to say that's another good one is if they wanted to pursue Ryan Gee out of Georgia, I think could definitely get Ryan Gee.
Yeah, James Flanagan's one. Yes. Jack Van Dorselaer is a kid that they have a really good relationship with. If they wanted to land 4 or 5 Marshall Pritchett, if they wanted to offer him, they think they'd get him. I mean, there's some talented tight ends that are on the board. They're going to have to turn some kids away. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
I saw some highlights of Marshall, by the way, because I actually interviewed him earlier today, and man, he made some nice catches.
He's a good football player,
man.
He's a good football
player.
Yeah, he's got great hands, a good route runner. The long speed's a bit of a question, but the frame is there. Good hands. The problem for Marshall Pritchett, Ryan. The problem is he's in a loaded tight end class.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. 25 is an absolutely loaded tight end class. And some of the best tight ends in the class are guys that are very high on Notre Dame. And so it's going to be interesting.
I mean, I'm looking at the list, man. It's just like Ryan Gee can play. Notre Dame might not even be able to take. AJ Aye out of California is a kid that they offered a few weeks ago that could play.
Cooper Perry. Derek Meadows, those are Brandon Pleasure just mentioned them too. Cooper Perry is one. Yeah, definitely one.
Cooper Perry is one that if Notre Dame wants, I think they have a very good chance of Cooper Perry. Absolutely.
Derek Meadows is interesting, Ryan, because he's tall, he's athletic. I mean, he is fast.
That's the Bishop Gorman kid, right?
He just doesn't catch the ball very well. It's kind of an important thing.
He was at Irish Invasion, right? He was at the Irish Invasion.
Yeah. Dorian Brews won. I think they're in a good place there. They're in a good place there. Talking to a source the other day, they're in a really good place there. Elijah Golden is a kid. Now it's going to be hard to get him out of Florida,
Dallas
but he has
Golden?
a lot of Dallas Golden. Sorry,
Yeah.
Dallas Golden is a kid that has a lot of interest in Notre Dame as well. So, look, it's an impressive list so far. But Ryan, it's the same thing as this year and last year. It's going to come down to how they close, right?
Yeah.
But there's no shortage of big time players, and that's partly why the finish in 24 is so important to me. And well, I should say to us, because I know we've had this conversation, Ryan.
Yeah.
If they can finish well, so here's what I would say. There's 5 kids on the board that you need to close on 3 of them at least, of uncommitted kids. Carter Nelson, Gearby Lambert, Justin Scott, Kingston Viliama Asa, and Bronte Johnson. Okay, of those 5 kids, you got to get 3 of them. And I would say at least 3 of them. You do that, you've got an easy top 7-8 class, depending on who those guys are. Now, if the 5 are, if you get more than 5, you're talking about an easy top 5 class. Like if you get Carter Nelson, Gearby Lambert, Justin Scott, and Bronte, and you miss on Kingston, and you've got to take a Bradley Shaw or Lawson Pritchett or somebody like that, like, okay, I got some questions about the linebacker class, but that's it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm feeling really good. And then if you're able to flip a Caleb, so there's a chance for this to be a top 5 class. And if you can finish on it, because I have a feeling, Ryan, there's a lot of buzz about Notre Dame. There's more buzz in the 25 class about Notre Dame than there is in the 24 class, which
it's interesting.
It's kind of strange. You know what I mean? But there's a ton of buzz. I mean, looking at this list, Ryan, there's so many like big time players that have made their way to Notre Dame in the last 3 months from the 25 class.
There is.
I mean, almost every kid that we just went and mentioned has visited in the last 3 months.
Yep.
So it's going to be about closing, and it's also why we focus so much on, Notre Dame kind of getting into these situations where if you can have a great season and put the product on the field that we think they're going to put on the field, that's when I'm getting fired about 25. And you can't have those big misses in 24 that are kind of like 23, 24, 25. You got to at least get to 24 class here and finish strong, because if they can finish strong, they will have landed a top 5 class in a down year. That's huge for Notre Dame. And that's why this finish is going to be so important.
Okay.
It really is. And there's a couple 25 kids too that we saw yesterday that it's like, okay, it's going to be interesting if they push for that kid, like that Marcus James kid. Like, he's raw as all get out, but that kid can run, man.
I saw a video of him, man. Where, they were just getting off the line of scrimmage, and he was putting dudes in the dust.
Al Washington was like, all right, everybody line up again. Can anybody beat, James? And he's like, he made a comment like, let's see if you can, show me that 4.3. And I'm like, did that kid seriously run a 4.3 when they did the 40s? Like, because he kept saying it. I'm like, that kid is so fast.
Brian, can you believe some of these athletes we see today, man? It's like, it's almost unbelievable, but like, I mean, we're getting linebackers every year now at the combine that are like 250 pounds running 4.3 something. Like, it's just wild, man. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's crazy,
nuts.
Man.
Hey, Ryan, I'm going to ask this one because I'm not a father, so I'm not answering this. I can't answer this one, but I'm going to ask you now, father of 2, Irish blood. It says, who's grilling what for Father's Day?
I'm not grilling anything Irish blooded because it's Father's Day. So somebody's going to be grilling something for me. I'm not grilling anything. I honestly don't know, though. I think we're going over my mother-in-law's, and I think my parents might be coming over potentially. Okay. So I'm sure they're doing the grilling thing. I mean, look, man. Hey, K-Max at steak. If you want to grill me some steak, sir, on Sunday, I'm down for it, man. All I know is I'm not doing anything else. I am not cooking a thing on Sunday, sir.
I'm not sure what I'm going to have. I'm probably going to make some steaks on Sunday, but just because that's just what we're going to have. I'm taking my wife out to a steakhouse tomorrow night for a little just nice evening away. Nice. Needing to get out with my wife. We haven't spent a lot of time together the last couple of weeks, so we'll be going somewhere on Saturday. But I just, it's funny, Ryan, I don't grill as much as I used to because I have started to find like a new recipe for making steaks in the house. Nice. That honestly is just better than when I grill steaks. It's tremendous. So it's like, I don't know how much grilling. So I'll probably do more chicken and pork chops and stuff like that. What thing I've wanted to do? I've wanted to make ribs, but I don't have like a smoker. So I've seen some good rib recipes for a grill, You just got to do it right. But I may do something like that this summer. But I need to buy a
I,
smoker.
I want a smoker too. The best steak I ever had was when I went down to Texas. They had smoked sirloin, man. And it's like at the steakhouse, Brian, it was like whatever temperature you like your steak, you gotta get here at like a certain time of the day because they just throw in the smoker and they just let it
Yeah.
go all day. So if you want your stuff rare, you gotta get there early. If you
Yeah.
want it medium, you gotta get there in the
Yep.
middle and so on and so forth, man. Like smoked sirloin, yes,
Yeah.
please. We also had a smoked turkey a couple years ago for
Okay.
Thanksgiving, and it was delicious, man.
My dad did a deep fried, those deep fry ones that you can do that
Yeah.
are like super dangerous because they'll just
Yes.
explode. He did one of those one years. That
Yes.
was phenomenal. I would never do it because
Yes.
it's just so, to me, it's just dangerous to me. For me, I just get paranoid about stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I
And
get
plus,
it.
I have a firefight, and my wife used to be a firefighter, and so like she's super like, oh no, you're not doing that. Like, you know how many? Do you know how many? Like, this is what I get from her. I don't get it as much as I used to because she's now like, like 13, 14 years removed from it. But she would give me one of these. Do you know how many times we had to answer calls? I'm like, okay, fine, babe. I give up. I don't want that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you win. But I think she's ruined me with that, because of all the time she's told me about how bad it how dangerous it is. So I think she's tainted it. But that was a really good turkey. A really
Yeah.
good turkey.
I'm not a turkey guy either, but that smoked turkey was
I
good. I
know.
enjoyed
That
that a
was the
lot.
only thing that
So
gave me pause about hiring you, Ryan, is I just remembered that turkey conversation we had the November before.
just had too many bad turkeys, man. Like it's so dry. It can get so
I think
dry.
that's
It's
the
just
issue is what we did, Ryan, that has helped is
yeah.
we started about 6 or 7 years ago. We found this recipe for a really awesome rub that when it cooks, it like makes the skin really hard, like
Yeah.
crunchy.
Yeah.
But the way it is, it keeps all the juices inside. And so it's like a super juicy. Like I used to when I make turkey, I would like just baste it like every hour. Just the only way I
Yes.
could keep it from not drying out because it is very easy to dry out turkey. But when we found that rub, man, we haven't had a dry turkey since.
Yeah.
I'll baste it once in the middle just because I like to get the juices in there. I like the flavor of that. But
You
yeah,
need to
so
try
it's
you need to
about how
try
you do it.
smoke though. You need to
Yeah.
try smoked
Oh,
turkey.
I'm sure it's really good.
It tasted more like ham than it did like turkey,
Oh,
man. It was
really? Yeah, see,
super
I'm not a
juicy.
huge
Yeah.
ham fan.
I'm not a huge ham
Yeah.
fan either, but that thing was good,
I
man.
have to
That thing was
try it.
really
I have to
good.
give that a try. All right, let's get back on track with some football stuff. But yes, hey, and by the way, to all of you out there who are dads, who have had that tremendous honor of being fathers, happy Father's Day to you. I actually called my dad yesterday and just thanked him for being an amazing father. I'm very blessed, Ryan. You and I are both had great dads. I know my dad was
Yep.
always my biggest fan. Always pushed me to the things he knew that I loved and wanted to be great at. Has always been supportive. I mean, my parents would drive, 10 hours to watch me coach. You know what I mean? Like, so I was very blessed to have a father. I do realize that a lot of my success comes from the fact that God did bless me with the parents that I have. I have an amazing dad, and for all of you dads out there, you all have such a tremendous impact on our present and future world by the way you raise your sons. So thank you all, and same with your daughters, obviously. And so I want to thank you all for that, for being parents, and hope you guys have a great day, and make sure that your kids and your missus spoil you on Father's Day. Like
That's
Ryan
it,
said, I'm not
man.
grilling
That's it.
nothing on Father's Day. It's
Not a
Father's
thing,
Day.
man. Not a thing. Nope. Nope. I
All
got some
right.
work to get done, but I'm
Yeah,
not grilling on
here we
Father's
go.
Day.
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
doubt.
Absolutely.
Garen Knutson says, any chance of us flipping anybody this cycle? Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Garen. I should start it out with that. I love to see us put the fear in other schools' eyes when we come calling. I mean, we keep talking about Caleb Beasley. I think that's the easiest flip candidate in this class right now. I mean, I think if Caleb Beasley did not commit to Tennessee when he did, right now I think that a lot of people would be like Notre Dame's the leader for Caleb Beasley. Like that's truly how I think that this process would have gone. I think that you're going to potentially get him on campus, obviously in an official visit setting, and if you do, then I think that Notre Dame has a good chance of flipping Caleb Beasley,
Yeah,
especially
I agree.
if you have success on the field, especially, and maybe Tennessee is a good team, but maybe not quite as good as last year, then I'd be surprised at that point if Caleb sticks with Tennessee. So
Yeah.
I think he's the easiest flip candidate this year.
Agree. The other flips, Ryan, are going to be determined on how they finish. I mean, look, if
Yes.
they go out and get Carter Nelson and Gearby Lambert and and let's say they get Malcolm Ziegler and Bronte Johnson and Kingston. I mean, you don't need to flip anybody other than Caleb Beasley. I mean, you're literally landed everyone you need to land. I mean,
right.
Like what else are you going to do? I mean, there's no flipping that needs to be done. You got everybody you wanted, you know. Oh, and Justin Scott, same with Justin Scott. You know, he's a kid that I could see a potential flip. I'll say this, like, look, we'll see how it all plays out. But if he commits to a Southern school this summer, then add him to my list of potential flips. But I truly believe the best thing that could have happened to Notre Dame was Georgia making a hard push for him and potentially keeping him from committing. Now, if he may commit this weekend or this next week after, because his Miami visits this weekend.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame will stay on him, and I still think in the end, they're going to get that one done. As long as they stay on him, I think they're going to get that one done.
Cam Williams will keep. Williams will keep recruiting him.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's got to be. It's got to be Coach Freeman. It's got to be Chad. Yeah. It's got to be Coach Washington. It's got to be Al Golden. It's got to start doing his job. You know, that's going to be the key. That's going to really be the key. I absolutely love this response right here. I got to find this comment from Patrick Fleming. This was phenomenal. I literally almost started laughing during the show, Ryan. While you were talking, and I had to hold it back because I didn't want you to think I was laughing at you in what you were saying. This is from Patrick Fleming. He says, "My wife doesn't like turkey. I asked her why. She said, because it tastes like turkey." Fair answer.
I think that's part of it too, Patrick, is like if you put a good chicken in front of me and a good turkey, like give me the chicken, man.
Like, don't like the taste. I'm a very picky eater, so I can sympathize with that. But I thought that was a great answer.
It's funny.
That's a great answer. Here's one. Nathan Milton asked, Ryan, what's your favorite, funniest IB show bloopers?
There's been a few.
I'm trying to remember. There was one we just absolutely lost it. What was it? Somebody said something. It was like, well, that's not what I meant. Oh, man.
Well, I remember one where you were running a couple minutes behind, so you told me to get the show started. I had everything set up perfectly, and then the show started, and I think it was I think it was the CFB Nation guy,
CFB All
Nation
America
guys, CFB All America. Excuse me. They went. I just combined IB Nation and CFB All America into one thing. So the CFB All America guys came in the room, set up their podcast. So as soon as I started, we had the CFB All America background. I'm like, wait, what is happening right now?
It's lost its mind.
I was like, I swear I just set this up properly. I just don't understand.
Yeah, there's been times where we say things you're like, yep, that's not what I meant. I remember Vince one time said something and it's like, man, I hope nobody takes that for what, because like what he said was like really not right. I've done that a couple times, like, that's not what I meant. This has been something like that. I can't remember them off the top of my head. I don't remember all my miss-ups, but I do remember we've had some really good laughs on the show. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that.
David just said me pronounce it Rook or Roro.
I don't know what was so funny about that. I think it was your facial expression when you said you're like Rook or Roro, like whatever, you know. I lost it.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It's even funnier because you sent me the pronunciation after that, and I was like, I actually did that.
You got it right. That was the funny thing is I found a video and I sent weren't you on vacation? It was when you were it was the beginning of your paternal leave, wasn't it?
I think so.
And I found a video of them saying his name, and it was exactly how Ryan said it in the show.
Pretend like you're in Scooby-Doo, man.
Sarcastically said in the show. So yeah. Oh my goodness gracious.
New Life 007 said, Brian, what's your favorite long gun?
Well, some people I know don't consider AR-15s as long guns, but if you do, I have to say the only one that I have right now that I've shot a lot is I have an M&P Sport 2, but I did this past week buy a new one. I got a SIG M400 tread that I took to the range. I went to the range like Tuesday, whatever the night that Blake Hebert announced he was going to be committing. That's the night. I think it was Tuesday. Yeah. So I dropped my wife off at the mall to get a massage, and then I went and I went to the range, which is like right across the street. I've been wanting to buy this rifle for like years, and I went to the range. I was able to shoot it, like try it out. It was like my groupings were like really precise, so I was like, and it felt good, and it looks good, and so I ended up buying that. So I think that's going to quickly become my new one, but I can't say that it is because I only shot it that once and I haven't shot my new one. I'm still waiting on all my accessories to show up before I can get it set up and go to the range. But that would be that would be my my new favorite one. But I haven't shot a lot of rifles, to be honest with you. I've up until the last year, I was always more of a pistol guy. So I have a lot more different types of pistols that I've shot and fired. But I'm starting to get more and more into shooting the rifles. Those are some fun. And I have an outdoor range that I can go to shoot those. I prefer shooting the rifles outside for a lot of reasons. So
Blake Ebert was a nice get by Clemson, by the way. It
yes, it was. And getting him and Gideon Davidson in the same week was.
Tell you what, man. They apparently found their type the last 2 cycles, but they got a couple kids with some hoses the last 2.
Yes.
I mean, you get Christopher Vizina, then him. I mean, both those kids can spin it, man. Spin
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They're kind of similar body types too, which is pretty interesting.
Well, look, you know what I think's going on at Clemson?
Yep.
I think what happened at Clemson, and Ryan, you and I have talked about this before. They went away from what worked. They just started recruiting highly ranked guys, not guys that fit what they were looking for. So, for example, I think Joseph Ngata is a really good football player. I think Bo Collins is a talented football player. I think they were horrible fits for the Clemson offense. And so they'd recruit these guys, but then, Ryan, they wouldn't change the offense to fit what those guys did. They kept trying to run the same freaking like against Notre Dame this year. Why are you throwing bubble screens and now screens to Bo Collins against Notre Dame? Like, why? Why are you doing that? It doesn't make any sense, you know.
An outside vertical stretch receiver, you're throwing bubble screens to. Yeah, you're right.
And so I just felt like they were recruiting. They went away from what worked for them. You know, yes, bring in some big-time players. Justin Ross was a big-time player. Trevor Lawrence was a big-time player. They got plenty of those big-time. Dexter Lawrence is a highly ranked guy. But they mixed those guys in with the under-the-radar recruits. They were really good at evaluating. And I think that as they lost some coaches, their evaluation took a backseat, and they started getting just recruiting highly ranked guys that didn't fit their system. I don't think DJ Uiagalelei, I thought that was a horrible pickup for Clemson. Not because I don't think he's a talented kid. I think he has some talent. It's what you and I have been saying, Ryan, for 2-3 years. He was a horrible fit for that offense, and that's partly why I'm really curious to see what he's going to do this year. My only concern is sometimes, we saw this with Dan Christ, when you get ruined by one school, the other school's not going to salvage you. It's just not going to happen, right? So I'm hoping DJ can be salvaged, because everything I've ever heard about that kid is he's a first-class young man. Like, just a really good young man. I know, Ryan, you've heard that in the draft circles as well. I've heard that in coaching circles. Like, he's a great kid. So he's one of those kids you root for. And I'm hoping he does well this year, because I like Jonathan Smith as a coach. And they won 7, 8, 9 games last year with really mediocre to below average quarterback play. They have good O-line. Like, somebody on Twitter the other day was like, I can't believe that this one outlet ranked the Oregon State offensive line is ahead of Notre Dame's. And I'm like, okay, I'd probably take Notre Dame's, but you're only saying that because it's Oregon State. Have you actually watched that offensive line play?
They have at least 3 guys with offensive line that'll be drafted in the first 4 rounds.
Yes.
Like, it's a good offensive line.
And their response was like, Notre Dame went out and ran with no quarterback play. I'm like, yeah, Oregon State.
I get. Yes. Yeah. They had some, what was it, Gustafson or something filled in for Chance Nolan, because Chance Nolan was so bad. Like, no, it's been bad. It's
a really good offense. He's done a really nice job there. And I think if they allow DJ to be a cog in the wheel, right, or spoke in the wheel, or whatever the expression is, that'll be better for him. But it's more of a throw down the field. It's a little bit more pro style in its approach.
Yep.
I think he'll do well. And that's a big part of recruiting, Ryan, is getting guys that fit. It's not just about getting talented players. You got to get talented players that fit what you do. Yep. And I think these last couple cycles, people are like, well, Clemson's not recruiting as well. And I'm like, I disagree. I think Clemson's recruiting better the last couple of years than they were when they were signing top 3 to 5 classes, because they had 0 teams make up their 2 title teams. 0 top 5, I believe it was 0, maybe 1, but I believe it was 0 top 5 classes that were part of their first championship, and I believe only 1 that was part of their second championship. Their highest ranked class was the one they signed the year after they won the title, and that's been part of their decline, because they got highly ranked recruits, but they didn't find the right fits. Ronan Hannafin's like exactly what Clemson used to go out and get a lot of. You know what I mean? And then finding these big-armed quarterbacks that can move, and that's the thing. DJ's not really a mover. He is a pocket quarterback. Chris Vizina can run around and make plays. Blake Hebert's a little bit more of a pocket guy, but he can move around a little bit as well. Gideon Davidson is a big pickup for them. So they've gone back to the faster, the shiftier, the make plays in space. Like, have you seen the Tyler Smith kid they got in this 2023 class, Ryan? I love that kid, the South Carolina kid, not ranked real high, but he's that Artavis Scott, catch the ball, shifty, make plays after. I don't know if Artavis Scott's I think Amani Rogers probably is a better comp for him than Artavis Scott, because I think this kid's got a little bit more juice than Artavis did in the slot. But that's what they're getting back to, Ryan. And so I actually think Clemson's doing a really good job. And then, of course, they're still going to get their highly ranked guys. But like their D-line class last year, they needed last year's D-line class, man. They've been kind of getting away from, the power edge guys that they had so much success with. You getting Vic Burley and Tamorian Parker and those kind of guys. I think Clemson's getting back to recruiting like they used to. And we'll have a question about this later as it relates to Notre Dame, Ryan. But I actually like what they've been doing. I really do.
Well, and I think the wide receivers, they just had no diversity for a while. I think that's a big thing. Last year, they got that Antonio Williams kid who ended up having a pretty good freshman year. It's like they hadn't had that guy in a couple years. It's like that's what they were missing.
And if Troy Staccato doesn't get healthy, he brings sort of that vertical juice that they were missing to the table. And hopefully they can get him back healthy too. I like how we went like immediately transitions from favorite guns to Clemson recruiting. That's what I love about the Friday.
You mentioned Blake Hebert, man. That was your fault.
No, it's perfect. I love it. That's what I love about the Friday mailbag, man. That was not an insult at all. That was an absolute compliment. It's one of the things I love about this show. Here's one, Ryan. This will be a good one.
And John A1, what is your favorite passing concept? Scheme, flood, levels, forvert, smash, other.
Well, so for me, I think those are sometimes two different things.
Yeah.
So to me, forverts can be a play or it can be a concept. Smash is a scheme, not a concept. The concept is levels. Smash is a levels play. Yep. It's not so to me, I'm a big fan of vertical stretch concepts in today's game, Ryan. Yep. And not that there's anything wrong with horizontal stretch concepts, but ironically, forverts is a horizontal stretch, not a vertical stretch. Vertical stretch is basically you're stacking routes on top of each other. It's high-low concepts. I'm a huge fan of high-low concepts. Now, you can get to them a lot of different ways. You can do them like flood concepts, Ryan, where they're like on the same side of the field, or you can do things like I'm a big fan of like sail concepts and things like that, where you're using kind of the backside to like clear things out, and then you bring that over concept, and then you've got something to that's technically, to me, I treat that as a high-low concept. It's just not the same. So when I was a pass game coordinator, we would have our concepts like our call. We'd have smash, curl flat, double posts, inside out or outside, go out concept, outside go route with an inside out concept. We have our option cuts, and then backside, we'd always tag with some sort of high-low. Our base call. So if we just called, like Dolphins, right? Our base backside, we'd have the call to the right. That was when I was at Duquesne. I kind of liked having names with like, Roger Lucky, R and L type of names, things like that, which we could do back then because everything was, you'd send a guy in with the play. We would have to change it if we were like in today's game when you're signaling everything in. But anyway, so if you call the concept to the right, and we don't tag it with anything, the backside automatically, number one, runs a backside post, and number two runs a crosser route. That's the automatic. This is what you run. We don't call it. We don't tag you anything. This is what you do backside. So if we wanted to do double smash, we'd call mirror, something like that, or then we'd have different ways to tag it. So I liked, you could do a cross and then a deep in. You could do an in cut with a cross coming underneath. So we had all types of backside high-low concepts that we would do, that I really like tagging to different things. Nowadays, the way that teams do defenses is you can almost have two concepts running at once, and then you decide where you're going to go with the ball based on the pre-snap look. Flood is a concept I'm a big fan of, but with anything, there's going to be weeks where this just isn't a good week for this. Yeah, there's going to be some weeks if you're playing teams that are playing a lot of cover 3 with a really active buzz outside, Ryan, then smash isn't a great concept. Because if you got Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa playing rover or playing to that side, and you've got a good corner, the corner is going to eat up the corner route. The corner back is going to eat up the corner route, and Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa is going to get up underneath that smash concept before I get the ball off. So it's not a great week. If I'm playing a team that's playing cover 2, I can get that concept off because the corner ends up becoming most likely sort of my take the top off route, and now I'm reading basically smash to option or smash to the sail, something like that, right? But if I'm playing cover 2, then I'm running smash all day on you. I mean, I'm gonna attack you with that all game long, and then have some variations off of it. One of my favorites was if we hit you with a couple smash concepts, even if we didn't. Well, I'd say this: if we had a couple smash concepts open, even if our quarterback didn't throw it, I guarantee we're going to come back with a smash post. I promise you, we're going to come back with that, because once that guy starts biting on that, we're taking that sucker backside, and then we would tag something backside, or we'd smash. So we'd fake the corner and bring it to the post, and then we'd do something backside to try to occupy that backside safety to make sure he couldn't then come over and influence it. But like, man, we loved running that concept. And you can have, that's why a lot of teams will have that nod at the top of concepts like that, because so many teams will play 2 to the boundary now and kind of play 4 to the field. And it's a lot easier to influence that field safety now, to be able to hit that backside nod post a lot easier now than you could have back when I coached. Because if you're playing cover 2, you're just playing cover 2. I mean, that's just kind of, because they were 1AA D3, didn't have the intricacy of concepts like they have the Division I level, where now it's like you can't just assume you're going to get a pure cover 2. And if you do, that team's probably doing it because they got dudes. You know what I mean? So they can get away with that. Like the pattern match stuff has made some of that stuff harder to do.
Yep.
If you can run that really effectively. But I like stuff like that. And I'm a big fan too, Ryan. I wish Notre Dame would do more post-snap switches with their concepts too. I think that's something that that's one of the best things that Josh Heupel does. Everybody talks about they have success because of how wide they are. I don't think that's really it, because a lot of teams are wide and don't have the success he has. They switch constantly post-snap, which anytime you can get secondary guys to start having to communicate and you've got the speed that they have, the slightest, is that my guy? You're done. You're done. And I wish Notre Dame would do more stuff like that. I like this. I'm not saying the spacing doesn't have an impact. I think it does. I just don't think that's the reason Tennessee did it was so good. And the other thing that they do a good job of, Ryan, and you may know the way that the way that they say it now, they tier their vertical stuff. So like you have an immediate guy that's like kind of going deep, and then you have some other guy that's kind of like in trail mode on that same path.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think they do some really good stuff with that as well.
So it almost becomes a levels concept.
Yeah, but I don't want to say levels because it's not what we traditionally, it's literally like I'm trailing you. I'm getting in your exhaust, and then you take everybody with you. And then I'm just kind of coming out here and just, I really like that. Quick game wise, there's some really good, like kind of triangle concepts that I kind of like. But those are just some different things that I'm a big fan of. And I think we'll see some more of that stuff this year at Notre Dame.
I always love now when people are like, are they a zone or they're a man team? I'm like, well, if you're a pattern match team, you're technically a zone team, but you're playing mostly man when you really sit down and think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, John, to the question though, it's like, what does the team run defensively, right? Like, are they a more zone heavy team? Or are they a more man heavy team? Like, if it's a man heavy team, like, give me some mesh all day, man. Like, I was a linebacker, right, John? So like, there's nothing worse than running against crossers and trying to have to communicate and trying to redirect and not run into another linebacker. It's like a level defender on mesh. Like, and you can do so many things out of mesh too. It's not even just like you're trying to get the crossing routes open. It's like you can run mesh sit, you can run mesh sail. Like you can do anything out of mesh, which is just absolutely incredible. So mesh against man, absolutely. Zone, I'm a big levels guy. Levels guy. I love levels and I love RPO as well, John, because for me, I think about what would mess with me the most, right? It's like making a defender wrong because you have to play in between. That's the thing that makes levels so tough, is that you are trying to play in between routes, but then they're playing off of you. It's like, okay, I came up too far on the short route. I'm going to throw to the intermediate route. If I stay back on the intermediate, I'm going to take the flat or the shorter route all day. Like it's just, I try to think of things that would make me insane. And insane is I don't want to play against mesh as a linebacker in man coverage. And I do not want to see levels or RPO. Like that stuff drives you insane because you're literally playing off of what I did wrong. What did I do wrong? And you make it look stupid. So that's a couple of stuff that I really like.
The other thing too, Ryan, is some of the stuff like you talk about mesh. I'm not running a million mesh concepts if I got Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin as my two outside receivers, right? Like, so your personnel has to fit into that as well. And that was something that's what we're talking about with Clemson. They're trying to run concepts that are built for fast guys vertically or shifty guys inside, and they didn't have those type of guys. So you have to also be willing to adapt to the specifics of your personnel.
Yes.
Like Notre Dame can't do a lot of this stuff that Tennessee did because Tennessee was able to get away with that stuff because Jalen Hyatt can just move.
Burn. Yeah,
right. You ask Jaden Thomas to do that, and you're a bad coach. There are things Jaden Thomas can do that you're not going to ask Jaden Hyatt to do because Jaden Thomas is bigger and stronger and a better route runner and all those type of things, right? Because Jalen Hyatt's not much of a route runner. He's just fast. So that factors into it as well. You have to factor into what specifically is my personnel as well.
Yeah. And good coaches adapt, obviously. I remember early, Brian, you remember how much under Urban Meyer, how much Ohio State ran mesh? Like it was just an insane amount of mesh. Ryan Day doesn't run much mesh anymore because he's adopted different, like he doesn't have the Paris Campbells of the world anymore. He has the Curtis Samuels of the world. He has the Marvin Harrison Juniors. I mean, Emeka Buka could run some mesh stuff and be the after catch guy if they wanted him to, but like they're much more, I'm going to ISO routes instead of trying to, get the rub routes and get the things over the middle as far as crossers. Like good coaches adapt, and that's just always how it is. And some guys are not good at adapting. The one thing I always talk about Gary Patterson in a positive light, obviously, Brian, because I thought he was a genius from like the 4.25 stuff. Yeah. But the one thing I'll say is that Gary Patterson, after everyone started figuring out the 4.25 a little bit, I don't think he really adapted well to that. I don't think he really did. So he was a revolutionary coach because he basically perfected his scheme. But when everyone started running it, teams started getting more of a beat on it, and I don't think he adjusted incredibly well to that regard. So great coaches adjust, man. No doubt about that.
I think Rich Rod had a similar problem on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
I think Rich Rodriguez was a revolutionary coach going all the way back to the Glenville State days, but he never adapted. Everybody else started doing and Chip Kelly went through a little bit of that. I think that's something that hurt Chip Kelly early on, but now you look at Chip Kelly now, the stuff he's doing at UCLA is not very much like what he was doing at Oregon.
At all, yeah.
And now he's a genius again, right? I mean, his stuff is, just Ryan, you watch the film like, man, this guy's just so freaking smart.
He does this looks nothing like what he did at Oregon
anymore, other than formationally. There's some formational stuff that'll look the same, but spread's a spread, right? Like shotgun. Yep. But schematically, they're way different now than they were at Oregon.
Crazy different.
That's what good coaches do. It really is. That's what good coaches do. All right. That's good stuff today, y'all. And we're just piling up the questions here. Let's keep going here.
Next question is from John A1, back to back. Which schools would you say are in the conversation for having a top 10 coaching staff?
Good question. I mean, very good question. It's hard for me to argue with the staff that Michigan has put together the last couple of years. And some of those hires I didn't like at the time. I'm like, you're promoting Sharon Moore to defend the offensive line coach? Like, really? I don't think the dude had ever coached offensive line before. He's like a tight ends coach. He's done a phenomenal job.
He has.
Jesse Minters turned out to be a really good. Now he inherited a pretty good situation, but he did some good stuff last year that I liked. That I'll say this, and I don't think Michigan fans are going to love this, Ryan. They're going to probably disagree with me on it. I don't think Michigan was as talented last year as people think that they were defensively.
Okay, yeah.
Defensively. Like, you go back and look at their roster last year and compare it to that 2016 defense that was phenomenal. It's not even close, especially on the D line.
Gary and Chase.
That was the Taco Charlton and Chris Wormley and all those dudes on that 2016 defense. You had Jabril Peppers on that team, Ryan, in the secondary. I'm gonna read you some of the guys on that defense. You had Ben Gideon was a really good player. Mike McCray, Jabril Thomas, Ryan Glasgow, Taco Charlton, Chase Winovich. Yes. Chris Wormley, Maurice Hurst. Jordan Lewis. Rashawn Gary was a freshman on that team. I mean, that team was loaded. Devin Bush was a freshman on that team. That team was loaded, Ryan.
Yeah.
Last year's team was not like that. They did some really good. Now, they played a pretty weak schedule. But even against Penn State and Ohio State, the two best teams they played, their defense did pretty well those games. And against Ohio State, they struggled a little bit earlier, but then made some really nice late second quarter halftime adjustments and just shut Ohio State down in the second half. I think Jesse Minter did a really nice job last year. He's put together a quality staff at Michigan, Ryan. It's hard for me not to have them in the top 10 coaching staffs, in my opinion. It really is hard for me to do that.
And under the radar one that I would 100% be in the top 10, in my opinion, is Utah. I think
Yes.
Kyle Whittingham, Morgan Scalley, and Andy Ludwig is
Their
absolutely
O-line coach is
fantastic.
outstanding, in my opinion. I think Mike Norvell is starting to put together a really quality staff at Florida State. I think he's done a really nice job there. I think Dave Clawson has a really good, for that level, really good staff. I think Nick Tabaka is still their offensive line coach. I got a chance to meet him. He's used to coach at Defiance, really good dude. Warner Gerio is like that. What he does is like perfect for who they are.
Yes.
I think Mike Elko's in the process of building up a nice staff, but he's made some hires that I like. Let's see, the Big 12. I think I'll tell you what, he's got to prove himself as a head coach, but he's made some really quality hires. Is Steve Sarkisian at Texas?
Yeah.
He's made some. Kyle Flood's one of the best O-line coaches. I'm a big fan of Pete Kwiatkowski. I think he's going to get that defense turned around if they're willing to stick with it. I love the defenses he built at Washington. They started to decline on defense when he handed the keys over to Jimmy Lake and then kind of went from there. So he's a guy that I think has put together a really good staff. James Franklin's staff has improved the last couple of years. I like Yursich as the O-line coach is starting to come around. He's still a bit of a question mark for me, but that's coming around.
I think LSU is a quality staff for the most part. But
if you only look at defensive staffs, Iowa's got one of the best coaching staffs in football. The problem is their offensive staff is just not very good, especially the head coach's son. He's just not very good.
Phil Parker by himself makes a great defensive staff. So
I like. You know who else staff I think is very underrated is BYU has a really nice staff. They've put together a really quality coaching staff, Ryan. Much like you talk about Utah, it's not as good as that, but like under a sneaky, really good coaching staff. I like what
they love the Rose C, the A-Rod guy.
He's the guy. Remember that was on
Roderick.
sort of. Here's the list of guys I would look at if I was Notre Dame. He was on my list of guys that I would look at. I like some of the stuff he does. I think that. I'm drawing a complete blank on his name. The coach at Washington.
Oh, DeBoer.
Oh my gosh, Kalen DeBoer. Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's starting to put together a really nice staff, including some guys that I didn't know. I didn't know a lot about Ryan Grubb before in the last couple of years, but I was a big Jamarcus Shepard fan. I thought he's a very good coach. So yeah, there's some good staffs. SEC. I think Brian Kelly's staff he's put together a quality staff. I'd take his staff over Alabama's staff right now, to be honest with you.
Like Mike Denbrock, Matt House did a good job for most part. See how he improves.
Yep. Their D-line, their O-line coaches did a solid job last year. Room for improvement.
Sure.
So there's some quality staffs. I'm sure. Here's a guy that's put together a really nice staff is Mark Stoops. I'll say this about Kentucky.
Especially getting Liam Cohen back.
They're coached well.
Yeah.
They're coached very well. That's a good, well-coached football team. They just don't have the players that other people do. They just in Georgia. I mean, look, Georgia's got to be in there. Kirby's done a great job putting staff together. I mean, we're saying them last because I think, to me, that was kind of a no-brainer. Like, here's a misconception that people had about Alabama when they were rolling and about Georgia now. They're not just winning because they have way better players than everybody else. They're a very well-coached football team. Now, my question is going to be, will that continue post, like, or not post, but like now that you've got Mike Bobo as your OC? That's a legitimate question for me. I was never a big Mike Bobo fan as a coach. And what Todd Monken did for them was outstanding, because before Monken came along, they were just this dull offense that had great defenses, and that's why they couldn't win it all.
Yeah.
And so now you're in a situation where they had a really legit offensive coach, and at least from a scheme standpoint, I'd heard he wasn't overly well liked, but at least scheme wise is pretty good. We'll see if Mike Bobo can do that. We'll find that out.
I've heard Monken's a little bit of a strange cat, but obviously he's a very good offensive guy. So.
And that's all they need. They just needed a guy to point those guys in the right direction. That's really all that
Or
they
what he
need.
did with quarterbacks over the last couple of years is
Oh
pretty
my
insane,
gosh,
man.
yes.
Pretty insane.
When you win 2 titles with Stetson Bennett, you're a heck of a coach.
Yes.
You're a heck of a
That's
coach.
embedded a 4th-round pick, man. It's wild.
So is Ian Book. I'll just leave it right
Well,
there.
I would even say Ian Book's more talented than Stetson Bennett personally.
Physically
But,
talented, sure, at least. But
yeah,
if Ian Book had Stetson Bennett's guts as attacking the defense, when I
Sure.
say guts, Ian Book is one of the toughest quarterbacks Notre Dame ever had physically. Mentally is where my question was, because he was so unwilling to go after people. If he was as aggressive as maybe this is better, because guts to me comes across as an insult on Ian, like he's not tough, and I don't mean that at all. If he was as aggressive as Stetson Bennett, it's probably a better way of saying it. Doesn't sound as insulting.
Yeah.
Then I think he would have been a very good college quarterback, and that's what was so frustrating about Ian, because his physical tools were a lot better than people gave him credit for. Oh, he didn't have a very good arm. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He doesn't have a bazooka. He doesn't have Trevor Lawrence arms, but Ian Book can throw the ball down the field when he
For a
wanted
6
to.
foot guy, it's a really good arm, honestly.
He could spin it.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't do it. And
Yeah.
that's what was so frustrating about it. Oh,
We had a next question from Colton Simpson, who says, is defensive recruiting, you're fine. Is defensive recruiting usually boom or bust at this point in recruiting cycle? I feel like Notre Dame usually has at least one of their big time recruits committed. Justin Scott, Kingston Villamawasa, and Bronte Johnson still undecided.
Ryan, I was having this conversation last night, and I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying to a buddy last night was they have to finish strong, or this defensive class is going to be considered a disappointment, because they would have had some big misses.
Yep.
But I don't think this is a bad if they just finish with what they have right now and add Bronte, they will have some misses from a number standpoint at safety, linebacker, defensive tackle. However, I do think there's a lot of talent in this defensive class that people aren't giving it enough credit for. I think Cole Mullins and Logan Thomas are very talented players with higher floors than Bryce Young, but Bryce Young is one of those boomer bust kids that could maybe never do anything or become his dad. I mean, that's literally the potential that he has. I don't know if Teddy Rizak's ever going to play at Notre Dame, but that kid can freaking run. He's got upside. Bodie Cahoon has upside. Leonard Moore is one of the most underrated players in the country at cornerback, in my opinion. Like, there are some, in my opinion, dudes or guys that have potential. Bodie Cahoon is not a dude right now because he's still learning how to play football. He has the physical tools to be a dude, in my opinion, Ryan, down the road. Leonard Moore, to me, is a really talented football player. You add Bronte Johnson to this conversation, and who we feel good about it. There are some legitimate gap closers in this class, either now or upside-wise. The problem is there's too many holes. That's the issue. And that's what the close is going to be determined by. But so I would not call it this class, even if they strike out, a bust. I'd say it's disappointing because you had holes. I would say that the coaches that had those holes, it needs to be addressed. But I also think we're kind of overlooking that there's some really good football players in this class on the defensive side of the ball. It's not good enough to close the gap and be championship level because of the misses if you don't close well. But there's some really, really good football players in this class for Notre Dame. They complement, to me, last couple classes very well.
Well, I think that the big problem with 2024 is that there's just been so many missteps, right? Like, there's just been a lot defensively, especially. And people know that, right? Like, they know the missteps at linebacker recruiting. They know the missteps at defensive line recruiting. They know the missteps
the
at
process has been flawed.
Yes. Doesn't mean that the end result is not going to be very good. It still has the potential to be very good. But we know that there were some recruits that probably got away because you didn't do the right thing at the right time. There were some players that you should have pushed for earlier in this process. If they would have had slightly more foresight and they would have gotten on Malcolm Ziegler, for instance, maybe a month or two earlier, maybe you're in a completely different spot right now. If you got in on Justin Scott a month or two earlier, maybe he's committed to Notre Dame at this present moment. It's like, there's just some things that I just think were very bad missteps in this class. That does not mean that it's going to end up bad, because, again, I just said it. As disappointing as safety recruiting's been, again, if you have a dynamite visit with Malcolm Ziegler, and let's say that ends up being Malcolm Ziegler, Bronte Johnson, Kennedy Urlacher, one other player, then maybe Davis Andrews, who's going to go on his mission, You're like, dude, that's a dang good safety group, man. That's way better than last year. Like, that's a really good group. But we know that DeMello Jones, whose uncle played at Notre Dame, who was interested in visit, they never were able to convince him to come up to campus. They were never able to get Jalen McLean to come up to campus before he was already committed to Ohio State. And all we heard was all we heard was Jalen McLean's going to Oregon because he wants a payout, but then he goes to Ohio State, and you're like, that wasn't obviously the.
And I had heard Penn State was in an even better position than Oregon at the end.
Yeah.
There's the process was flawed,
very flawed.
But I think the problem is when we as fans, Marcus Freeman needs to be 100% focused on the process.
Yes.
And then how to get even better results. But what we need to not do as fans is then start putting the process issues onto the class, meaning like, hey, there's some really good players in this class, really good players, but they got to take it to the next level. And that's where I'm coming from, because Logan Thomas and Cole Mullins and Bryce Young are going to be one of the most talented defensive end classes in the country. No question, in my opinion. A little bit more projectable with two of those three kids. I think Cole Mullins is just a dude. I do. Your linebacker class, if you get Kingston Viliama-Asa, you got a great linebacker class for this year, because it's not a very good linebacker class nationally.
I agree.
You give me two high upside kids and then arguably the highest. I mean, I would argue Kingston is in the conversation for the highest floor of any linebacker in the class.
Oh,
you don't miss him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't miss on him, and you're good. If you get Justin Scott, this is one of the best defensive line classes Notre Dame has signed in a very long time. If you don't get him, it's disappointing. And that's how close they are right now, Ryan. If you get Malcolm Ziegler and Bronte Johnson, you have one of your best safety classes in a long time.
Yep.
But if you miss them, that's where we're at with the defense right now, is you're really 3 players away from having one of your best defensive classes in a very long time. So I can't say a class that's 3 dudes away is bust, but it also doesn't close the gap the way you need it to if you do miss on all 3 of those guys. To me, you got to hit on 2 of those 3, Bronte, Justin, and Kingston.
Yep.
And if I had to rank them, it's 1A, 1B is Justin and Bronte. Just from Justin's the highest ranked guy right now, but you could argue that safety is the even bigger need. That's where I'm coming from on that, Ryan. Yep. And then Kingston's 3rd, simply because of how well you've recruited the position in the past, in my opinion. But you don't want to miss on any of them. And if you can hit on, or here's another thought, even if you miss on Kingston, then get Keyshawn Flowers.
Well, I was going to say, I think the difference between those 3 players is that I don't call it a backup option, but the other options on
the guys
board,
you turn to if you miss on Kingston, right?
Like I personally, it's just me, and people can believe what they want to believe. But if you miss on Bronte Johnson, let's say, the board is bare, man.
There's nothing.
If you miss on Justin Scott, the board is bare for another interior defensive lineman. If you miss on Kingston, while it is a big loss, if you end up with Bradley Shaw in the class, man, that's pretty good, man. Like, I like Bradley Shaw. Like, it's still good, Bradley
Shaw is a very good linebacker at the high school level. Very good. His film is as good as anybody on the board. The problem is you've the physical projection, right? The size. He's like 6 foot, 6'1", 205 pounds. I mean, that's the problem. Yeah. But that's a whole lot better than just getting some kid that can't play. If you get Keyshawn Flowers, all right, this is one of the most boomer bust linebacker classes I've ever seen, but it's also one of the most athletic and long linebacker classes I've ever seen at Notre Dame.
Yep.
Right? We're talking about ever seen, meaning at Notre Dame. That's where you really got to come down to, man. And so that's why I say, like, if I think that's a great point, Ryan, that if they miss on Kingston and get a Bradley Shaw or Keyshawn Flowers,
you're still okay.
Yeah. You've got problems you got to address a linebacker. You do. But you know what? Like, you're adding some dudes who can play. You've got the really high floor guy with the lower ceiling in Bradley Shaw, and then you got the 2 really athletic, high upside guys over there that you're pairing with 2 years in a row where you had pretty darn good linebacker recruiting. But you still gotta be able to look at the process, right? To your point, and say, yeah, we ended up okay because we're Notre Dame,
right?
But we got to be better than this,
Yep.
and the process got us here, not circumstance. The process got us here. Like, I would argue on the other side of the ball, if they missed on Gearby Lambert, that's a big miss. Yes. But I'm just not really willing to bang on Joe Rudolph as much yet, because I know how it's a different animal when you're recruiting offensive linemen.
Yep.
It's a different animal, and it's a bad year on the offensive line. Like I was talking with somebody last night. Last year, if you missed on, like Notre Dame could miss on, on Monroe Freeling and Samson Okunlola and the Caden Proctor and the kid that went to Miami and still get Charles Jagasol, right, as a big-time tackle. My point this year is if you miss on Gearby, who do you turn to?
Right.
Not that there's, that all these guys, but there's just nobody out there. And like Brandon Baker, who's considered the top tackle in his class by some, he's not a top 5 tackle in last year's class, Ryan.
He's a good player. Yeah,
he's a good player, but he's not Caden Proctor and Samson Okunlola and Monroe Freeling and Charles Jagasol and those kind of guys.
Yep.
Rivals has Ian Moore ranked as the number 2 tackle in the class. He wouldn't be the number 2 tackle in Notre Dame's 2023 class for me. You know what I mean? Because A, he's not a tackle.
Yep.
I like Sullivan Absher more as a tackle than I like Ian Moore for down there because at least Sullivan has the athleticism. He's got to learn the position. Ian's
and
a guard.
Size, and he's got
right.
at least length and size.
Ian's a guard.
Yes.
Like I'd put Sam Pendleton at right tackle before I put Ian Moore because Sam has really good footwork.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's got some length to him. So it's just not a great year. That's a circumstance hurt you. You can't use that excuse at some of these other positions because yes, the circumstance, it's a bad linebacker class is true, but you drop the ball. It's not a great safety class, but you drop the ball, and that's what they're going to have to address, in my opinion, moving forward.
We had a super chat from Gregory Perez. Gregory, thank you so much. Do you believe the ease of the 2024 schedule allows for more flexibility at the quarterback position? If not, why?
No. Ease of the 24 schedule. I don't think the Notre Dame 2024 schedule is all that easy. Let me pull it up. I know they start with A&M, right? That year at Texas A&M.
I was looking it up too.
Right. So. Northern Illinois at home, at Purdue, home against Miami, home against Louisville, home against Stanford, at Georgia Tech, home against Navy, home against Florida State, home against Miami, home against Virginia, at USC. That's I'll say this, it's not as top heavy as this year's as far as we know, but don't be shocked if like Florida State, Miami are pretty darn good football teams. Don't be shocked if Texas A&M is a little bit better either. I'm going to say this right now, folks. If Jimbo Fisher lets Bobby Petrino run that offense, he's going to have Connor Wegman the next 2 years. That's going to be a dangerous offense coming into Notre Dame Stadium next, or that Notre Dame's going to be going to their place to kick off the 24 season. I think that being the first game right there, Ryan, takes away any conversation about ease of the 2024 schedule. I mean, 2 of your first 3 games are at A&M and at Purdue. So I don't know that I would call that an easy schedule, in my opinion. I really don't. It's going to be tough. I think what it might allow more flexibility at the position, Gregory, to your point, to your question, Ryan, I think it'll require more of something like the ease, the flexibility will come from, okay, you're going to have pretty much your entire skill group coming back on the perimeter. Your defense might have a chance, depending on who comes back on defense next year. Let's say Riley Mills and Jordan Patel have big years, but they come back, and you bring a lot of guys back. It's going to be more your roster related is going to help ease that and allow for more flexibility than anything about the schedule. That's my opinion, right?
Well, and so when you say flexibility at the quarterback position, Brian, is that saying acquisition of quarterbacks, or is that from
I think so.
recruiting?
I think it's more flexibility about it. So maybe playing just going with the younger guy and having just, hey, we're going to just go with the younger guy instead of bringing in a portal guy.
Gotcha.
Where if the schedule is super tough, the perception wise, it's like, dude, you're almost going to have to bring in a portal guy.
You have to bring in
you know what I mean? So I think that's kind of how I took it. And Gregory, if we're taking it incorrectly, please let us know. We want to make sure that we're addressing it correctly. We'll get to that obviously, but that's my read on it, Ryan.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think that we have to get past the schedule stuff for a second, because whether you're a recruit or you're a transfer portal player, because this is just from my experience of talking to recruits, is that like one of the big pluses to Notre Dame is that they do play a national schedule and they play really good teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you ask like Carson Hobbs, for instance, of like, what are you most excited about? He's like, that we get to play USC and Clemson and all these games. Like, that's part of the sell to be a part of the Notre Dame program. So I think that that is actually if it is perceived that it is a lesser schedule, I think that is a negative, honestly. I mean, Brian, remember the 2021 season, right? Where it was just like, that was the most hollow 11-1 of all time. Like, did anybody enjoy that? Like, I didn't enjoy that, because you knew that team was a flawed team. I personally would rather it be 2023 version always, where you're just playing good teams every year.
Yeah, the 2021 schedule was just so boring. There was a 3-year stretch, Ryan, where outside of Georgia and Cincinnati, it was just in Clemson, and even the Clemson game was kind of watered down. It was one of the worst 3-year stretches of regular season football. Now, in fairness, I think the 2020 schedule was originally going to be really good. Yeah. You had Arkansas on it. You had Wisconsin on it. You're going to play in Lambeau that year. And then COVID hit, and it turns into the dumpster fire that it was. And then the Clemson game got ruined because A, you couldn't have fans there, and then B, you had all the injuries. And then 2019, you have Georgia and Michigan, and after that, it was just a terrible schedule. I mean, just a really boring, lame schedule. The only ranked team Notre Dame beat in 2019 was Navy.
Wow.
That's it. They beat 2 ranked teams in 2020, North Carolina and Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2021, they beat 0 teams that finished the year ranked. So in a 3-year stretch, you beat 3 teams that finished in the season in the top 25. That's now that is a schedule that gives you some flexibility.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because you can just go out talent people. I don't know if 2020. I'll say this: if you almost kind of look at it kind of like the 2018 season that Notre Dame looked at 2018. It was like, we just need Brandon to get us through the Michigan game, and then we can make our transition in. I wholeheartedly believe that's what they were doing. You could say that, like, hey, we just need a guy, whoever it's going to be, to get us out of the Texas A&M game. And then you've got Central Northern Illinois. Purdue will could maybe be a tough game, but you're going to have way better players than they have. Then you got Miami of Ohio. Then you got Louisville. Then you got a bye week. Then you got Stanford. You might fit Miami in that bye week, perhaps. I'm hoping that they fit Miami in late November. That's what I'm hoping, because there's 3 buys in there that they're going to have to fit Miami, because Miami's the only game on there that's TBD right now. They could fit it in between the Louisville and Stanford game the first weekend of October, but then that would mean Notre Dame is going 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight weeks with no bye.
Yeah.
So my guess is going to be that they're going to try to fit that in later in the year, and then have a bye between Louisville and Stanford. Then you're at Georgia Tech. Then you're at Navy and New Jersey. It's not really till November, when you potentially play Miami, Florida State, USC, that the schedule really ramps up. So there's some quality teams on there, but they're all teams you should beat if you can just get past Texas A&M.
They're playing Navy, Jersey that year.
They always play Navy in road games on a neutral field, and it's going to be at, I believe, MetLife that year. Yeah,
nice. All right.
Yeah. So you and I'll be sitting side by side at that game. Oh, no doubt. Maybe
MetLife's an easy drive, man.
I might have you sitting next to somebody else. We'll have to see how that goes. But now you look at it, Gregory, it's not going to be a super easy schedule. But now that I look at it, I see where he's coming from, Ryan. I do. I mean, yeah. My first thought is, you don't take anybody for granted. I think it really comes down to how quickly can Jeff Brom get Louisville going. That's really going to be.
Well, and Gregory did follow up in the chat and just said that he was asking for if you had more ease to play CJ Carr early on, if he was the best quarterback.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm coming from. And the end of the final response is, if you can just get through Texas A&M, then whether it's Minchie or Carr, if you think one of those younger guys is that guy, then hey, just you can make that transition, and you'll have some games to kind of ease them into it. So that makes a lot of sense. And now that we've gone round and round about this, Ryan, I'm starting to kind of come around to the premise of what he's saying.
Yeah.
You get through that opener, there's a lot of games in there that you can go out talent teams where you're not putting it all on your young quarterback's shoulders, to where then he's ready to go by November when the schedule ramps up again. I could see that.
Yep.
He also followed up with this. He said, I also want to say what I love about your shows over others is that y'all allow your fans to guide the discussion. Thank you for the outstanding content. Go Irish. Gregory, thank you very much. Look, here's the deal, man. We thank you for your super chat. Ryan, you and I, if y'all aren't here, it's just two dudes talking ball and making no money off of it, and neither one of our wives would allow us to do that. And I say that kind of jokingly, but I mean in seriousness, it's about the fans. Now we want to build a certain culture and all that kind of stuff, but we can't build that if you guys aren't on board with it. You know what I mean? And these shows would stink if you guys were asking silly questions or just okay, we've answered all these questions a million times. It amazes me. We'll do hour-long mailbags like 3-4 days a week, and then we still have 100 questions that are not repeats that are very good questions when we get to the mailbag on Friday. It's nuts. Yes. It's like we're going through all these questions, and they keep the ones we have started. It keeps growing because you're asking them a lot faster than we can answer them, which is partly a me problem. But I appreciate that, man, and it I'll be honest, I look forward to Fridays for two reasons. One, because I don't have to do any show prep. And it's nice to have a day where I have to do that. And then two, because I always know there's going to be something interesting to talk about today.
Yep.
And you guys do a great job with that.
It's always great questions when Tommy Guns isn't in here, too.
Yes.
Kind of dilutes us a little bit. Just kidding.
That hurts. That hurts. That very, very much hurts.
He's not listening, or else he'd be in the chat, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if a tree falls in the woods, is there any sound? I mean, honestly.
All righty, here we go. Let's get to some more. We have another super chat here.
Sam Anderson, thank you so much. So Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr. Last time we had two quarterbacks in the top 5 in the Elite 11.
I'd have to go back and look.
Did Malik do well in the Elite 11? I'm like trying to think.
I think Malik was in it, right? So he was in the 13 class.
Did he finish top 5? That was the question, I guess, right?
No, 13 finalists. Let me see here. Yeah, Deshaun was in it in the 13. Okay, that was so Malik would have been the 12 was he? I keep thinking recruiting class. So gotcha. Malik was in it in 2012. Because you had a stretch of several years, because I believe Gunnar Kiel was also in it.
Yeah, he had to be.
And I wouldn't be shocked
if he did well.
If Ev was in it too. Yeah, Ev was in it in 2010.
Okay.
So where I don't think Andrew Hendricks was in it though. And now keep in mind, back then, it wasn't 20 dudes. It was like 11, 12 guys. So 2010, they didn't have a guy. Man, some of the names on this are hilarious. What a bad quarterback class that was. Here's the 2009 Elite 11 guys. Blake Bell.
Oof.
Joe Boister. Signed with Michigan State. Huh? Robert Bolden. Tyler Bray. He ended up being okay.
Yeah,
Barry Brunetti. Devin Gardner. Jake Heaps was the MVP.
Ooh. Oh, I saw his name on someone posted the Elite 11 winners every single year, and I remember I saw Jake Heaps won it that year.
Austin Hinder.
Oh,
Nick
Cal,
Montana.
Right?
Jesse Scroggins.
Ooh.
Philip Sims.
Ooh.
And Chandler Whitmer.
It's not a great year.
So Everett was in it in 2010, and the MVP that year was Jeff Driscoll. Was the winner that year.
Okay.
Gunnar Kiel was in it in 2011. And 2012, Malik was in it. 2013, Deshaun Kaiser was in it. And then I believe Brandon Wimbush was in it the next year. Yeah, Brandon was in it the next year. So Notre Dame went through a stretch of 5 years where they had a guy at the Elite 11.
But did any of those guys finish top 5 in the finals?
I don't know if they finished top 5. Yeah. So I don't know what the rankings were back then, but they had some guys that were pretty good.
You know what's funny, Brian? I saw the Elite 11 winners. The year Jameis Winston won, there was a co-MVP, and I had never heard of this guy, which was just absolutely hilarious. I forget his name already. What was?
Let me find that would be the 12 year? No, the 11 year? No, the 11 year, because he was that's right, because Jameis was a year Yeah. You talking about Neil Burcham? It was three guys, three co-MVPs. It was Jameis Winston and Tanner Mangum. We've both heard of Tanner Mangum, but
yes,
Neil Burcham? I never heard of that kid.
He went to SMU. I looked him up. He threw 2 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in his career at SMU.
Never heard of that kid in my life.
Yeah.
That's weird. Chad Kelly was in that one as well.
Talented kid.
Yeah, that's one of the years Connor Brewer, Gunnar Keel. See who else was in Siler Miles. That kid had a big arm, man. I thought he had a chance to be a good player.
Went to Washington, right? Siler?
Yep. Yeah. Patrick Tolles, Travis Wilson. Some decent quarterbacks in that one.
Travis Wilson ended up being solid for Utah.
Yeah, he was. He had some knee problems. I think he might have been even a little bit better. Gunnar Keel also was a really good player at Cincinnati before that big injury. So, yeah, interesting one. I don't know that CJ is going to finish in the top 5 for a lot of reasons that are just going to annoy me and tick me off. But
apparently CJ's killing it today. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, hold on a second. I'm actually. All right, so I'm just texting somebody who was at the thing, and it looks like he didn't see the accuracy thing, but yeah, supposedly he did very well there.
Yeah, shocker.
Yep. Let's see here. Let's get 1-2 here from Jordan Schreiber.
Jordan says, Brian, what are your thoughts on Brady Quinn's freshman and sophomore year? Did you see his potential? Were you expecting those junior and senior years he put up? What held him back those 2 years?
Well, I never expected the big production in those years because you knew that offense was never going to allow a quarterback to thrive. I mean, that was the thing is they weren't going to put up the number. So when I'm watching his freshman and sophomore year, Ryan, and I don't know how, like you were still kind of young then. I mean, imagine, right? Like 10, 11, 12 years old, something like that.
Yeah.
In 04, 02 and 03 or 03 and 04. So I didn't see that because the offense was just never going to allow them to be that. But when Charlie Weiss came, I thought that there was a chance that Brady Quinn could really break out because I always thought he was talented. And I'll tell you, I was the first time I ever heard Brady Quinn's name actually was from Dan Mullen. So I was working the Bowling Green camp. I think it was my first year of coaching. I was working Bowling Green camp that year. And that was back when Urban was there and all that. And I got to know Dan Mullen a little bit back then, and I really liked him, and he helped me a ton. Like he was really someone who spent a lot of time with me and helped me, let me ask questions. We'd sit there and talk about how we go through film and all that. And I remember him coming back, and he was like, "Yeah, I just worked the Michigan camp, and I just watched one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life throw." I was like, "Oh, really? Who's that?" He goes, "Yeah, some kid from Ohio named Brady Quinn." I was like, "Oh, really?" He says, "Yeah, but I think he's going to go Notre Dame." And I was like, all right, cool. Like, sweet. Because recruiting, I wasn't really following recruiting back then like I do now. Like I didn't start following recruiting. I was still in that spirit of when I was a kid, Ryan, we didn't start paying attention to recruiting until after the season. Because like all the top recruits would come in for the banquet in December, and then they would basically close from like from December to February is really the main recruiting period. So I had still yet to kind of have my mind change to where I got to start following recruiting now. And even then, you didn't see a whole lot of kids commit that early. So I said, all right. And then when you found out, Brady was going to go, and I remember watching him play, thinking this kid's got a good arm. He's athletic. He's tough as heck because he got his brains beat in. But, his delivery's a little herky-jerky. It's not real clean delivery. He's not the super most accurate guy, but like, this kid's got tools, man. And you could just see the toughness and the leadership. And then when Charlie came, you said, okay, I think this guy's got a chance to be a good player. Because I'll be honest, Ryan, I felt a lot about that 2004 team like I felt about recent Notre Dame teams. Like, I was like, man, Mo Stovall is just being wasted. Rama's being wasted. Jeff Samardzija is being wasted. I can remember watching him in the Inside.com Bowl and thinking, this dude can play. Like I have to go try to find the box score for that. But I believe he had 5 or 6 catches that game, I believe, Ryan. And I'm thinking, boy, this guy's got some tools, man. Samardzija had 5 catches for 89 yards. Rama had 4 for 90. Brady went 17 of 29 for 214 yards and 2 touchdowns. And I just remember thinking, this Samardzija kid can play because he didn't do a whole lot that season, Ryan. Like, yeah, I think he had that year, Samardzija had 17 catches for 274 yards. So think about that. A third of his catches and at least 25% of his yards came in one game, the end of the season. So when Charlie came in, you got to think he's coming off multiple Super Bowls, pro style offense, and you're thinking they got a chance to do something. Anthony Fasano was a good player, and thinking they got a chance to do something. Darius Walker had shown some promise, so I really thought that team had a chance to break out offensively. I just thought they were being held back by coaching.
Yes,
and come to find out, they were. They're just being held back by coaching, and I felt a little bit about that way now. Although I would say I don't think it was coaching only; it was more so the quarterback play. So that's why you and I have talked about this, man. How good would Notre Dame have been last year if they had Jack Cohn?
seriously.
How good would Notre Dame have been last year if they had Sam Hartman? Whole different team. I'm Ryan. I'm going to ask you a mailbag question that I discussed in the show the other day. I want to get your opinion. It's something I brought up when we were talking the other day about Sam Hartman and the Heisman and all that. What do you think Notre Dame's record is last year? Not minimum, but what do you think it would have been if the only difference in last season was that Sam Hartman was the starting quarterback?
Probably go 11-1. Probably
That's
11-1 going into the postseason. You know, I mean, because you'll have Ohio State and you'll have USC, right? Like those are the two games where like you want to go 1-1
right.
with those, most likely with Hartman. So I'd probably say 11-1 going into
And
there.
I said
if you're
there's
11-1,
no way they lose to Marshall and Stanford with Sam Hartman. No way. No way.
Not a chance.
The debate is, do you think they would have beat USC or Ohio State? I said I think I actually thought they would have probably lost to Ohio State and beat USC because I felt like the biggest issue against Ohio State wasn't Tyler Buckner. It was the offensive line.
Yeah, offensive line.
And I don't know if that would have changed with Sam. Now, maybe Sam could have got some throws out and things like that, but you know, I'd have felt better about beating USC than Ohio State. Game one of the new coaching staff and all that. You know, I could be wrong. Some people disagreed. They thought they could have beat Ohio State. Maybe. I just think you would have split most likely. The more likely, realistic thing is you just split. But I think they're 11-1 team last year with Sam Hartman. And that's where I'm like, I get that we need to see it, but I think this team's going to be more talented. That's why I'm very optimistic about this season, is because I do think the schedule's a little tougher after the top three. Like I think the top three this year is a little easier than it was last year, just because you get two of them at home this year. You look, you know, obviously Ohio State lost C.J. Stroud. They're still going to be very good, but they're, you know, maybe not quite as good offensively. But after it, it's a little tougher this year, but not to the point where you should lose to any of those teams if you're as good as you should be. So that's partly why I'm really optimistic about this football team.
And 11-1, you make the playoffs last year if you split with the USC Ohio State games, like you.
Especially if you lose to it would have been, to me, it would have been better to lose to Ohio State and then run the table than to beat Ohio State and then lose to USC.
Yeah.
So that would have been.
Although
here's the interesting
11
thing.
straight wins, like that's pretty crazy.
Think about this, Ryan. Who gets in if Notre Dame beats Ohio State, runs the table, loses to USC? Let's say it's a close game. They fall out of the top four, in my opinion. But here's the question. Do they jump back in the next week when Kansas State beat TCU?
Probably. Yeah, most likely.
All right. Chino Aguirre says, showing love and support. God bless all. Go Irish. Appreciate you, Chino. Very, very much. I really do appreciate that kind of support. AST 12321.
Their question: did Notre Dame turn down Julian Sayin to take CJ Carr, or was it that Carr wanted to commit and wasn't worth waiting on Sayin to decide?
If Notre Dame was willing to take Julian Sayin's commitment, that he would have committed before CJ Carr. 100%. No question about it. They liked CJ Carr better, and I think they made the right decision. I think Julian Sayin's a very good quarterback. I just think he's overrated as a top 10 guy. I don't look at him the way I did Jackson Arnold last year, where that guy has no business being in the top 50. I don't even think he's a top 100 guy. I really like Julian Sayin. I just think he's more of a top 50 guy than he is a top 10 guy. You know what I mean? And if let's put it this way, Ryan, don't kid yourselves, folks. If CJ Carr was committed to Alabama and Julian Sayin was committed to Notre Dame, their rankings would be completely reversed right now.
Yes.
100%. 100%. Yep. No doubt in my mind. I think they're both very good quarterbacks. I think the top of this quarterback class is very good.
Yes.
I don't think it's as deep as past years. I think after you get through like 6 or 7, there's a big drop off. The 6 or 7 for me off the top of my head, it's obviously Raiola, CJ Carr, Julian Sayin, the kid that's going to Florida State. I really like Air Noland. And I'd probably go Michael Van Buren probably next, and then there's a bit of a drop off for me
I like Van Buren.
after that.
I like Van Buren. Yeah.
And I think he's going to a great system for his skill set too.
Yep.
I think there's a bit of a drop off after that. There's some good quarterbacks, but like to me, Jaden Davis is not a top 100 quarterback. No, he's not. And to a degree, they're seeing it at Elite 11 this week. He's got some tools, but he's not a big time quarterback. The kid going to Penn State's got some tool, but he's not a top 100 quarterback in my opinion.
Seeing his name this week, I don't know anything about that.
What's funny is certain people like on 3 keeps ranking him really high, and everybody else is like, no, he's not even the top 10. So this is really weird. Yeah, it's very, very weird.
On 3's doing something weird? No way.
Shocker. Yeah, shocker. Yeah, it's very strange. Very, very strange. All right, that's some good questions there. Here's one, Ryan. I'm going to read this one because it's an NFL question, and it's for you. John A1 asks, Ryan, NFL question if you're on today. He is, John, so we're ready to rock and roll.
John.
If you're this is a good question, John. If you're the GM of the Giants, who's more valuable to you, Daniel Jones or Saquon Barkley?
Oh, man. It's actually it's a really tough question, John, because they both have something working against them, right? One, Saquon Barkley is a running back, which long-term outlook, right? And the other side is that Daniel Jones is not very good, but he's a quarterback, I would still go Saquon personally, and it really goes against my being there because he's a running back that's had some injuries and there's just not an incredibly long shelf life. But I think that Daniel Jones gets you into quarterback purgatory. That's what I think. And I think that that's what's going to happen to the Giants. I think the Giants are going to be a good, solid team because I think Brian Daboll is a really good coach. I do. And I think they have some decent pieces. But I think Daniel Jones is good enough where the team isn't going to be a dumpster fire and you can reset. But he's also not going to be good enough to take you anywhere that you actually need to go. So quarterback purgatory is what I think Daniel Jones makes you in New York. And I personally would rather reset at the quarterback position. If Saquon flames out in a year or two, it's like, okay, and move on from a running back contract. What's he getting? 14, 15 million a year. You're not giving him $40 million a year like you're giving Daniel Jones, right?
No, it's more than that. It's freaking more than that. I mean, Ryan, I think you nailed it. Yeah. The problem is you have 2 flawed guys in this conversation.
Yes, for much different
reasons. Reason that I would go with Saquon, number one, is he's a much better player, even with the injuries and the shelf life, but you're going to pay him a third of what you're paying Daniel Jones, basically. At least half. And Daniel Jones, you're paying him like he's a big-time quarterback.
Yes.
He's going to make $21 million this year, 45 and 24, 39 and a half and 25, and 56 and a half. That's his cap hit is 56 and a half in 2026. His salary is 35 and a half, 30, 46 and a half in those years. Plus there's like the $9 million signing bonus and a $500,000 workout bonus and all that other stuff. You're talking about a guy, Ryan, that last year threw 15 touchdown passes.
Yes.
The year before threw 10, the year before threw 11, and the year before that only threw 24. And even if you add the rushing touchdowns last year, Ryan, he had 22 touchdowns. And I know your team was good, but like, I literally would rather them draft a new quarterback every 4 years and build around those other players, because at least that way your quarterback's not making anything until you hit on a Pat Mahomes or something, than to sign, because that's the purgatory talk about. You're now committing 4 more years and a lot of money to this guy, meaning there's going to be some good football players you're going to have to cut the next in 24, 25, and 26 to keep a guy that's a quarterback that's a mediocre player, in my opinion.
Yes.
To your point.
Yeah. No, just a okay NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Like he's
now maybe he breaks out in year 5, right? And they think he's going to have a big year. I mean, but like seriously, did he show? You tell me, because I don't really watch a whole lot. Did he show any flashes of, boy, if he can be that guy more consistently, he can be a big time player? I mean, I've never heard anyone make that argument to me, to be honest with you.
I mean, the biggest argument that people make is that like he doesn't have great wide receivers, which is fair. It's not wrong, but you can still evaluate the position.
Yeah.
You can still evaluate the position and be like, he just doesn't move the needle for me personally. Like he just doesn't move the needle. I think that he is in the realm of like, he's fine, right? Like he's fine. He's not terrible, but like, I'm not giving Fine $40+ million a year. I'm not
Bingo.
doing that. That's the end all be all. Like, it's not that if you told me I can get Daniel Jones for 3 years and let's say 3 years and $60 million, $20 million a year, like, cool, man, he's fine, right? Like, but like, we're not talking about that, man. We're talking about a giant investment. I mean, you said $56 million is a cap hit 1 year. I mean, like, what are we doing, man? Things are about to get a lot tougher to fill the roster. It's just, and I get it. I see people in the chat like he doesn't have receivers. Fine, but like, have you ever watched Daniel Jones and been like, man, that guy's good? Like, no. And even when other quarterbacks haven't had great supporting cast, I'm still like, well, that guy's really good, right? Like, he's really, really good. It's just you need to build around him, right? You need to give him more. He doesn't have the right pieces around him. I've never felt that way about Daniel Jones. I just watch him every week because I live right outside of Philly. So like every week the Giants are on TV. I literally live in New Jersey. Every week they're on TV. He's just fine, man. He's just fine. He's okay. Yep. He's okay. And you don't win Super Bowls with okay consistently anyway. You could always throw in your Trent Dilfer, but like not consistently. You don't win.
That's a big problem with the modern day NFL, though, Ryan. If you have a competent quarterback now, you have to pay him $40+ million a year, and it makes it really tough. So that's, to me, it's one of those things that it creates less parity. People say, "Oh, there's more parity." No, there's not, because the teams that draft that elite quarterback and it works are going to consistently be better because they have that guy. So you're going to have to pay Daniel Jones similar money to what the Chiefs are paying Patrick Mahomes,
which is wild.
So when the Chiefs have to cut guys like, Kadarius Toney, who was with the Giants, did nothing, goes to the Chiefs, and all of a sudden in the playoffs he's making big plays because he has freaking Patrick Mahomes throwing the football, right? That's the problem. And Daniel Jones is going to be able to elevate that inferior roster like Patrick Mahomes can, like Josh Allen can, like Joe Burrow can. And that's, to me, going to be the problem.
Yeah.
And then in order to win, you're going to have to basically do what the Rams do, which is, hey, we're going to sacrifice our future to win now and then have to get rid of everybody. It's like, okay.
And they accomplished their goal, but it's also not the team building of long term, obviously.
Like, and that's the difference. Back in the day, if you found yourself just a good quarterback, you could say, hey, I'm going to put this time. Like, for example, talk about the Giants. The New York Giants could not build the 1980s version of the Giants today because they would have had to pay Phil Simms so much money. They wouldn't have been able to keep Joe Morris and Mark Bavaro and Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks and all the guys that they had on those teams. You know what I mean? They just wouldn't have been able to do it. They'd have had to cut some of those guys. And then they're not the team that you think that you would hope that they would be. And that's the problem. But that's like teams now are built more like the 1980 Denver Broncos. Great quarterback, and hope, that's how a lot of teams have to be built now because you can't afford to have all that. And that's why some positions get devalued. Part of the reason running backs are devalued now, Ryan, is because of how much you have to pay quarterbacks. You got to cut somewhere.
Yeah. You
can't cut at left tackle. You can't cut at defensive end. So where do you cut? Safety, linebacker, running back.
I really think that GMs get too much blame sometimes, man. Like roster construction is not easy, folks.
No.
It is not, especially when you have to overpay for these quarterbacks. Like you could say, I mean, like it's like the Lamar Jackson situation there for a while, Brian. It's like you're kind of handcuffed because like he's been a really good player for you, but like, man, now it's going to be tougher to field a great team. And it's not easy. I feel like general managers get blamed all the time where I'm just like, I don't think it's that easy, folks. I really don't. Roster construction is not an easy thing, man. It's not.
Yep. And it's one of the reasons I don't really enjoy the NFL, to be honest with you. It creates a lot of just not good football, to be honest with you. That's what it does. Did you see who just jumped into the show?
Yeah, what's doing, man?
So Vince is down in with his sons in the soccer championship. So y'all, there's like a waiting room down at the bottom. Vince, I'm narking on you, dude. I'm sorry, dude. So Vince is at the hotel. So all of a sudden, Ryan's talking, and all of a sudden, the little screen pops up in the bottom of the waiting room, and it's Vince on the hotel bed laying like this.
How are you, fellas?
Hey, guys. Good to see you, buddy.
Awesome. That was awesome.
All right, let's get back on track. Hey, Ryan, props to
Yes.
you for staying on your answer while that was going on in the bottom of the chat.
I'm focused, baby. I'm focused.
All right. Let's see here real quick. Here's one from Jordan Schreiber.
Jordan Schreiber says, Mailbag, 1 to 10 confidence. I hate these ones, Jordan. You always do it, man. 1 to 10 confidence on Justin Scott, Gerby Lambert, Carter Nelson to land with Notre Dame today.
0. They are not all 3 committing to Notre Dame today.
Yeah. Well, let's do it the way he actually wants it. Let's do it the way he actually wants it. Yeah. Brian, how confident are you that Notre Dame lands Justin Scott as we sit here today, 1 to 10?
7.
Really?
It may. He's to me. He's the reverse Keon.
Interesting.
That's what he is to me.
Man, I said this on the board the other day or like last week. I forget what it was. I'm like a 4 right now, man. Like
I think that's fair.
I don't
to
know,
me,
man.
Ryan, I'm looking at it. I could see him committing somewhere else.
Yeah,
but I just think when it's all said and done, that's what I think is going to happen.
I hope you're right, man. I'm just not as optimistic anymore about Justin as I once was. Gerby Lambert,
I'm back and forth.
Yeah,
but I'm feeling better now.
Gerby Lambert, I'm at like a 8, 7 or 8.
Same.
Feel really good about that one. Carter Nelson, interesting one. I'm at like 7 or 8. Yeah, 7 or 8.
I feel a lot better about that one now. And you're now a week out of the visit, and I don't think it's faded yet, and that's a big thing so far.
Yes.
Now, look, George. At the end of the day, Ryan, part of me wants to go lower simply because Notre Dame needs to prove that they can beat Georgia and for a recruit, right? That's still the big part of it. But I feel a lot better about beating them for a kid that's from Nebraska.
Yeah.
Than I would if the kid was from Georgia or Florida or the Carolinas.
Hearing how well Carter fit in with this commits this past weekend, and also the fact that Georgia already has 2 tight end commits already in the 2024 class, I'm like,
here's another thing too, Ryan, that's interesting about this recruitment is Jared Parker has a chance right now. Like, he hasn't really done a whole lot as a recruiter yet at his position, partly out of just circumstance. Because when he got hired, they already had a tight end in the class. They weren't going to take another one in the 22-3 class. They got Jack Larson early, and they liked him. And at first, when they first got him, they weren't taking a second tight end. It's things have changed and circumstances have changed and all that. But over the next month, he's got a chance to land potentially Nate Roberts, who announces tomorrow. We'll see what he does, right?
Who I think, for some context, out of the players that are on Notre Dame board at tight end, I think that Nate Roberts is the best player on the board.
And he's easily a top 3 tight end in the class, if not top 2. Nationally.
He's really good, man.
Nationally.
He's really good. Yeah.
And you've got Carter Nelson. If you can close this summer with that, all of a sudden, any questions about, okay, can Jared Parker recruit his position, right, are gone. And I'll say this because they were trailing Georgia. I think clearly trailing Georgia coming into the visit. And the relationships with the players and all that was good. But the presentation that Jared Parker did on how he fits into this offense was huge.
Not really calling him a tight end, just calling him a pass catcher and a playmaker. And
correct. Yeah. And it's true. I mean, Ryan, it's the exact thing that Vince and I talked about the week before, or no, it's just Sean and I talked about the week before, of why Carter Nelson is so important, because he's more Tyler Eifert than Michael Mayer. I mean, Notre Dame used Tyler Eifert more as a boundary receiver than they did a tight end in his last 2 years in Notre Dame, especially in 2012. And so that's the vision for Carter. It's like, I'm not using him like Michael Mayer. Because if I'm Carter Nelson, I'm looking at Georgia and Notre Dame, I'm saying, do I want to be Brock Bowers or do I want to be Michael Mayer? And with his skill set, that's an easy answer. Brock Bowers.
Right. Yeah.
So Notre Dame had to convince him, we use Michael Mayer that way because that's what Michael Mayer's skill set was.
Sure.
We're not going to try to use you like that. Here's how we're going to use you. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's exactly how I fit in.
Because that's mismanagement if you try to use him like Michael Mayer. He's just not going to win the same exact ways. But also, there are things, though, that Carter Nelson's going to be able to do that Michael Mayer wouldn't be able to do, like consistently. Like, you're not going to be able to literally, you could throw Carter Nelson outside in the boundary and just tell him to run a vertical route, and he could win against a corner off the line. Like, he's that type of player
with
like,
speed.
Difference. Yes.
With speed.
Yep.
Yeah. The guy that I think I'd probably compare him to the most nationally is two guys that come to mind as far as how you're going to use him. I'm not saying he's going to be as good, but Kyle Pitts is a guy that you look and say that's very similar to how I see Carter Nelson being used in college.
Body
And then
too.
the other one's Devin Funchess at Michigan, who
turned into a receiver.
They ended up calling him a receiver by the end of his career. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yep. Those are two that stick out to me. Yep. But look, so we're at 7 to 8 on all those guys. Ryan's at a 4. So the odds of them getting all 3 of them to me are lower because none of them are sure things.
Yes.
I think the optimistic part is that you get 2 of the 3, but I think they have a legitimate chance of getting all 3. I do. Yep. A better than 50-50 chance of getting all 3, but it's barely because of the unknown of Justin.
What's funny is that people have obviously been asking about Notre Dame taking a 4th receiver. Well, folks, you basically are if you get Carter Nelson in the class.
Pretty much. Yeah, he's a hybrid player for sure.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. Here's one, Ryan, that I wanted to get to from Jordan as well. This is an interesting question.
Jordan says Notre Dame sweeps Ohio State, Clemson, and USC. They definitely make the playoff as what seed? I mean, probably going defeated, right?
I mean, here's the thing, Jordan, is that's 3 out of 12 games.
Yeah.
So I need more context than that. I mean, I need to know, okay, did they get upset by anybody? Did they not? There's just a lot of context that would be needed. We've seen teams, Ryan, have big wins during the season and not make the playoff because they had 2 choke losses, or you know what I mean? Like it's a tough one to say. I would think if they're good enough to sweep those teams, Ryan, they're minimum 11-1.
Yeah.
Which means that they're no lower than a 2 seed. I just don't think, Ryan, and this is what I'll ask you, I don't think there's going to be a lot of undefeated teams in college football. I think Georgia's going to be undefeated, at least in the regular season.
Yeah.
And we'll see who they play in the West.
Schedule. Yeah.
Their schedule's soft. I don't think any of the Big Ten teams are going to go undefeated for 2 reasons. Number one is Ohio State is the only of the 3 big teams that actually plays someone legitimate out of conference, right? So Ohio State could run the table in the Big Ten and lose a game. But then let's say they beat Notre Dame, they beat Penn State. Well, now you still got to deal with Michigan on the road. I think Michigan's going to lose a game. I think Penn State's going to lose a game. And I think Ohio State's going to lose a game. Now, I think they're all going to be legit title contenders, but I think they're just going to somebody's going to knock each other off. And I could see a scenario where one of those teams runs the table, Michigan or Ohio State wins that game, and the winner's thinking, okay, we're going to coast. And then you got to go play Iowa, and you're thinking they're going to be the Iowa from 2 years ago. And then you realize they're not.
Yeah.
And so I could see something like that. But, ACC, Clemson and Florida State both play tough non-conference games, especially Florida State. I can see Florida State, just like Ohio State. They run the table in the conference, but have a loss because, the way they play. The ACC got away with divisions this year. So there's a chance that the team that runs the table in the regular season, Ryan, has to beat that team again in the ACC championship game. So I don't think anybody goes in undefeated in the Big 12. I don't think the Pac-12 is going to be the hardest league to go undefeated in. That might be the second deepest conference in college football this year, in my opinion, of good teams.
Washington, USC, Oregon, yeah.
You've
Washington
got
State, I think, will be better.
Yeah. Utah, right?
Yeah,
so the 4 you mentioned, so Washington, Oregon, USC, Utah.
Yep.
You've got Washington State's ascending. They're a quality team. Oregon State, UCLA. Yes. Arizona's going to be a decent team this year. There are 6 that could knock somebody off like they did last year when they knocked off UCLA. I mean, there's some quality in that league, Ryan. Now, is it going to be – am I saying it's as good like their top 6 can go against anybody else's top 6? That's not the point I'm making. I'm more about just the depth of similar teams is as good as any league, meaning whoever wins it is going to have an even greater challenge than maybe who wins every other league, except if the SEC champ this year is a team from the West, that's going to be the toughest road. Because I don't think the SEC West is as good as it's been in the past, meaning I don't think the top 2 are as good as we've seen, but I think there's a lot of quality in the SEC West, like a lot of really good quality. So if the SEC champ is a team from the West, that will be a hard-earned SEC championship. And I feel the same way about the Pac-12. I think it's a very like the Big Ten for me is the big three, and then Iowa, maybe Wisconsin, and then, what else? And I'm not sold on Wisconsin either because I'm not a big Tanner Mordecai fan. But the Pac-12 is very I mean, you've got, I would argue the Pac-12 has more top 15 caliber teams going into the preseason than anybody but the SEC. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Oregon, USC, Washington, Utah.
Yep.
So that's going to be a hard league. So the point is, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of undefeated teams. So if Notre Dame has a one loss and what we think is going to happen, and that is 3 of their wins, then they're that worse a 2 seed. I'd say the SEC champ's probably the 1, and then Notre Dame's the 2. And then it comes down to, like, if Ohio State if Ohio State loses Notre Dame and then runs the table, they're going to be in.
Yeah.
And should be in, honestly. If Ohio State's only loss is a tough road loss to Notre Dame and then they run the table in the Big Ten, they deserve to be in the college football playoff, in my opinion, barring there just being a bunch of undefeated teams. But you're not going to want – they say they don't care, but they do. They're not going to want a rematch in the semifinal. Now, they don't want a rematch, period.
Sure.
But if you put it in the semifinals, you guarantee a rematch. If you put them in opposites, then you're at least a chance that one of them gets beat. So then you'd probably have Ohio State as the 4. And then now it's like, okay, who's the 4? Who's the next team that's going to be a 3? Is it another Big Ten team? Is it an ACC team? Is it a Big 12 team? Is it a Pac-12 team? Is it a second SEC team? That's what we don't know. But yeah, I think the odds are pretty good. And I would argue if they're 11-1 and that's their,
if they beat all 3 of those teams,
they're a 2 seed, in my opinion.
Yes. Oh, easy.
And the only way they're not is if there's 2 other undefeated teams. That's the only way that they're not. I just don't think there's going to be a lot this year.
And man, if they beat all 3 of those teams, though, man, that is,
that'd be big.
Yeah.
That'd be big.
We had a question from John A1. It says, the way the interior defensive line recruiting has changed, you expect a philosophy shift up front, and which players would benefit the most from it?
I do think we're seeing this philosophy shift, Ryan, and it's not just interior. I think they just want to add some more beef. I don't think they're necessarily going through a giant philosophy shift inside. I think it's a combination of several things, but I think with the field end position, I think that position is changing as well. I think they're going away from the big power player, the Myron Tungavaloa, the Riley Mills, the Nana types,
the tweeners.
And going to more of a true edge player.
Yeah.
Javante Jean-Baptiste, Cole Mullins, guys like that. I think is more of what they're looking for.
Yeah.
I think that's more of what they're looking for. Armel Mukum, type. So, by the way, we'll have some intel here over the next couple of weeks, but the early returns I've had so far in the first week is that Boubacar and Armel are going to be dudes.
I know Armel's going to work, man, and he's got a lot of tools.
And apparently Boubacar showed up in great shape and ready to work.
It's great to hear.
So, yeah, very, very much so. Very much. Good question, John. Very good question.
Did you see Brandon Vernon show up on campus with a guitar in his hand, by the way? What a baller,
not shocked at all. I'd have been more shocked if he didn't have one.
He had was it a Megadeth shirt on? It was something like that. I was like, what a baller. Man.
That's an interesting kid. That's a really unique kid. I like that kid.
From John Climack. What's up, John? Pre-game meal thoughts. The Friday before our games, we did a walkthrough, training table, meetings, dinner, more meetings, but the food was always pasta, steak, or some other big old chunk of meats. We were always a pasta dinner beforehand. And we used to do chicken. We used to get when I was in high school, we used to do catering from this one place where they used to get a ton of pasta and they used to get chicken marsala. So you would just have your chicken, you would have your, so you get your protein and then you would get your carb loading before the game. That was always ours.
Now, I would always listen to if I was a head coach, I would always listen to the training staff, my nutritionist, stuff like that for meals. I have just always felt that more of a lean protein was better before a meal, so more when you're going to have, I like pasta, because the energy and the carbs and all that. It's not good for someone my age trying to lose weight, but it is good for someone who's 18, 19, 20, 21 trying to get ready for a game. But I would always prefer more of a marinade, like a sort of a marinara sauce as opposed to like a meat sauce.
Yeah.
And then having like a chicken or something more that was more of a leaner meat with it was always kind of my preference with that kind of thing.
It's a
I was
big
never a
chicken
big
guy.
like I love red meat, and I think there's a lot of health advantages to red meat. I think red meat gets a very bad rap from everything I've ever studied. I just don't know if I would call it a great pregame meal type of thing. I think more of the lean stuff, the chicken and stuff like that, to me, I always felt was better. But again, I would have completely deferred to my nutritionist and my team doctors and stuff like that for meal plans. But just what I always thought, my observations, and what I always felt better on my stomach, and what it felt made me feel like at my best was more of something like that the night
I,
before.
I think steak is more it's more of a
Post-game celebration meal.
mindset. Oh no, I think it's a mindset thing, Brian. It's like we eat like kings and we play like kings tonight,
Yeah.
baby. Let's do it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I get you. I get what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That makes sense. But
But
not actually,
I
that
was
doesn't have the actual benefits of it.
I was definitely a chicken and pasta guy though before
Yeah.
games, no doubt about it.
Agree.
So yeah.
Agree. And it's funny how pregame meals before in college were so much different because it
Yes.
was always a breakfast. Because
Yes.
we'd always kick off at like 1:00 in
Yep.
college. So it's like, okay, it's a whole different animal, man. Now it's like steak and I mean not steak, but eggs and bacon and potatoes and fruit
And
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 stuff
for
like that.
and for Friday
Yeah.
nights, you would be eating pasta at like 4 in the afternoon and then get ready.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Absolutely.
For Friday Night
Absolutely.
Lights. Yep.
All right. Let's keep rolling.
Irish Chi-Town, who are the non-Notre Dame players you're rooting for this season? Also, do you have any secondary team you tune into to watch on a regular basis throughout the season? I watch whatever's on TV, honestly, Irish
Yeah.
Chi-Town. I don't really discriminate as far as like who I'm prioritizing on watching.
Well, I
Players
will
that you're rooting
prioritize in
for.
regard from like if there's 3 games on, what's the better game? Like what's the
Sure.
better coach teams? Like I'll watch teams, Ryan, and I'm sure you're this way too, that there's 3 good games on and you look at it and you say, hey, but I love that defense. I love that guy as a defensive coach, so I'll turn that
Yeah.
one on. Or I love that offensive coach, turn that one on. As far as is there a secondary team I tune in to watch? No, it changes year to year because it's normally I watch. What I usually do, Ryan, is I'll watch the big games or Notre Dame's upcoming opponents. It's usually who I kind of prioritize on game days on Saturdays if I'm sitting there. Is there players that I root for? I'd have to think about that one. We
Yeah.
mentioned earlier. I'm really hoping to see DJ Uyunglele have a bounce back year for
Rebounds.
Oregon State. I would really like to see that. I think Michael Penix is a great story. I hope he stays healthy and plays well. I feel a lot about him like I felt about Hendon Hooker. Like
Yeah.
I just want to see him finish his career off because he has been through some injuries and adversity and stuff like that, and see him finish off well. I'm trying to think of some other guys. I mean, Harold Perkins at LSU was fun to watch. So
Yes.
if I have that game on the background, I like watching him. I don't know if I'd say I root for him. He's just more fun to watch, I guess. Guys that I root for, I have to think about that one a little bit. I hope Drew Pine does well at Arizona State this year. I do.
I think rooting for is very, at least for me, it's like rooting for good stories and comeback players is very like that's because I mean, like I have some favorite players as far as like NFL draft perspective, I guess, right? Where I'm going to tune in and watch them a lot. Like I'm going to do that. Like I love Braylon Trice from Washington. Like I'm going to watch Braylon Trice from Washington as much as I possibly can this year. But like, I don't know if I would say I'm rooting for him though. Like I just want to watch him. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
what I was saying about Harold Perkins. Exactly. That's different than like rooting for.
Yeah, I'd
have to think about. Yeah, but that's what DJ is, right? It's not that I have any personal relationship with him. It's just and I root for kids to have success that I think do things the right way.
Yep.
And DJ, he had some comments recently that were about that some people took as like throwing shade at Clemson because he basically said like I just didn't fit the offense. And I didn't think he was throwing shade at Clemson. I think he was just saying, hey, look, I just didn't fit. It just wasn't an offense for me. And I'm like, yeah, it's true. I didn't think he said it in a disrespectful, like the way that Phil Jurkovec has said some things about Notre Dame last year. It's like, Phil, just let it go, dude. Like, move past it, right? Here's the thing about Phil Jurkovec. When he left, most Notre Dame fans were on his side. You got screwed. You didn't get your chance. But then he just kept talking and talking and talking and just like being negative. It's like, bro, now you've turned all those people off of you. Like, just move on. Now, and like, part of me wants to defend him and say, look, he keeps being asked this question, but I'm like, bro, you're in your 20s now. Just say, look, man, I've answered a million questions about Notre Dame. I'm at Pitt now, or last year, I'm at BC now. I'm focused on my team. And like his comments, like before the BC, I'm like, you're not even playing. Why are you
I know,
doing this?
seriously.
Like, I know you felt the need to get some stuff off your chest, but you're not helping yourself right now. You're not helping yourself. The NFL scouts are going to question, like, what's this kid toughness wise? Like, this thing is still bothering him like 3 years later. Like, just
Especially when
move
you're
on.
not playing, man. Especially when you're
Yeah.
not playing. Like,
And then like the
if you
comments
have a chip on your
recently.
shoulder and then you can have
Yeah.
some action to like back it up, like, cool, that's awesome. That's a
Right.
little bit of a revenge thing.
Like his comments recently, Ryan, I don't know if you saw them. It's just like they weren't anything inflammatory. Just like, bro, move on, my man. Like, I love you. I think you got screwed, but you've now alienated all the people that had your back by just
Yeah.
continuing down this path. Just let it go. And if media asked me, then just tell them, hey, man, I'm focused on this team. I've been at Notre Dame in 3 years. I'm not worried about all that. I'm just trying to,
Right.
be the quarterback of this team and lead this team. But I mean, it's frustrating. So like I used to root for him, and he's made it harder, to be completely honest with you. I hope Tyler does well at Alabama. I hope that Logan does well at LSU. I mean, I think they're all good kids. I hope Drew Pine does well at Arizona State. I think number one, I think that's good for Notre Dame, to be honest with you. Hey, you come to Notre Dame, you're going to get coached up, developed, and if it doesn't work out, don't worry. There's going to be a lot of big time teams that want you, and you'll be able to go there and have success.
I feel like I root for more coaches than players, honestly. Like
Yeah.
I'm not a Utah fan, but like I love Kyle Whittingham. Like I want him to be very successful. So like there's some
coaches that do it the right way. For me, I want coaches that do it the right way to be successful.
Yep.
So that's another one too. And it's hard to root for certain guys that I know are not doing that, in my opinion.
Yep.
All right, we had a super chat down here. A couple actually, real quick.
Super chat from Sam Anderson. Sam, thank you so much. BK's third season equals national championship plus best class. Should Coach Marcus Freeman be the same?
Third season equals. I mean, honestly, why wait till year 3? I mean, shoot for it now.
Yes.
And I would argue that Brian Kelly's best class was not his third class. His first full class was his best class until the 2000. I mean, he that was a pretty darn good class. Third class was a good class. It was his fourth class is the one that really took the next step. So his second class, which was his first full, and then his fourth class, to me, were the two best ones. But Sam, honestly, it all depends on what you're inheriting. And Brian Kelly walked into a completely different situation than Marcus Freeman is walking into.
Yeah.
And in a million different ways. I actually think Brian Kelly walked into a much better roster than people assumed. I mean, just go look at all the NFL players that he inherited, right? But there was a lot of other things working against the team back then, facilities, field. I mean, just a lot of different stuff. And then, he finally figured it out. But look, I expect Notre Dame to be competitive for that this year, to be honest with you. I don't want them to wait till year 3.
Yep.
Now, their best recruiting class is going to be his, if we're going to count it the same way that I counted Kelly's, which is the partial, his second class is going to be hard to beat. And I don't know. Here's a question for you, Ryan. This is an impromptu mailbag question that I'm asking that builds on what Bill's saying. If Notre Dame gets Carter Nelson, Gearby Lambert, Justin Scott, Bronte Johnson, and the kid from Ohio at safety.
Yep.
Bradley Shaw at linebacker. So not a perfect straight, right? But just really strong finish.
Yes. Yep.
Is this class better than last year's class?
Yes, I think so.
Agree.
Yeah, because I mean, you have an elite player in Justin Scott defensively. Still got a really good linebacker in Bradley Shaw.
Yeah, some great upside on the D line, not just of Justin Scott. Yeah.
Yes, you got a good corner class. You have an elite offensive class in that instance. I mean, you have
one of the best they've had in a long time.
3 great receivers, 2 dynamite tight ends, and I would argue maybe the highest tight end, like upside tight end in the class in Carter Nelson, if you're able to get him.
Agree.
2 very good running backs, 1 incredible running back and 1 really good all-purpose back. You have a 5-star quarterback and a really good offensive line if you finish up with Gearby Lambert. So, yeah.
The other thing, too, is if Joe Rudolph is able to land Gearby Lambert, he deserves a ton of praise. Because that'll be a pretty good offensive line class in a year where it's not a good offensive line class nationally.
Yeah.
That would be a big in circumstances that are a little tougher for an offensive. Like I've said, he's ultimately going to be evaluated by what he does in 25.
Yeah.
It's hard to walk in and build relationships from scratch on offensive line, harder than any other position. And you're having to replace a legend on top of it.
Yes.
Like, well, you're not Harry. Well, you're right. I'm not, but I'm going to do what you know what I mean? Like, it'd be a big success for me.
Okay.
I think the only thing that would concern me in that situation is I would still be very concerned about the defensive back class compared to last year. I still think last year's DB class is better. Last year's quarterback 24.
Yeah.
Running back's a wash. The best of the three is last year's guy, but you got two really good ones.
Yeah.
Receiver class.
I'd probably give the edge to 24 just because you have two of them, to be honest.
The number. Well, that's fine.
Yes.
But they didn't need to necessarily last year, right? So that's why I go wash. Best player in one, great numbers in two. Receiver class, slight edge to last year just because of numbers.
Yeah.
Tight end class, 24 easily.
Yes.
Offensive line class,
23.
Barely. I mean, to me, numbers wise, but I really like this. I would really like this class, but I think Jagasaw is higher than Gearby is for now.
Yes.
But if I look at it compared to where they were as juniors, I don't agree with that. I think Gearby was better as a junior than Jagasaw was as a junior. The reason I think Jagasaw made such a big leap is that, and I don't know if Gearby will make that, is because Jagasaw was coming from further behind because he missed the entire the previous season because of COVID.
Yeah. Yep.
So he needed, it was almost like his sophomore year, essentially. Like his sophomore year was his junior year. So I don't expect Gearby to make the same kind of leap as a senior that Jagasaw did. Defensive line, 24 easily. And that's saying a lot because they had pretty good defensive line class last year.
Yep.
Linebacker class, 23.
Yes.
Defensive back class, 23.
23. Yep.
So 24. Let's just go with running back being a wash, Ryan. Just since we were split on that one, we'll just call it a wash.
Okay.
23 gets receiver, offensive line. 24 gets quarterback and tight end.
Yeah.
24 gets D-line. 23 gets linebacker DB. So it's 4-3, but here's where I think 24 comes down into play. Notre Dame will have had a better class to me at the arguably the three most important positions in football: quarterback, defensive line, left tackle.
Yeah.
Jagasaw's a 5-star, but I don't think either of us are fully convinced he's a pure left tackle, which I think Gearby is.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, if Gearby and Charles Jackson are on the field at the same time, Gearby's the left tackle for me, and Charles is either right tackle or guard. Could you imagine if somehow down there, if somebody steps up at right tackle and Gearby's what we think he is? Could you imagine in 4 years or 3 to 4 years, a left side of the line of Gearby Lambert and Charles Jagasaw?
Be pretty good, man. Be pretty good. It's a lot of length. It's a lot of length. Yep. Yeah.
So even though the position by position, and if you're going to say what you said about running back, then at best it's tied 4-4, right? But it's that premium. It's the quarterback and the defensive line both being better in 24 that to me puts the 24 class over the edge. That would be the thing for me. That would get it. So good question. Very good question.
We had a super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you, Charlie. Are we in danger with the current projection of safety recruiting? What is it with Coach O? I'm told he works hard and builds relationships. Is it negative recruiting or just not able to close? Thank you, Ivy.
I mean, we talked to Charlie. I know you jumped in a little bit late. I would encourage you to go back and listen to the first 20 minutes of the show. We really dove into a lot of that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't think it's negative recruiting. I think it's just about being able to close. But at the same time, it's June 16th. We don't actually know how they're going to close in the secondary right now. We don't. So I want to see what they actually close with. But as of right now, it's a failure to close. Why? I don't know. But that's how I see it, Ryan. It's not negative recruiting. It's not lack of effort. It's just failure to close. And that's a pretty important part of recruiting.
And I understand I understand it looks bleak right now, Charlie, so I completely get the sentiment. But like again, you're in a good position with Bronte Johnson. And I think we need to remember this for a second. This doesn't necessarily mean that the board that we're currently looking at is all it's going to be throughout this entire process, because Brandon Hillman wasn't offered until what, October last year? Something like that. Like he was a late addition, obviously, to the class. I know they had been doing work for a few weeks leading up to being offered, but he wasn't a guy that at this time last year we knew who Brandon Hillman was. No one knew who Brandon Hillman was. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there might not be a guy that's added to the board at some point, or maybe you do really well with Malcolm Ziegler this weekend. Like there's opportunity that's going to be, I think, in forward here, which is why, I mean, it's just my opinion. I feel like the kid Tabron Benny Powell that was offered yesterday, I'm not sure why that offer happened right now.
Right.
I feel like a panic move. Have to rush this, because again, I would say to the recruiting staff and to the coach staff, like, guys, I understand why you're feeling a little panicked, but like also just look what you did last year of finding a diamond in the rough late that was a stud and a guy that was a really good player in Brandon Hillman. Like, I just don't think you have to rush it. So yeah, I think that there's still time.
The only good news that I've heard at all is just the thought that just because if they get this kid now, it doesn't mean that they're going to stop recruiting the position,
which is good.
Yeah. That's the only smart part about it. So to me, yeah, it's going to be interesting, Ryan. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Let's go down to Christopher Galloway.
Christopher says, question for coach. Seeing as you played and coached the quarterback position, what do you think the young quarterbacks should be concentrating on at this time?
Footwork and knowledge of the system and timing. Those are the three things for me. I mean, on top of obviously weight room and all that, but as far as their technical skill, footwork, mentally getting the offense down. And that the byproduct of that will be the timing. If your feet are in the right place and you know the offense, you're going to be a much better thrower from a timing and anticipation standpoint, more often than not. Those are the two primary things I'm working on. Scheme consumption, footwork. That's a big part of it. Big part of it. And footwork just not only means at this time of the year, not only means, your actual technical footwork, it also means your footwork from an endurance standpoint. Can you drop back 500 times in a day and not lose your legs by the end of the game or end of practice? That's a part of it too, Ryan, is that's how, receivers out there building endurance by just running a bunch of sprints on top of that. Sprints don't necessarily help a quarterback to me per se. It's those are, all that cardio is good, but it's more about pushing yourself from a drop back standpoint to where you're just getting a lot of work in. You're not wearing yourself out, but you're just building up those reps to where, hey, if you need me to drop back 50 times, I'm going to drop back 50 times and my legs aren't going to get tired at the end of the game. Right. It's also that part of it as well. And I'm not going to lose my technique when I'm fatigued. So like what I would do with a young quarterback is I would break up the reps. If I want him to do 300 dropbacks in a day, I would make the last 50 be in somewhat rapid fire succession after whatever your cardio or hard workout part might be.
Yeah.
Or after a big lift. Now that you're tired, go out there, go through some drops and really make sure you're focusing on your technique, because now you're tired. And can you train your body to keep your technique when you're fatigued? I think that's a big part of it as well for me.
I think it's all about muscle memory, man, making sure your body is aligned and your mind is aligned as well, so that when you get into that real hard part of the off season, you're able to just continue to retain information and to continue to build on things. Like that's the core. That's why you see all the footwork stuff this time of year, especially for quarterbacks, because you want to build off of it, right? Like you're making the foundation basically this time of year.
Yeah. All right. Let's move forward. It's good questions, guys. Really, Brian, I'm sorry. Just some great questions today. You guys are really killing it today with the questions.
Coach Koch asks, when CJ Carr comes to campus, do you see him in contention for the starting job? Can any of the current quarterbacks beat him out for the job? They'll have more experience than CJ Barr by far.
Yes, on both of those, Ryan. To me, it's an easy answer. Do I see CJ having a chance to start as a freshman? Yes, I do think he'll have a chance.
Yep.
Do I think the other quarterbacks have the potential to beat him out? Yes, I think they have the potential to beat him out. Absolutely. Both are true to me. Both are true.
Yep. Yep.
So
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, the question is, what are they going to do for a fourth, if anything? That'll be the big question mark.
Yeah, CJ's definitely good enough to make that transition quickly, but I mean that's just based upon though. I mean, if the room is Steve Angeli, Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr, that's going to be still an inexperienced
Mhm.
quarterback room, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, CJ will have a chance to come in and play. But is there a fourth that's added to your point? Is there a transfer portal quarterback? Is there a second quarterback in some capacity that's brought in? I mean, those things remain to be seen.
Mark Applegate, I'll just answer this one real quick, Ryan. Just wondering where IB Nation will be doing a prediction video on what you guys think Notre Dame will do in the 23 season. That'll probably come closer to the start of the season. We'll do some previews going into the season. We'll break down the schedule, but as far as like making actual predictions, I want to at least get through half a camp before we kind of do that. You know what I mean? So like we'll have preseason rankings and preseason projections and all that kind of stuff. But Vince, I think if I remember correctly, the last couple of years we've done those preseason predictions like the 2 weeks leading up to the season, if I remember correctly. We'll do our because then you want to know like, okay, did somebody get hurt? You want to kind of know what the team's actually going to look like. So that'll come a lot closer. It doesn't mean we won't have a ton of preview stuff, but as far as just the fun prediction, if I had to guess, like looking at I'm not quite into that deep into August for our podcast schedule just yet, but it's going to probably be like the week before the week of the first game. It's like not the week of Navy game, but the week before the week of Navy game will probably be when we do that. So
I love seeing Vincent here, man. He's like chomping at the bit to get
I
on
know,
the show right now.
Like
Looking at
Johnson
him.
jump in so bad. Yeah. Yep. And real quick, another quick answer, John Klimek. This may have been answered already, but what games are the Abbey tailgates this year? I don't know for sure what all games we're going to be doing. I definitely know we're going to be doing one for Ohio State. That one I definitely know. The rest of them, I'm not sure yet, John. We'll figure it out, but we'll let you guys know in plenty of time when we're going to do stuff like that.
Next question from Rob Tidoff. Rob, what's up, man? IB crew. Let's say Doc and Marty are in the DeLorean in 1988, a little Back to the Future here, and Miami converts the 2-point conversion, and we finish the year at number 2. Do we come back in 1989 and win the title?
That'd be tough. I mean, winning that game in 89 at Miami, I mean, I think they'd have a little bit extra motivation, kind of like Miami had motivation to beat Notre Dame. So maybe, but still beating that Miami team on the road in 89 was not going to be easy.
Yeah,
it would not be easy.
But I would say the roster of that team the other day, and that team was good, man. That team was really good.
But I got to say this: if they went back and somehow made that happen, I'd be very upset with Michael J. Fox and or with Marty McFly and Doc Brown. And I say you better go to 93 and have that David Gordon field goal go wide. You better push that sucker wide and give us one back. You know what I mean? So you better give us one of those. No doubt. But I'd say I'd pay him off, man. I'd give him a little extra something to say, hey, don't mess with 88. Go to 93. Go back to 93 and have that date. No, here's the thing. Go back to David 93 and put some stickum on Pete Bursich's hands on that last drive. So he makes that interception before you even get to the field goal. So that way you're not winning because they missed. You're winning because you made a play. So that's an even better one. That's what I would say. So how about them?
Rob, I didn't know where that was going, by the way, Rob. I didn't read the whole question beforehand. I was like, are we about to go to any time period and change something in history? I love those types of questions, but we did not.
Yep.
Next question from Irish Fan 15. You've said before that the 2024 class is a down year at many positions. In my opinion, it is a down year nationally. How does 2024 compare overall nationally to 2021, 2022, 2023, etc.?
I'd have to go back and look at all those classes again in 21 and 22. If I remember correctly, I don't think 22 was a great year either, if I remember correctly. I thought last year was a pretty strong year at a lot of positions. There were some that were down. I didn't think last year was a great running back class, which is why it was so important to get Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
I didn't think last year was a great safety class. There were some big time dudes at the top.
Yeah.
But the problem this year lacks some of the same depth issues as last year, Ryan. But number one, last year was a much better quarterback year.
And offensive line.
Yes, much better offensive line year. The problem this year is that, like, I didn't think last year was a super deep linebacker class, but the top 15 was definitely better than this year's top 15, in my opinion. But it's like it's safety. Last year wasn't very deep either. This year's not real deep. But at least last year you had Peyton Bowen and Caleb Downs. I mean, you had two dudes. This year it's like I don't even know if there's that. Like KJ Bolden's really good. He's not Caleb Downs and Peyton Bowen, in my opinion.
Mike Matthews might be if he actually
But
wants
he
to
wants to play
safety.
offense.
I know. I said if he wants to play safety, yeah.
Mike Matthews, yes, but even him, he's not Caleb Downs, but like not many people are.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wants to play offense. Same with like Aaron Butler. I think he's a pretty good corner, but he wants to play wide receiver. So that's why he's going to Colorado. It's like, okay, go to a school that's not very good so you can play receiver, you know?
I heard DeMello Jones might play wide receiver at Georgia as well. So
that's interesting.
See. Yeah.
He's a good offensive player too.
He is.
Yeah.
Talented athlete.
Yep. Real quick, I want to answer this one. Archer says, have you seen any Elite 11 film the last 2 days? If so, how would you rank them? Look, the only way I'd be able to rank them if I saw a lot of film. I mean, there's not enough film on the internet for me to be able to say, hey, here's how I'd rank them. That's why what we're doing on our board, Archer, is I have a friend of mine who's out there at those, and I'm having him give me feedback on how he would rank guys. Because all the that was a great throw. You're always going to see these kids making great throws when that's all you see. But, yeah, that's where I would be. And so from what I've been told from my guy, the best quarterbacks out there so far have been Sayan, Raiola, Carr, Air Noland, and probably it's a good. Those are the four that have stood out.
Not Jade Davis, apparently.
No. Like the kid from Florida State had a great first day, not a good second day. There's some other kids that have done well, but he said those three. He said the three he said the best so far are the first three, and Aaron Nolan's fourth, but not super close fourth, but he's fourth. But I honestly, it'd be irresponsible for me to rank them, even with just the clips we've seen on the internet. I've seen a lot of those clips, but man, these kids are throwing hundreds of balls, and you might see 10 per kid, and so then you're saying, well, I'm going to rank them based on who had the most impressive 5 best throws. And that's not a good way to rank. It's a fair question, but that's not what I'm going to be able to answer for you.
Name. It's an elite name, Aaron Noland.
Yeah, it is. His first name's, I think he's got a cool, first name's Prentice.
I saw that.
Prentice Nolan. Yeah. I think that's a cool name. Like, so he wanted to go with Aaron Nolan. So
he's an NIL guy. He's going to be an NIL guy.
I get it.
Like, I'm Aaron Nolan,
I
man.
Get it. I get it. Yeah. I understand. Don't have to like it, but I understand.
Yes. From Ryan Schulte. Is Jabron Payne a better compliment to Audric Estime than Logan Diggs was? Not saying I wouldn't love to still have Diggs. Just curious what you project as a complimentary back.
No, because I think Jabron is very similar to Logan. I mean, they both have some make you miss ability. I think Logan's more powerful. I don't think that you're running a whole lot different stuff with Jabron. I think my answer to that would be, Ryan, is I like where your head's at, but I think the guy that fits that more is if Jadarian Price can come back and be healthy.
Or Jeremiah Love can be the guy early on. Yeah.
Even Devin Ford, if like Devin Ford is what he was in high school and maybe he's a freshman, he brings some slasher to the table, Ryan. And so
he's such a wild card, man. I don't know what to expect from Devin Ford. I really don't know.
So I think Jabron. Now, listen, this isn't to say that Jabron couldn't be a really good number 2. It just means him and Audric are just, that's the depth. It's not that they're necessarily complementing each other. I think Jadarian and Jeremiah would be the 2 best as far as complement. Because when I think complement, Ryan, I think you're bringing a complementary skill set. This guy does this real well, and then you bring this other skill to the table. It's like the thunder and lightning. You don't want thunder and even louder thunder. You want some different kind of skill set. And I don't
Vince
know
does. Vince wants all thunder, no lightning, all thunder, baby, downhill.
That's because he played in the triple option in high school. He knows no other way. He knows no other way.
He wants to see Audric as a dive back in the triple option. Yeah. Let's do it, man.
Yep.
Ryan Schulte. Toughest schedule: Notre Dame, Bama, Ohio State, or Georgia. It's not Georgia.
I'm gonna rank those. I'm gonna rank those 4.
Okay.
And the toughest for me is Notre Dame. I think the top of Notre Dame's schedule with USC, Ohio State, and Clemson is tougher than Alabama's, which right now their 3 toughest based on preseason rankings is going to be LSU, Tennessee, and Texas. I don't think that's as good of a 3. I think Alabama has very good depth. They got to play at Mississippi State, at Texas A&M, at Kentucky, at Auburn, home against Arkansas. So they have a good schedule. They have a tough schedule this year. But I think Notre Dame also having to play at NC State, at Duke, at Louisville, home against Pitt. I think that to me is just a tougher overall schedule. Alabama's 2. Then I would say Ohio State's 3. Now, Ohio State has a very challenging top of the board schedule. They do. And my issue with the Ohio State schedule, and the reason I don't bang on Ohio State for their scheduling is because there's a lot of bad on their schedule, but it's not their fault. They can't help it that the Big Ten East is down after the first 3 teams. I mean, the Big Ten East is just not good outside of the first 3 tems, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree with that, Ryan, but that's how I feel. I don't think the Big Ten East is a very good conference. It's after the big 3. It's Maryland. I don't think that is that good. Michigan State stinks. Indiana's going to stink, and Rutgers going to stink. So it's not their fault. And they don't determine who they play in the West. So they don't determine that they don't get Wisconsin or Iowa this year. That's not their fault. They non-conference, they're playing Western Kentucky, which is actually a really quality group of 5 team. I respect playing a team like that, right? I mean, they got a really good quarterback. They're going to move the ball. If you got to obliterate them, that's a quality non-conference win. And then they're playing Youngstown State, who's perennially a really good 1AA team. I've always said I don't like playing 1AA teams.
Yeah.
What's that?
The Penguins, baby.
I don't like playing 1AA teams. If you're going to play one, have it be a local team that's kind of in the state, you're all state schools and all that. There's some benefit to it, whatever. And then their conference schedule, you got to play Penn State and Michigan. So, I mean, you have no reason in the way that the committee does today to play Notre Dame if you're Ohio State. Because, look, you go undefeated to win the Big Ten, you're in the play. You go 11-1, and Michigan got in last year or 2 years ago with a loss in the regular season and had a joke non-conference schedule. This year they got in undefeated and played a joke non-conference schedule. Ohio State's playing a quality, to me, Ryan, for a team when they're playing in a 9-conference schedule, that's a really good non-conference slate. You're at Notre Dame, you're playing a really high-octane Western Kentucky team, and then a quality FCS team. I've said, if you're going to play an FCS team, make it a good one. Youngstown was 7-4 last year. That's a quality FCS program. That's a quality, opponent. Just so Michigan's is just a joke. I mean, and Georgia's is a joke, and not because the East isn't as good. Georgia never has to play the tougher part of the West, and their non-conference is embarrassing. UT Martin, Ball State, and UAB, and come on, Georgia Tech, come on, give me a break. It's ridiculous.
Georgia Tech, nice.
And if a team in the West wanted to say, hey, look, we're not scheduling hard out of the conference because we got to play in the West, I wouldn't like that, but I'd understand it. You don't have that excuse because the East is not good. So Georgia's a distant 4 for me, Ryan.
Oh,
as far as regular season schedule, distant 4, and then Michigan is a distant 113. I mean, theirs is a joke, an absolute joke.
The team I can never understand, Brian, is Maryland. Every single year, I watch Maryland, and I'm like, that team has talent, and yet they're not very good. I don't understand Maryland.
It's not coached well, in my opinion. Yeah. I think that's really what it boils down to.
Mike Loxley, yeah.
Yeah.
We had Domer Grizz. What's up, Domer? Says, way behind on podcast, but just listen to you and Sean discuss the new athletic director. If Notre Dame wins a natty in 2027, is that more Jack Swarbrick's legacy for hiring Coach Freeman or PB's for the moves the next 4 years?
I think it's both. In 27, you're kind of getting a little too far away from Jack Swarbrick to truly give him a big chunk of the credit. But I do think in a lot of ways, Jack will have laid the framework for it. But if Marcus Freeman doesn't win a title, so that'd be 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Year 6, I don't know that you can give Jack Swarbrick a ton of credit because he'll have a year and a half under Marcus Freeman, basically, as the guy. So that would be my thing, maybe 2. So that'd be my thing. I think they both deserve some level of credit, but if it's 27, then I think you're most likely going to have the other guy be getting a lot of the credit for that. I'm
not going to Jack Swarbrick any credit at all. 0.
And the sarcasm is back. All right.
That's
So
not
let's move.
sarcasm. That's actually
Okay.
not sarcasm at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
From ICO5, what were your thoughts on the NBA Finals if you watched it? My thoughts, just quickly, are Nikola Jokic is really good.
Yeah.
Miami Heat was a little banged up and not nearly as good as the Denver Nuggets. Like, that's just what it
Yeah.
was. Jamal Murray, Jokic, Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon. They're just a better basketball team. It's just kind of where it came back. They were in a much tougher side of the West. The West is a much tougher conference than the East was this year. And Miami Heat did what they had to do to get to the finals, but I just think the Denver Nuggets were a better basketball team. That's really where it was.
So you're saying the West was better than the East?
Correct. Yeah, deeper anyway, at least.
Don't disagree with that. However, I do feel like the Heat had to battle harder to get there. They had to take out the number 1 seed, right? The Bucks.
Yeah.
The Knicks series was a grind. The Celtics series was a major grind. I just think they were tapped out by the time they got to the finals, honestly. And on top of, you're going against a better team. I mean, you're just like the Heat were the Heat. You know who the Heat were, Ryan? They were the 2007 Arizona Cardinals.
I guess
like
Steelers.
Not a great team, but you had enough pieces and you got hot late in the year and you made the run. Weren't they like 9-7 that year?
I think so. Yeah.
The Heat were like what, an 8 seed, right?
Yes,
like
they were
something like that. They lost
like
one of the play-in games,
like 39 or something.
Yeah, they just got hot and they caught some breaks with who they played. And the Nuggets, I don't think they're challenged. They weren't as challenged, in my opinion, just because of just who they who they had to play, in my opinion, and the matchups were favorable for them. And they were the number 1 seed. They knocked out Memphis. They knocked out. Hold on a second. I read that correct. Where's the Nuggets schedule? I just had that here. Why did I go away from it? Who they beat Minnesota in the first round, right? So they didn't have to play Memphis, who was the 2 seed. They didn't have to play Sacramento, who was the 3 seed. They did have to beat Phoenix, right? Who was the 4. Then they beat the Lakers, who were a 7, and they beat Minnesota, who were an 8. So they caught some breaks there, but they just were a way better basketball team, right? And I think you make a great point about their complementary. They have a really good 1-2 punch where Miami is just kind of Jimmy Butler, and then the other guys are
fine, and
right, but he's not a legit number 2 in this era of multiple stars on the team, right? Like he's just not, to me. But you've got Jamal Murray Jokic was great in the finals, but so was Jamal Murray. They were both great. And when those guys are both rolling, and the Aaron Gordon stepped up when he needed to. Who's the other kid? Michael Porter Jr. stepped up when he needed to. Brown came off the bench and hit down some clutch shots and played good defense. And they were just rolling, man. And they had because like when you have that long rest, it's going to do one of 2 things. It's either you're going to be fresh or you're going to be out of sync. And they were fresh.
Yep.
And after Miami, and part of this is Miami's own fault. You had 3 chances to close the Celtics out, to not have it go 7 games, and you couldn't get it done. That's on you, right? Yep. That's on you. But they were just a better team.
They were.
And hopefully Jokic starts getting the respect. I can't believe, I don't watch a ton of NBA, but I'm like, guys, 2-time MVP, and it's like basically averaging a triple-double, and he just gets all this disrespect as a player. And I think that's going to go away now, or at least it should. Maybe it won't. There's still some people that have that shade at Larry Bird, and we know why, but guy's a heck of a basketball player. He really is. And Jamal Murray, Jamal, you know what I like too, Ryan, is I don't follow basketball a ton, but the Jamal Murray angle is a great story. Like, you don't know this guy's ever going to be able to play basketball again, how bad his knee injury was. Like, you don't even know if he's going to be able to play again. And to come back and not to be able to play, but play at a high level and play at a high level. You know what I was impressed with, Ryan, in the final series? Those guys were on a stage that they had never been in before, and it was not too big for them at all.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was pretty cool. A great team, but it's still the finals. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And to watch Jamal Murray and watch those guys come out and just play the way, like game 1, didn't they both go? Like Jamal went for, it was 26 and 10 in the first game.
Yeah.
In a win, just set the tone, and Jokic had a triple-double, and They both played at a very high level. Very high level. And Jamal was great. I mean, the Lakers could not defend him at all. I mean, he
At all.
destroyed. They spent so much effort trying to stop Nicola that they just like that's not even the dude that's killing you. The dude that's killing you is Jamal Murray. He's absolutely murdering. Didn't he drop over like 30 a game against the Lakers, like average wise? He killed the Lakers.
Yeah,
killed the Lakers.
Yep.
But it was actually, I mean, it was good. It was entertaining, I thought. I mean, I know a lot of people say, well, it's not, it's boring. I don't really care about markets. I was Denver's, maybe it's because Denver's entertaining to watch. Miami's not a very entertaining team to watch, in my opinion.
No, they're not.
But Denver's an entertaining team to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Agree. Good thoughts. Here's an interesting one.
Sam Anderson said, "Is Julian Sand the new Drew Pine?" No, don't say
he's a much more physically gifted kid than Drew.
Yes, Julian Sand's a really good player, man.
Yeah,
I think the pushback was him being a top 10 national recruit.
Right,
that's all it is. Like he's
right.
really good.
There's two types of overrated, right, Ryan? There's the guy that's overrated in that he's still a really like Arch Manning. Arch Manning was overrated, but he was still a really good player. He just wasn't number one overall player good. He's probably top 50, 100 good, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Julian Saint's a very good quarterback. He's a top 50 kid. If Notre Dame would have not got CJ Carr and got Julian Saint, I'd still be happy about the quarterback in the class. I'd say, man, I wish you'd have got CJ, but you got a pretty darn good football player.
Yes.
I just don't think he's 5-star, top 10, and I think the only reason he's ranked there is because he's at Bama. If he would have committed to Florida or Kentucky or Notre Dame or Michigan, well, maybe, I don't know. Michigan's starting to get, their guys are starting to get a little bit of love, but I just don't think he's ranked that high. I just don't. He's probably ranked more accurately as a top 50 type of guy is probably where he'd be ranked.
He's been ranked pretty high even before he was committed to Alabama.
Rivals jumped him up big is the one that really jumped him up big. They're the ones that really jumped him up big time.
Yeah.
But he's a good football player. He's a much better player than Drew Pine. And that's not a shot at Drew Pine. I mean, Drew Pine was not a top 100 player.
Right.
He was top 250 guy, at best. And this kid's a legit top 50 player.
We had a super chat from Sam Anderson. Sam, thank you so much. He said, if CJ Carr was in the 2023 class, is Kenny above or below him? Below.
Kenny was a top 100 player on my board, Ryan. Where'd you have him? 150?
I'd say top 100 as well.
Top 100? But we also both agreed he was in the bottom half the top 100. CJ Carr's a 5-star, in my opinion. Do you have CJ Carr as a 5-star or a top 50 guy, Ryan?
He's borderline. He's definitely top 50, but
so
he's
top
borderline.
50. So, yeah, he's better. There's no question.
Yep. We had another super chat from that one guy 15. Thank you so much. Willpower from IndyCar has one of the best names ever. Could you imagine those NIL deals?
Well, don't they kind of have their own version of NIL deals when it comes to like sponsorships and stuff? I mean, so you're going to still have some of that. It's just in a different form. It's actually probably more true to what NIL should be. You're getting commercials and stuff based on your popularity, but also your personality. So.
Brian, it's funny. I came across a offensive lineman's name yesterday, and I started to think, like, who are the most unfortunate named athletes?
Oh, boy.
Because there was a kicker named Chris Blewett, right? There's an offensive lineman that plays, I forget what school he's at, but his last name is Puny. So it's Dominic Puny. Can you imagine being an offensive lineman and your last name's Puny and you're a kicker that's last name is Blewett? That's not great, man. It's not great.
Oh.
Unfortunate names. Very unfortunate names.
Very much so. Very much so.
We had John A1. Are there any defensive players, not corners, who have the potential to be the best overall player on defense?
Well, yeah. I would say that one of the two linemen for me, Patelho and Riley Mills. Riley Mills more so because an inside guy I think can really take over a game. I'm not saying they will. I think they have the potential. Yeah. I think that you could make a case for one of the linebackers being the most valuable, but not best. None of those guys have the talent to be the best, in my opinion. Then the other one, dark horse for me, Ryan, is Xavier Watts. That's my dark horse for being the best defensive player. But if it's not Benjamin or Cam, then it's going to be one of the two linemen. And my first bet would be on Riley Mills. But I don't see that. I think one of the corners is going to be their best players. And then probably Xavier's my dark horse.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting because, I mean, for about half the season last year, the best player on the Notre Dame's defense was probably Tariq Bracy. You know what I mean? Like, it's it's very interesting to see who takes that step forward. Is it a Xavier Watts? Is it one of the linebackers? Is it a defensive lineman? I think it'd be very beneficial if one of those actually. If we're having this conversation, I think that's a very good sign. Because I mean, if we're sitting there in, let's say, like October or something, and we're like, so far this year, Riley Mills has been the best football player defensively.
Sure.
You're kind of like, it's probably in a pretty good spot if that's the case,
Oh,
you
yeah.
you expect the corners to be good. You expect the secondary to be pretty good. You know what I mean? So shall see.
Yep. Tired of the negativity, said, isn't Ohio State's top 3 just as tough as Notre Dame's top 3? That's basically what we said. We didn't say that it was as good as Notre Dame's, but what we said is it's the rest of it's not as good.
Yeah.
And then I went on to praise that they're actually playing. They don't need Ohio State does not need to play a Notre Dame to be a playoff. They just have to beat Michigan and Penn State. That's it. You beat them and you're in. So I don't know that I would say it's just as tough. I think Ohio State's better than any of the teams that Notre Dame plays in the top 3, including Notre Dame right now, because I would have Ohio State ranked higher preseason than I would have Notre Dame right now. I think that I think Ohio State's better than Michigan coming the preseason. Now they got to prove it. I get all that, but I just maybe I'm underselling the Michigan team. I think USC to me is more dangerous than Penn State. USC is more dangerous than Michigan, in my opinion, matchup wise. But I don't know. You could get into it. I think you could call it a wash, whatever. But the whole point that we made is that the problem with Ohio State's schedule, why they're 2, is because of the rest of it. That's exactly what we said. They don't have as good of a second schedule or the rest of your schedule because, and again, but what we said, Ryan, is it's not their fault. It's not their fault. The rest of their conference sucks. Outside of the 2 that the other big 2, it's not their fault. I don't blame them for that. What I blame teams for is when you purposely try to not schedule well. That's the problem for me is, and Michigan's purposely, intentionally not scheduling well on purpose.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke, man.
And that's the difference. Like Penn State playing Auburn. I give Penn State credit for that because when they scheduled Auburn was not as bad as they were last year. They were not anticipating we're going to schedule Auburn and they're going to suck that year. That was not the anticipation. When they played Auburn, that's, hey, we're going to go test ourselves against an SEC team that's twice played for national title in the last 13 years. Right? Props to you. You're going to go play the SEC team that's beaten Alabama more than any other SEC team the last decade. Props to you. Now, it just so happened. It's kind of like when Notre Dame played Florida State in 2018. I don't fault Notre Dame for Florida State sucking that year. And when the year that Bama played Florida State and beat them at the beginning of the year, and it was like a top 5 matchup, by the end of the year, Florida State was like 7-6. I don't fault Bama for that. Obviously, if you're looking at strength of schedule and trying to make a playoff berth, but I'm talking about when you talk about evaluating your attempt to schedule tough, when you put Florida State on your schedule and they're good at the time and they become not good that year because they underachieve, I don't fault you for that. I don't.
Yeah.
What Michigan is doing is intentionally playing a crap schedule on purpose and trying to convince us that it's, because our division is so tough. No, your division has 2 really good teams and a bunch of garbage. Let's be real about that. When the 3rd best opponent in your conference is Maryland, that's a problem. Right? And so that's my issue with Michigan.
They didn't play very well against Maryland either.
What's that?
So they didn't play very well against Maryland last year either. So
no. I thought Michigan State might have a shot after that year 2 years ago, but they have fallen off a cliff the last 2 years. They really have fallen off a cliff.
They really have, man. It's about a flash in the pan. They hit on all their free agent acquisitions in 1 year, and now they're back to reality. We had a question from Coach Koch who says, does JD have the best performance this year? If he were to perform to what you perform to be the literal best, what does that year look like statistically and impact-wise?
Ryan, I think if JD Bertrand plays his potential, I think his statistics will look very similar to what they did in 2021 as a will. He'll have 100-plus tackles, 9 to 10 tackles for loss, maybe go 10 plus, right? It just depends it depends. I think the way this defense plays, I think 9 tackles for loss is a pretty good season for the Mike. in this defense, right?
Agreed.
A pick or two, like 3 sacks. That's about what I look like for him to play his best. Impact wise, it'll have a huge impact. It'll mean Notre Dame's a much better run defense. But here's the other part of it. For JD to have that type of production, Ryan, you're a linebacker. You know exactly where I'm going to go with this. You cannot maximize your production as a player unless what's in front of you is also doing their job. It's like a running back who has no offensive line. I don't care how good he is. That line sucks. And outside of Barry Sanders, I've never seen a running back that can rush for 1,000 yards behind a terrible offensive line, right? It just not, and so to me, it would also mean that production would also mean the D line's pretty good, which means Notre Dame is a really tough team to run on. That would be the impact of it. Would you agree with that, Ryan?
Yeah, because I think that the perfect illustration is Georgia a couple years ago. I don't think Georgia's linebackers were really as great as people acted like they were in 2021. It was just that they had Jordan Davis and Devontae Wyatt and all those dudes in front
of them. And they did what they were supposed to do with that in front of them. Yeah, they did their jobs.
And Kobe Dean was a really instinctual player, not a great athlete, but a really instinctual player. But, I mean, they were winning with, what was they had Quay Walker, and then they had the Channing Tindall kid. Both those kids' eyes were not good. Not good at all. But they ran unblocked all the time, like they're just running to the perimeter and being great athletes. So, yeah, I think that having those guys up front that make things cleaner, because things get muddy in the trenches, obviously. Things get muddy in the box. Linebackers, although we like to consider ourselves tough, would rather play with a clean window than a muddy window, right? Like we'd rather play with clear vision. So I would agree there.
Yep. Good question there. I agree with that one. All right, let's get down to some more here, Ryan. Here's an interesting one from Archer.
Archer, where do you see the college football conference situation being in 10 years? Are there still 5 Power 5 conferences? How big are the SEC and Big Ten, etc.?
I don't think in 10 years
conferences anymore. Personally.
I think in 10 years, Ryan, we will have more than 5 conferences, but they'll be then known as divisions. It'll look a lot more like the NFL, but a little bigger divisions. I think what's going to eventually happen is you get down to 2 to 3 power conferences that then split into divisions that look a lot like what it used to look like. The Southwest Conference all of a sudden looks like it did then, right? I mean, you're talking about what was the Southwest Conference back in the day, right? It was Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, TCU, Texas Tech, teams like that, right? And some of those teams were, in and out at different times. But if you look at like what it was in the 80s, it was Arkansas, Baylor, Houston. It was SMU, Texas A&M, TCU, and Texas Tech. I could see it looking very similar to that again because the big conferences have merged into one, and all of a sudden the SEC eats up the Big 12. And then they just make a division that just looks like the old Southwest Conference. And then maybe there's one that looks like the Big, the Big 12. I mean, so it won't be identical because you won't have Nebraska in there. They'll still be part of the Big 10, whatever. But I think that's ultimately what's going to happen, Ryan, is there's going to be 2 to 3 power conferences. I would probably say by then 2, unless we see a complete change. Like they could reverse course of where they're going now, but I have no faith in the leadership to do that. So I think eventually happens as you get the Power 5 becomes one entity. Within that, you have the Big 10 and the SEC, and then they branch off to these divisions that look a lot like the old 7-8 team conferences is what I think it looks like. That's what I think ends up happening to me.
Would that technically be 2 conferences though still?
Because it'd be like the NFL, right? You have the AFC conference, the AFC, American Football Conference, the NFC, and then you have the different divisions in them. I think that's what I'm saying. It would look something like that, Ryan, where like you might have like 5 divisions, 5 divisions, and it'll look like it used to be, but they're not going to be conferences anymore. They'll be divisions, if that makes sense.
That does.
If I was football king for a day, I would say, I said this the other day too. Well, actually, you know what? Respond to that, Ryan, and then I have another thing I want you to respond to about it.
Well, no, I was just going to ask would that mean that like are conference championships in that world still a thing, or is it just a whole playoff base at that point?
I don't see how you have conference championships when you have like 20 plus teams in your division. I think that they'll have something to gain. What I think you'll end up happening at that point in time, Ryan, is probably a 16 to 24 team playoff, something like that. And when you expand past 12, I think the give at that point in time will have to be the conference championships.
Yeah.
By that point in time. Right. And so, hey, look, we're going to expand the playoff to 16, and 8 teams from each division get in, each conference get in, and whatever. Like, and that could be the other thing they could do too, Ryan, is if you have like, let's say you have 4 divisions of the Big Ten, 4 divisions of the SEC or something like that, or however you do it. You then say, okay, we're going to have a 4-team tournament to determine who goes into the 4-team playoff, something stupid like that. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to totally butcher it. I'm not saying I like this. I'm not saying it's what I would do. It's what I'm saying is the direction I think they're eventually going to go. Because how else do you have conference championships when you have 2 20-plus team divisions or conferences?
I don't think you would. I don't think you would. Yeah.
So I think it's more like you split into divisions, because think about that. That's great TV. The Big Ten, 6 divisions. The 2 highest ranked teams get buys, and then the next 4, and then they play a 3-team tournament. Then they play a 3-team tournament, and then the winner of those 2 tournaments plays each other for the national championship. That's what it's going to be, because they're basically following the NFL model, essentially, Ryan. It's just going to be a bigger version of the NFL model. I don't like it. That's just what I think they're going to. If I was football king for a day, this is what I would do. Because I would take Power 5 football away from the NCAA. You have no more say in this. And I would come up with all the rules and all that. But the structure of it would be, okay, when we're negotiating TV deals, we're doing it as one entity now. And that's where it would look like the NFL. So if we sign, $5 billion worth of TV contracts, then we're splitting that money up between all the teams fairly, right? Like the NFL, like the other leagues like that. And then what I would then do is, since the TV contracts are the only reason to make the mega conferences, we're actually going to go back to the way it used to be. You're going to save more money on travel. So Big 8, Nebraska, you're out of the Big 10. Arkansas, you're out of the SEC. Missouri, you're going back to the Big 8. Nebraska, you're going back to the Big 8. USC and UCLA are going back to the Pac-12 or Pac-10. Arkansas, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Texas, you're going back to the Southwest Conference. Oklahoma, you're going back to the Big 8 Conference. We're going to bring the Big East back or something like that. And maybe they have different names now, but they would look like that, Ryan, and go back to the smaller conferences, have more non-conference games, because, again, the TV revenue was the only reason those teams left those leagues, right? What was the other reason that teams left those leagues? So if you make TV revenue split amongst the 60 plus or whatever conferences, then there's no need. You may see some teams like Penn State saying, hey, we want to be an independent again. If we're just going to get the same amount of money, what you'd probably see in that scenario, Ryan, is a lot of those teams would join a conference, but it's a smaller conference. And maybe I might start a super conference with Notre Dame. That's a lot of the old independents. We're going to take Miami and Penn State and Virginia Tech and Pitt and make them we're going to bring the Big East back, and Notre Dame's going to be part of it. You know what I mean? Something like that. I could see something like that. But once TV revenue gets split evenly, there's no need to continue going down this mega conference path, right?
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was football king. Sadly, we don't have anybody that really cares about stuff like that. Because that would make the game so much better. Yeah. You'd cut way down on travel for these kids. But more so, you get back to the regional aspects of football again, and I'd go back to the old bowl system, and then I'd pick my playoff team after. I'd pick my 4 to 8 team playoff after the bowl season. That's what I would do.
I miss bowls actually meaning something, man.
Yeah, because what that also does, Ryan. That gets if your conferences are only 7 or 8 teams, there's no need for conference championships anymore. Then I'd be more okay expanding the college football playoff a little bit at that point in time. Or what I still think is the best proposal is, if you did that. Let's say you couldn't, 8 to 10 teams. I would say, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. You can play your conference champion, because in a 12-team and 10-team league, you play everybody. You're going to have more good non-conference games. No more conference championships, because nobody's past 10 teams. And now we're going to go to, because that's the other thing I would do is, you can't have more than 10 teams in the league. There's no need to have more than 10 teams in the league. The SEC doesn't need 12, 14 teams anymore. The Big Ten doesn't need 14 teams anymore. Going to go back to the old bowl system, Pac-12, Big 12, play all that stuff. And then from the bowl winners, we pick our Final Four. Because then some teams have sorted themselves out. Then we pick our Final Four. Because I've looked at this. If you go back to like the 80s and 90s and take the top 4 teams after the bowl games, That would have made for some very fun. Could you imagine Notre Dame in 88 and 89 both getting a potential rematch against each other if they can win their playoff game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, or could you imagine okay, Notre Dame and Miami go to the playoff, and now Notre Dame gets their shot against Miami in 89, but Miami gets their shot against Notre Dame in 88 and all that kind of stuff? Like, that'd be great for college football, in my opinion. Be huge. We're just not going to see it.
Not going to see
sadly.
it.
Let's try to roll through some more.
Still.
Oh my gosh, I'll try to roll through some of these as many as possible to some of these. Some of these are going to have to kind of answer. Bob Kowalski, will Notre Dame ever upgrade and improve the dorms for their athletes? I don't see Notre Dame ever having athlete-only dorms, and nor do I want them to. I'm good with the way they are. They need to modernize the current dorms, period, for all students. And then that inherently takes care of the Notre Dame dorms. Agree or disagree, Mr. Roberts?
I don't think they ever will. I don't know, man. I mean, should they? Like,
I don't think so. I think Notre Dame, if they're going to stay true to who they are and their history and tradition, which they've mostly sacrificed in most regards, then I think if I'm going to say that I still care about young people, developing young people, I think having them as part of the student body as much as possible, that it actually doesn't hinder. Like, the cafeteria thing's different because that hinders their ability to develop, as you know, because of the nutrition and all that. But having them part of the dorms is good for their social development, in my opinion.
I guess the question would be is, okay, if you're all intertwined in the same dorms, right? Should you still upgrade the dorms though, regardless?
That's what I'm saying. You need to upgrade the dorms for everybody. Like the dorms need to be modernized for everyone. Right. Like, you're the University of Notre Dame, you're charging these kids $70,000 a year. They should have good freaking dorms.
Okay.
Well, so-and-so, 50 years ago, it was good enough for George Gipp. That was 100 years ago, and they weren't paying $70,000 to go to school there. Okay. Yes. You didn't have a $20+ billion endowment. So spare me that. Okay. Make it better. Make it more accommodating for these young people. I would do that for all students. I don't think that's something they should only do for football play. If I was a student in Notre Dame and I was paying $70,000 a year and they built brand new modern dorms for athletes, I would be freaking pissed.
Yeah.
Pissed. And if I was a donor who gave money to the school, but not for football, because there's some big donors that don't want their money going to athletics, which is totally fine. I'm okay with that. It's your money. You can choose wherever the heck you want it to go. And they were doing that for athletes. I'd say, no, you do that. I'm not going to give you my money anymore. Like, I'd be pissed. That's not right, in my opinion. And a lot of schools do it though, but for Notre Dame, I wouldn't like it.
A lot of schools have terrible dorms too, man. A lot of them have really bad dorms. The school I went to, Rowan in Jersey, some of the worst dorms I've ever seen, man. Awful.
I moved off campus after my freshman year, so I got lucky.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I never even lived on campus because I was always a commuter because it was only like 30 minutes from my house. But yeah, I've seen
even at Frostburg.
It's terrible. Well, no, at Frostburg, I was down at Frostburg for the year, but I mean, at Rowan, I was a commuter fully. So
my freshman year, my roommate was a football player, and most of my guys in my hall were football players. But my roommate moved, like, he didn't come back for the second semester. He didn't tell the school he wasn't coming back. He just didn't show back up. So he was still supposed to be in the dorm with me, and so he didn't. So I merged the two beds together and had a solo room for the second semester of my freshman year. But I moved off campus after that. I hated dorm life. Hated it. So, I wasn't going to do that very long. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Jordan Schreiber says, top 5 you want to see Notre Dame land in the 2025 class. I only have to pick 5, Jordan? Oh, man.
Yeah. So top 5, I mean, there's one for sure on offense. That's Talon Taylor. I mean, that's a no-brainer for me. I'd say offensively, I'd probably go Nate Roberts on offense.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
Defensively, that's a little bit tougher because there's some kids that I haven't necessarily broken down quite as much yet. Let me pull up the offer list, Ryan. Yeah. If I had to pick an offensive lineman, it's David Sanders. I mean, he's phenomenal.
If not,
him and Owen Strebig are they're my top 2 guys. Him and Owen Strebig are my top 2 guys.
Yeah.
Defensively, I mean, I want to say Nathaniel Marshall is a guy that I really like. I'd love to see them get. I like him. Oh, Anthony Sacco is one for that one. You knew that one was going to come, Ryan.
Yeah.
If Noah McHale, that's another one. He is a dude. And then I'm going to steal one from you, Ryan. And when I say it, you're going to get pissed at me because it's definitely one you
I know
want
who
to
it
take.
is. Yeah.
Who?
Jordan Young.
Bingo. See,
Yeah.
you're off 2 weeks and we're still like this, man. That'd be my fifth one. He's an impact safety.
Yeah, Jordan Young would definitely be one of mine. There's no doubt. Yeah, he might be number one on my list. I like that kid, man.
Jalen Taylor's probably number one on my list. I love that kid, man. He's so good.
Yeah, I would probably go, even though quarterback's not as, well, I don't want to say it's not a priority, but it's not as dire straight that you get a legit dude. I would probably go Deuce Knight though as one of my top 5
quarterback. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Deuce Knight,
and to your point too, Ryan, a quarterback can have such a great impact on the rest of your class.
Yes.
So that's a very good point.
And he's a Southern kid. He's a Mississippi kid. So like maybe you pull a couple kids from the South because they were like, wow, that kid's going up north. That's crazy.
And it would help with Taylor.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So those would be ones.
David Sanders is probably one for me as well.
He's so good.
I'd be very fine with Owen Strebig, though.
He's
I'd be
good.
very fine with Owen Strebig.
Yeah, I like the kid that they offered yesterday for my own prep. I do. I think he's a guard. Man. Yeah. Talking about Rowan Byrne, right? Is his name? I think he's more of an inside right tackle guard kind of guy. I think he's really good. I think Avery Gack is really good. I think Owen Strebig's it's so far. I'd even take a flyer on a Matty Augustine, who's super raw but very athletic. And
Josh Petty out of Georgia is really good too, man.
I haven't seen him yet. Player. You like him?
He's a little small right now, just like thin, but he can play, man. He can really play.
Yep, so. I haven't seen him yet. I'll have to check him out.
Very good player. Very good player. So, yeah. And then, I mean, defensive line's so tough for me, man, because there's a lot. I mean, if you could tell me I could have anybody, it'd be like, Elijah Griffin, come on down.
Sure. Right.
Yeah. And then I'm there with Anthony Sacca.
He doesn't stink.
Well. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get Elijah Griffin, that's just ridiculous. But yeah, I was trying to be somewhat realistic with mine, and that he's not realistic at this point in time.
David Sanders and that kid, and
There's the next one.
Next question is from Coach Koch. If Steve had to become your starter for whatever reason, how many do you think they could win with him at the helm? Talking about Steve Angeli, how much better could he do than Drew Pine last season?
I think he'd be a better deep ball thrower than Drew probably, and he's a little bit more mobile. I mean, I think they're similar. I think probably 9-3 if he had to become your starter from day one, because I'm assuming the question is day one is what I think the question was meant to be. 9-3. Go like maybe 1-2 against the big three, and then lose another one, probably
possible. Yeah.
10-2. I mean, I think there's a chance they could go 10-2 because I think the rest of the team is going to be better than it was last year.
Agree.
But so I mean, 9-3, 10-2, just because you're winning just on talent alone. But it'd be a hard fought 10-2 if you are that. But 9-3 is probably more realistic in that situation.
The one great thing about Steve is that I think that if Steve was pressed, he would take the challenge. You know, like he's a very cool, calm kid that would be like, all right, let's ball out, man. Let's go. So
he's the kid, Ryan. He could suck for 3.5 quarters. But if you're only down 4 at the end of the game, he's going to lead you on a drive and win it. I mean, that's just that's how he strikes me. You know, like, well, you had your chance to put us away, and now he's going to go out and make some plays. And it's not just because of the spring game. It's just his overall demeanor, his overall how he was in high school, how he is now. He carries himself like, hey, I'm going to suck for 3.5 quarters, but if we got a shot to win it, I'm not mad at myself because I sucked for 3.5 quarters. I'm just out there. I'm worried about what's next. And he's, and he's going to go out there and be able to make the plays, and he's going to have talent around him.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. So we're kind of on the same page there. So you're not going to be worse than you were last year.
No, I don't think so.
But I think 9-3, 10-2 is probably. Here's an interesting one from.
You're not better than last year just because of Steve Angeli, though. You're better because the team's better. Like,
and Marcus Freeman's in year 2, and there's a lot of reasons why. Yep, agree.
Yep,
agree.
John A1 said, "Can a finesse football team win a national championship? Are there finest fundamentals that can be taught and be effective in the modern game? Are there finesse fundamentals?"
Finesse,
I think that's what I meant to say. Yeah.
I don't think a finesse team can win a title, Ryan. I just don't.
I think they can win one. I don't think they can consistently win it, though. I don't think.
I think it'll be tough to win one. I do, just because I think because of who the best teams are, eventually you're going to get into the playoff, and Because, like, I don't view Ohio State as a finesse team. I think the difference between Ohio State last year and why they almost beat Georgia and Ohio State from the two previous years where they just weren't as good is they were a finesse team across the board in the two previous non-Urban Meyer years. Last year, they weren't finesse on defense. They weren't very good on defense for a chunk of the year, but they were a lot more physical last year on defense, I thought, than they were the previous 2 years. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I thought they were at least more physical. They certainly were able to, like Ohio State in 2021, I don't know if they're a team that could have gone out and put Notre Dame away the way they did by running it right at them and shutting down and dominating Notre Dame Notre Dame in the trenches on defense like they could last year. And so that allowed them to go out there. But again, why did they lose to Georgia? Because at the end of the game, they couldn't run the football. And so I think it'll be tough. We've seen, because I don't know how much better you're going to be as a finesse team than what Oklahoma was in 2018, and what Oklahoma was in 2017. And they still couldn't get it done because they went out and played Georgia, who was not a high-octane offense, and made Georgia look like a high-octane offense. Because I think if you're a finesse team, you can't play good. You can't play championship defense. That's what it boils down to for me. So now, to your point, Ryan, maybe they get the right draw.
I was going to say, if you drop 2018 Oklahoma into a certain year where maybe the landscape wasn't as strong, like could they ink out a title? Like possible.
Yeah, like could they have won the title in 21? Could 18 Oklahoma beat 21 Georgia? Maybe. I'll say this. If 17 Oklahoma beats Georgia in the semifinals, they'd have smoked Alabama in the title game, in my opinion. Yeah. Smoked Alabama. But that's the whole problem. They couldn't beat Georgia because their defense sucked because they were soft. And that's the problem with it. But
I definitely don't think it's sustainable, but I do think that you could drop it up into 1 year.
Do you agree that you need like that dynamic special quarterback to do it that 1 year?
Oh yeah.
Like a Kyler Murray in 18 for Oklahoma?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Agree.
Coach Koch with another question. Which of the transfers, minus Sam Hartman, have the biggest impact this year? Does Antonio Carter have a legitimate chance at starting? Is he a depth piece?
I think the guy that's going to have the biggest impact this year, boy, I'll tell you who I hope is going to have the biggest impact this year. I think the guy that I hope is going to have the biggest impact this year is Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I think the guy that will end up having the biggest impact outside of Sam Hartman, based on what we know, is actually Thomas Harper. I think he's the guy that's most proven. I hope that Javonte has a big year. But right now, if I had to say who do I hope? Javonte. Who do I think right now, based on what we know, it'd be Thomas Harper.
Those would be the two options because I think those are two guys that are likely starters, obviously, going into the season, right? Like Antonio Carter, could he start? I mean, he'll have a chance, all right?
Yeah.
But I think there's a clearer path, though, that Thomas Harper is a starter game one and Javonte Jean-Baptiste is a starter game one than Antonio at the moment. That could change, though, obviously.
I think I wouldn't call him a depth piece because that makes him seem like a backup. I think he's a rotation player as part of a deep rotation, right? So, maybe Ramon's the starter at that position and Antonio's the quote-unquote backup, but their snaps are going to look very similar. Yeah. Whereas Thomas Harper is going to be the nickel, right? That's kind of what we're saying here, and that's why I think he'd have the best shot at it. But does Antonio have the talent to be that guy? Sure he does. It's just a little, like Ryan said, it's a little tougher path to playing time at that point in time. All right, let's get back to here's an interesting one, Ryan, an NFL one, real quick. We'll get to.
We Are Not Marshall said there are reports out of Chicago that Chase Claypool is a non-worker. Shocker. Was this an issue at Notre Dame, or is it smoke and mirrors in a final year of contract?
I think Ryan just answered the question with his little add-on in between. Work ethic has always been Chase Claypool's question mark, going all the way back to his first year at Notre Dame. Chase loves playing football. Chase doesn't love working at football. And Chase has always been a bit immature in regard to that kind of stuff. He's not, and Ryan, we've said he's not a self-motivator. He's not. Yeah. He wants to go party and have fun and do all that kind of stuff. And he doesn't. He doesn't care about his craft. If Chase Claypool had Devontae Adams or Cooper Kupp's work ethic, DeAndre Hopkins, guys like that work ethic, he'd be a top 10 NFL receiver, if not top 5. The number of players that you can look at that are 6'4", 230 plus that run low 4.4s with 40-inch verticals and have the raw God-given tools that he has, you can count on one hand in the NFL at wide receiver.
I mean, you could probably count it on 2 fingers in the NFL right now. If you expand it, then you can start talking about Calvin Johnson and such, I guess, right? But
like currently, like it's like Mike Evans, it's like Chase.
Was Mike Evans even quite that fast?
He ran a 4.4, yeah. He might have ran a low 4.5.
I thought he ran like 4.53 or something like that.
Yeah, he could have, but he plays fast to me.
Yeah.
Let me see.
The only guys that I could think of are DK Metcalf.
He ran a 4.53, yeah.
Yeah, 4.53.
And he had a 37-inch vertical.
Yeah. DK Metcalf fits that.
Okay, that's one.
That billing, yeah.
It's a short list, Ryan.
It's a very short list. I mean, if you want to throw Kyle Pitts in as a wide receiver.
Well, and like DK Metcalf's an interesting guy because I was not high on him coming out because I thought he had stiff hips. I thought he was a non-existent route runner. I just thought he was big and fast.
Yeah.
And I still think he gets more hype for other things than just being a great receiver now. Like, I think the hype about him to me is a little bit more than like I look at his numbers. I'm like, man, for as much as people talk about him, you'd think he'd have a little bit better numbers, but he's still a good player. He was a 1,000-yard receiver last year. And the reason why, from everything I read, he works. He works. He wants to be better. He wants to go do what he needs to do. And then Chase is out doing whatever God knows what that he's doing. You know,
Bears gave up the 32nd overall pick this past year for Chase.
But everybody knew that. That's on you.
Yeah.
That's on you for not doing
It's a bad process by the Chicago Bears, no doubt about that.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
You traded a first-round pick basically for Chase Claypool, and then you drafted Darnell Wright with the 10th overall selection when Peter Skoronsky was
what I would argue is it's even more absurd that Chase is doing that in a freaking contract year.
Yeah.
It just shows his level of immaturity. It really is disappointing. It really is.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
It really is.
Matthew Broska? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. My apologies if I'm not. Would it be better for Notre Dame to wait to get their third safety until after the 2024 class senior season to see if they were able to rise as they did not expect? I wouldn't say after the season, but I would be okay with them waiting a little bit into the evaluation period during the season. But Matthew, one thing I would say is that you could technically get to 4 because Davis Andrews is, if he goes on a mission, his scholarship is not going to count towards the 2024 season, towards your 2024 class. Mm-hmm. So you take Davis Andrews and you're still able to get a 3 safety class potentially, and you could evaluate a person during the season to see if there's a riser. I just wouldn't force a kid right now that you don't. I mean, maybe they love him, right? But like, I just would not force a kid that you don't love right now. Like, let the evaluation period work itself out.
You don't need to stretch. You don't need to reach right now. Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
It's June, man. It's June. It's
Sam Anderson, Steve Angeli is Evan Sharpley. Steve Angeli is a better quarterback than Evan Sharpley. Come on. All right, let's get to some more. I'm trying to mix up some people that we haven't had yet. Here we go.
Yeah. Nick McGrail says, I asked this on the board a while ago and wanted your take. Would you rather have a punter that pins it inside 5 every time from anywhere on the field, or a kicker that's perfect 50 yards and in?
Punter every single time.
I'm a big field position guy.
100%. And he's saying that as a defensive guy, and I'm saying that as an offensive guy. Yeah. Because if I have a solid defense, the odds of them going 90+ yards every time they get the football is slim.
Yes.
Right. And so if we know, it gives me, if I'm in field goal range for a 50+ yard field goal, I can take a chance. And if I don't get it, my punter's going to pin him inside the 5. I got a quality defense. We're going to probably get the ball back right around that same spot and have a chance to go. So yes, that's an easy one. It's a very good question, Nick. It's a very good question. It's just, for me, the answer's easy. It's an intriguing question, just an easy answer for me.
Analytics say don't do either. Don't punt.
Yeah.
Don't kick field goals. Irish Cordian Knot says, Notre Dame's special teams was amazing last year. Agree. And I was sad to lose our coach to the Colts, and I'm still dubious about the new coach. If our special team does improve this year, how do they do it?
More consistency from a kicking standpoint, field goal kicking.
Yep.
Better more consistent coverage. I thought it was a little spotty last year, and better. You've got to get a lot better from a kick return standpoint. Those are the 3 areas right there for me, Ryan. They got to get better.
Kick returning was not good last year,
No.
man. It was weird. It was just not good. And then field goal kicking was very inconsistent. So, yes,
Right.
those are two of the biggest areas I would 100% agree.
Yep. I would even sacrifice a couple blocked punts if it meant that I'm going to be better in the return game and better at field goal kicking and better at coverage. Because you're probably not going to repeat set. I don't care how good Marty Biaggi is. It's going to be hard to repeat set. 7 block kicks is nuts.
It's insane, man.
Yeah,
It doesn't happen.
It's nuts.
Yeah. Archer said he would have loved to have a kicker who was perfect 50 yards and in.
Yeah, I know, right? You'd have a national championship. Absolutely. Right? It'd be national champs if that were the case.
Ugh, man.
All right. Let's see. We got one here from Corey Kelly.
Corey says, may have been answered already, but Clemson didn't have any top 5, not even top 10, I think, recruiting classes before their 2 recent national championships. Is a top 5 class a prerequisite now to win one?
Depends on how you define top 5 class. Because I think you could look at some of Clemson's classes and say, you know what, there's not a lot of classes I would trade for that, because they were always they were always balanced. They'd land, because one thing Clemson did when they landed big time players, Ryan, it was at like 3 positions. It was like, or it'd be like D-line, receiver, quarterback, and corner. And as they started recruiting the D-line better, some of those kids were highly ranked, some weren't. But then they went out and found those really, underrated linebackers, the really underrated safeties, the receivers that were great route runners, quality running backs, but not elite running backs. I mean, they won a title with Travis Etienne, but they also won one with Wayne Gallman. You know what I mean? So they were great at finding sleepers and complementary players. If Ryan were covering Clemson and recruiting back then, we'd probably say, hey, this is, and I said this at the time, this Clemson class is very underrated, because they did this, or, they would recruit a certain way. I think top 5 recruiting classes are a prerequisite if you're evaluating classes the way that Ryan and I evaluate classes, which I don't give a crap about the recruiting rankings. I don't give a crap about the point system. I'm looking at this class. Do you have balance? Do you have depth? And are you getting impact players at the right positions? If you have only 4 impact players in a class and it's a safety and 3 offensive linemen, I'm going to be pretty good in certain areas, but I'm not going to be a championship contending team because I didn't land impact players at quarterback, receiver, defensive end, defensive tackle, corner, like that, right? And so to me, it's about evaluating it that way. Do you meet needs? Do the players you landed fit what you're trying to do? Because Clemson had some very highly ranked top 5 classes that were not very good because they didn't have guys that fit what they were trying to do. So if you're looking at what I view a real top 5 class to be, proper evaluation, proper analysis of a class, I would say, Ryan, you're going to be hard pressed to win a title if you don't have at least one top 5 class on your to make up. Like if you have a bunch of 7s and 8s and then you have that one really good number 3, that could be the class that puts you over the top to make you a title contender. But I think you need a what you and I would evaluate and view as a top 5 class. It's hard to do it. Now, you may not be one compared to rivals because you only signed 17 kids and they have this point system and they didn't properly evaluate Isaiah Simmons. I loved Isaiah Simmons in high school. He was raw, but I thought he was a heck of an athlete. So that's how I view it, Ryan. What do you, but I don't think you need a top 5 rivals or 247 class per se to be that.
Yeah. Well, I also think that it depends on what positions are making it a top 5 class, right? Like if you're pulling it, because there's a possibility that you're pulling in a top 5 class consistently, but like you never hit on a quarterback, and it's like still need to hit on those important positions, right? Like that's kind of where it comes down to. So I agree with you. I think it matters of the fit and the makeup overall of the class. Like you can't just have the same type of class every single year. It's got to be able to balance one another out and be able to hit into different areas so that you're a well-balanced football team, that you're a team that has players on every spots,
and the point systems don't take that into account, which is the problem. That's how
Texas A&M 2 years ago. Yeah.
Right. And was that a heck of a class? Yeah. But was it the best class ever? No, it was a very imbalanced class.
Yes.
And that was a problem. You signed 7 defensive linemen and 1 linebacker. Guess what? You can't put a team on the field with the way that they recruited that class that year.
Isn't it such a shocker that we're only a year out of that class and already a couple of those defensive linemen have transferred? Like, who would have thought that would have
half
happened?
Of them, man. Like, shocker. Who saw that?
Shocking that 7 defensive linemen, you couldn't get them all on the field. Who would have thought?
Yep.
Should have moved Anthony Lucas to middle linebacker, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Carson Horvath said, sorry.
No, I was going to read that one. So because it's kind of, I kind of answered this last week. I want to get your thoughts. So Carson Horvath asked, why can't Notre Dame recruit a good safety? And if the last two were Kyle and Brandon, two All-Americans, I don't even care about Brandon Joseph. I'm with Kyle Hamilton, Alohi Gilman, Harrison Smith. I mean, Notre Dame's got pretty good. Julian Love is now an NFL safety. So you don't even need to look at Brandon Joseph. But yes, Ryan, I think it's a very fair question.
You shouldn't look at Brandon Joseph because
not what he did at Notre Dame.
Not an All-American at Notre Dame, and he went undrafted in the NFL. So there was just not a lot of things to really hang your hat on there. Carson, I think for me, I think there's a few layers to this. I really do. One, I think that there's a little bit of uncertainty as far as resume for the guy that is developing the position, right? Like you had Kyle Hamilton, yes. But I think that there's I really think that this is just a lack of stay power from the safety position, right? Like I think we're in a situation where there's just a few things working against you. Chris O'Leary is still a young guy. He still has a developing reputation as a recruiter. He's had misses already. I understand that the concept, and it should work for you, of parlaying Kyle Hamilton's successes into more recruiting wins from a recency perspective. But I think when you look at the fact of striking out in 2022, Peyton Bowen decommitting, like recruits see those things, right? Like they see those things and they think they just react to those type of things. Like, what's the issue there? Why are they not being able to get those guys? And I think that reaction has kind of led to some more miscues in 2024. I think that's kind of where we're sitting here. So I think it's just a action reaction thing almost, right? I think that we would be looking 2024 much differently if Notre Dame was able, let's say, and just in theory, they're able to land Xavier Nwankpa in 2022, and they do sign Peyton Bowen in 2023. Then I think 2024 safety recruiting looks a lot different because they're like, oh, yeah, they can get guys there, right? They can get guys there. But I think those misses make it harder to get consistency in that recruiting side of things.
Yeah.
Irish Cubby says, I know the schedule this year is pretty rough, but I am actually really excited because we will be able to see how close Notre Dame is a program now that they have an elite quarterback. Thoughts?
I agree completely.
Yeah.
I honestly think like to Irish Cubby, this is a great question because if like let's say Notre Dame ran the table this year and made it to the playoff and won a game and then lost a championship game, but they played the 2019 schedule, or I say 2020 schedule, or 2021 schedule might be a better example. Then you say, well, you got there, but like you didn't really get tested in the regular season. It was kind of a soft schedule. You just went out and tapped. Can you really beat those best teams week after week after week? That's a fair question, right? Or was this just a one-off year because you had a great quarterback and a soft schedule? I think this year, if Notre Dame's a playoff team this year, against this is one of the toughest. This is the toughest schedule they've had on paper since 2017. And it's not close. It's definitely tougher than 2018, definitely tougher than 19, definitely tougher than 20, definitely tougher than 21, and tougher than last year, in my opinion, because of the depth standpoint. Again, the top three might be a little bit easier this year, but the depth is much better this year on paper than it was last year. So, I think it's a much more earned title, honestly. And that's where Notre Dame got respect in the 80s. Is because the reason people respected Notre Dame in the 80s and 90s is because they knew Notre Dame was the baddest boys in the block, or at least one of, because they beat the other baddest boys in the block. They beat Miami. They beat Penn State. They beat Michigan in games. They beat Florida State. They could go to bowl games and beat number one Colorado in the Orange Bowl by 15 points. I mean, they played against and beat everybody back then.
Yeah.
And so they earned that respect. And they need to have that kind. I think you're going to get a lot. You're going to move the needle a lot more with that kind of season than you would from a year where you'd have if you just beat Cincinnati in 21, they're a playoff team. That was not a playoff caliber team, even if they would have made it. But the schedule was just terrible. They still would have got in. I mean, easily would have got in, but they probably would have got obliterated in the first round of the playoff.
Everyone knew that team was flawed. Everybody knew that team was really flawed.
Yep. So it just was a really, really weak schedule. Yes, very weak schedule. Going to get to a couple more here, Ryan. There's some really great questions here, but they're just going to take too long answers. And I know the guys have already started the other show. So I just want to get to see if there's a couple more that we got to get to. I hope we're going to have a show tomorrow at 1:00. Won't be a super long show. We'll cover whatever decision that Nate Roberts is going to make, and we'll have a mailbag again then. Some of these questions, like Ian Johnson has a great question about underperforming and underrated teams. Bring those out. We'd love to hear some of those questions, but there's just a lot of great questions. We're just not going to be able to get to really any more. I think there was one more that I wanted to see, that I wanted to get to here real quick, Ryan, before we get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Oh, here's one I wanted to get to. So I just wanted to comment on this a little quick. So go ahead and read this one, Ryan, and we'll end it on here.
For Mark Brammer, he says, any chance you will comment on the demise of inner hall tackle football? As a former Dillon Hall champ player, it is a sad day, especially when Notre Dame announces this in the summer when students are away.
So I know a lot of fans are pissed about this, and I understand why. So I had somebody reach out to me yesterday because there's a lot of people that were upset about it. I have not publicly commented on this because I don't know enough about the inner workings of it to know why. But I heard from somebody yesterday, Ryan, who was part of the process of it going away.
Okay.
And is a former Notre Dame student. And what he told me is like, look, and he's also someone who's very hard on the administration. Like, he will call the administration out. He said, look, I think he said, I don't blame the admin on this. He goes, the student interest was not what it was. People have thrown out numbers where the numbers are still higher. But he's like, there was 2 dorms that had like combined teams. He's like, kids weren't showing up to practices. They weren't taking it serious. It just wasn't, it was more because the students weren't as making it as important. It was more of a student thing, and the school did it. I think if anything, based on what he told me and some other things I've been told, I think the process of how they did it was probably not good. The process of making the decision and how it was announced and all that kind of stuff was an unnecessary black eye. But it from what he told me is there were legitimate problems with getting kids to take it as seriously as they used to take it. And that was the bigger issue. Not having enough on certain teams, guys not showing up to practice, not being able to go through practices because nobody's showing up, things like that. And they just want to show up for games and play games. And you can't play football that way, tackle football that way. It's too dangerous. So that's what I was told. I don't know. I was not part of the process. I'm not super familiar with how it worked or anything like that. So I'm only sharing with you what I was told by someone who is very close to the situation and is not a pro, like a Notre Dame homer where they're going to defend everything Notre Dame does. So it sounds like this was as much, if not more, about the students just not taking it as serious and the students not living up to the tradition that was set before them as it was the administration not caring about it. Because I think what people see, Ryan, is like, well, just one more tradition the administration doesn't give a crap about because of whatever woke this or liability that or whatever the case you want to justify. But in reality, you can't have something if the student interest isn't there and the kids don't take it seriously. And in defense of them, and me, Ryan, I'm not someone prone to sticking up for Notre Dame administration. And I don't know the particulars, but what I was told by someone who I do trust, it sounds like that was a big part of the issue, was student-wise, not necessarily Notre Dame. So that's the best I can do on that one.
Obviously, I'm not a Notre Dame alumni, but I had no idea this was even like a tradition. So
it's a big thing. Yeah, it's a big thing. And then T Guns, Ryan, heard your comment. So he says, Ryan, I want to challenge you to a game of bloody knuckles. So we'll have to do that at one of these tailgates.
Tommy, I'm not going to do that because I'm an adult, Tommy. I'm not in high school anymore, dude. Grow up.
Well, hey, you
yeah, we used to hit each other in the testicles in high school too. I'm not stupid anymore. Yeah. So.
Well, you did call him out, so you got to answer for it there, man.
I did. So, what are you going to give me a purple nurple next? How about a little?
Yeah. So anyway, swirly. I wanted to say that, and then of course this is a great way to end it right here from Katie Keevers, one of our several moms on the show. And her son's I think in that cute little picture right there, but her husband is also a member of our board in the show as well. So I'll go and let you read this, Ryan. Actually, I'll say this one because I'm saying it to you. She says, just wanted to say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, including this dad right beside me, who now is a dad of 2 girls. Now. Yeah. So very happy for you. And everybody, thank you all so much for being with us today, everybody. Thank you for being for this long show. Happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Hope people are grilling for you. You're not have to do the grilling. Stay safe. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, Ryan and I. and we'll have some fun, man, tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So you definitely want to be a part of the show then. And then, of course, Ryan will be back. We'll get our recruiting Notre Dame recruiting hour. We'll be back on Monday. Ryan's got a couple interviews set up for Monday,
Yes.
right, Ryan?
Yep.
That you'll have. We'll recap this week's visits and all that other good stuff. So we'll get back on track next week. So for Ryan, I'm Brian. Have a great rest of your day. Head on over to the guys doing the rapid fire now on IB Nation Sports Talk. Hit that like button on your way out, and we'll talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.